their business with their grandchildren like that. Like they'll probably explain it to my mom or something, but they wouldn't tell it to me.
What about your mom's reaction? She believed you? Was she kind of like confused, or did it? Because it sounds like she wasn't surprised.
Well, my mom has had spiritual encounters before.
Okay.
Um, she's told me things that has happened to her, things that she's seen at a younger age, and I never really believed her to the extent of like I would hear the story and I'd be like, oh, well, I didn't see it, and you don't necessarily seem to be too shaken up about it. Like you seem like it's bothering you, but you seem all right enough to function. So maybe it wasn't that bad of an experience. But as I got older, I eventually started seeing most of the stuff that she was referring to, different entities.
Ah, I gotcha. I gotcha. So that explains why she wasn't surprised, and she was like, okay, something chased you in the house. What was it? Because I know my mom, when I was younger, if that would happen, she was like, what the hell you talking about, boy? What the hell you talking about? Came in this house, chasing you in the house. Sit your stupid ass down somewhere. And then I would have to show her. And she'd be like, oh, shit, that is something. You know what I'm saying? That lady was
You,
crazy, dude. She was funny.
I wanted to like go out there and look to see what it was, but the fact that it jumped from tree to tree and chased me like into the house, I was like, yeah, I don't know what this is, and yeah, I don't have time to be fighting no whatever.
Now that neighborhood, what's around that neighborhood? Is it like is it super urban? Is it rural? What's the neighborhood like? Is it like swamp around? Because you guys got a lot of.
It's
I mean,
it's 183rd Street, 37th Avenue, Miami Gardens. It's an urban area right next to a highway, bunch of houses, bunch of schools, businesses. Like there's nothing over here that would indicate rural or like anywhere vegetation wise.
okay,
Like
that's
this is
weird.
just the definition of a concrete jungle in this particular area. Just all urban.
And you weren't messing with no stuff, no magic or nothing, dabbling in nothing at
No,
all.
no, no, no. Never been into anything like that.
That's weird, man. That's really really weird. It's a kind of out of place um, activity. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't think you'll have that kind of activity around them, but you never know. It depends on what about your neighbors? Any neighbors that you knew of that was into Santeria, voodoo, hoodoo, voodoo?
Yeah, it was a lot of them around there. It's like three houses down, you had a voodoo priestess, and like I want to say 2 blocks over, you had a bunch of people who practiced Santeria over there. So it was a lot of stuff going on in that area as far as contacting spiritual entities.
That's the only thing. It seems like it could be something spiritual. You know, they're pretty powerful, bro. That's one thing I tell people: leave them people the hell alone. They are pretty powerful when it comes to depends on what type of stuff they use, and then the real ones like the ones down here, they badass. They are on that level. Yeah, they're on that level, and you got to be careful dealing with them. All right, bro. Anything else you wanted to let everybody know about? That's a great story. I wish I could give you more insight into what it could have been, but it doesn't. It doesn't like have any of the hallmarks of being your traditional dogman or Bigfoot deal because it's in a
Right.
really urban area, and so it leads me to believe that either it was something that someone summoned into that area, but I don't know what it would be that they summoned in. We would need to know more about what was going on spiritually at that time. It doesn't sound like you guys were like into that hoodoo community at all,
No.
which means that you probably don't know the beef. Like there's beef down here all the time in New Orleans with voodoo and hoodoo like practitioners. Like they got you think the Bigfoot and Dogman beef is something these motherfuckers down here be beefed out. Like I like, man, what? You know what I'm saying? Like such and such had a car accident yesterday and said her car turned on its own. What? Like what you mean a car turned on like the wheel turned on its own? Like they got some beef down here in this bad boy, man. But that's the stuff I don't really get into and talk about because now I'm talking about it and I'll be in the beef. I'm leave that. That ain't none of my business. I shouldn't even said that shit. I'm telling you, man, they got these dudes. These people down here is on some next level stuff. They're on some next level
Man,
stuff.
I believe it. I believe it. But I mean, only thing I want to say is keep doing what you're doing. I love how you got the whole community going with you, Vote, and D and everybody. Like, keep all that up. And I look forward to whatever else you bring to the table. I love
All right.
everything that you're doing.
Thank you, bro. Make sure you pay attention for Halloween night. I'm going ham. I'm going in.
I will do.
All right, man. Good talking to you.
All right, man. Much love.
Peace out. Great phone call as usual. We got some great callers, man. I really enjoy talking to you guys. And again, like I've told you, if you're new to the channel and you don't know how I get my stories, because I've had people say, "Oh, you make these stories up." Like anybody who's spoken to me, oh my god. Hey, this is Dark Waters. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey, Dog. My name's Bradley. I'm calling from North Carolina.
What's up, Bradley? What's happening? They call you Brad or they call you Bradley? What people call you by? What you go by?
I go by Brad.
That's what I figured. What's up, Brad? What's happening, baby?
Not much, my brother. Just chilling at the house. And I got a story for you, man.
Let me hear it. Lay it on me.
This is Dogman story. It was told by my dad. And I ain't never known my daddy to be no liar. Down here in North Carolina, we ain't about that. But well, I don't get on talk shows much or do anything like that. But I saw this was live, and I had to recount this story. My dad and a buddy of his were hunting on game lands called South Mountain Game Lands. You can look them up in the state of North Carolina. It's a large tract of public hunting lands.
Okay.
And they've been hunting in a spot. It was kind of off the beaten path. It was, I don't know if you're too familiar with hunting tactics, but people on public land, they'll usually go back in the woods miles and miles and miles to get away from other people. And they walk back in there. And they've been hunting there a few days and been seeing a few deer. And what day was it? I think it was like November the 20th, 1968.
Okay.
And they went in for an evening hunt. And I'm trying to remember the story. You told me the best I can. I'm a little bit nervous, to be honest with you, D.
Man, ain't nothing to be nervous about. Just tell a story. I'm not judging you. Tell your story, baby. Don't sweat it. I'm not going to bust you across your head and be like, you're lying. Don't worry about it. Tell your story.
Brother. Well, they had been noticing something strange in the area. They'd be seeing less and less deer over the period of about 2 weeks of hunting pretty much the same area. And they split up. This was back before they had any radios or cell phones or anything like that, you know. And they had split up, and one went to one ridge, and my dad, he went to a hollow next to a little creek. And they were hunting. They were seeing a few deer, and Dad told me he was sitting there about to shoot a deer, a big doe, and said all of a sudden she just looked up and just stared right past him and was looking down the holler, down the creek. And he said all of a sudden she just turned inside out and took off running. I hadn't seen him, he hadn't moved or anything like that. And he said it was getting dark anyway, so he was going to go meet up with his buddy. So he started walking out, and they started hearing something that sounded like a hyena, is what he said. And, you know, that in itself is weird. But he tried for years to tell me it could have been like something that got out of a zoo, but I think he was in denial, basically. You know, we were raised not to talk about stuff like that much. But he had met up with his buddy, and they got on this logging road, and they were walking down the logging road, and they noticed everything went quiet. You know, the cliche, everything went quiet. Dad said it was like literally stepping inside of a sound chamber, like nothing. No wind, no crickets, no night creatures, no nothing. He said they got to walking, they had about a mile left to get to the gate, and they had some people waiting for them to come pick them up. And, well, what did he say? My dad was still around. I could ask him, but I'm trying my best to remember what he told me. He said they were walking down the logging road and got about a mile from the gate, and they heard something walking behind them. So, you know, they ain't scared of much. My dad hunted basically his whole life, and his buddy the same. And he said they could excuse me, they started to smell something like rotten meat. That's what he described it to me as. And they got closer to the gate, and the people that were meeting them to pick them up flashed the headlights on the truck to signal them, like, hey, we're here. And Dad told me as soon as their lights come on, that thing behind them hollered. Like, he said it sounded kind of like a hyena laughing. And they screamed from the truck, get down, get down. And Dad and his buddy dropped down, and the people in the truck started shooting. As soon as they stopped shooting, Dad and his buddy took off hauling toward the truck. And he told me that what the people inside the truck saw was, it looked, I know there's like a hyena type Dogman, I believe.
Absolutely, yeah, there is.
And the men in the truck described it as basically 6 to 7 foot tall, about 200, 300, 400 pounds maybe. And they said I would give you names, but you know.
You don't have to get no names. We good.
But they said after they got Dad and his buddy in the truck, everything got everybody calmed down. They told them that when they shined the light, it was basically 10 yards behind them at the most. And that lends validity to how these things aren't seen and how they can be right up on you and you never know it.
Oh, absolutely.
It's amazing, man. It's amazing and terrifying.
That's a hell of a story, man. That's one hell of a story. That's a terrifying story, man, that they would be in a situation like that. And then for them to have to lay on the ground while people shoot over them, that's insane. Is any of those guys still alive to this day?
One. And that's my dad's friend.
The one that was with him on the road?
Mm-hmm.
You think he'd be willing to talk?
I may be able to get him to recount his experience, but I've lost touch with him. I ain't spoke with him in, God, 10, 15 years.
Yeah, that's hard to, if you ain't talked to somebody in 15 years, be like, yeah, man, how you been? I've been good. Okay, what's been going on? Tell me about this thing that tried to kill you in the woods. That ain't gonna work, bro. That's not gonna work. That ain't gonna work. That is not gonna work. Man, that's scary. You did a good job telling the story. I don't know why you were so nervous, bro.
Nah, man, I don't do this much, you know. It's one of those taboo subjects. It's
You
just the
know,
way I was raised.
that's the hardest thing for me. Like when I put those ads out in the newspaper in like small towns, somebody will call, and the hardest thing is to break down the barrier to get them to actually talk. And guys that's listening, you don't know when he said, we don't talk about these kind of things. I've heard that literally 100 times. Like, man, we don't really talk about these things. I'm like, well, I'm gonna pay you to talk about it. Let's talk about it. Like people who've had real encounters and their family members have had real encounters. It's kind of tough to get them to talk about it. It really, really is.
Yeah, because they don't want to seem crazy.
Don't want to seem crazy. And the smaller the community, the worse it is because, oh, yeah, that's the crazy dude over there who said he saw a Bigfoot or saw a werewolf. And that's the barrier that we have to break down in order to get to the truth, man. So I appreciate you trusting me and sharing that information with me.
No problem, but there's some more to that story.
Oh, I'm ready. I got a full cigar, baby.
Oh, yeah, light the cigar. I wish I had me one. But, well, a couple months later, it had been told through the grapevine, like you were saying, small communities, word spreads, that a large creature had been killed by a farmer in the area near the South Mountain Game Lands. And when my dad was alive, he told me that a farmer had killed what the game wardens called a mutated coyote.
Oh, okay.
I've watched more than a few of your episodes and your live shows, and I know that's one of the mannerisms they use. Like they'll say, "Oh, it was a bear," or "It was this or that," and that's just. But they told, from what the man told my father, they told him to bury it and threatened him, basically to ruin his life if he ever spoke a word about it. And he told my father. Now, I'm not sure what happened after that. If they found out what he said, I would assume not. But I don't know, man. He might have had daggum FBI roll up at his front door, knocking on the door. Who knows?
Well, the witnesses I've talked to that have been in similar situations, they've been told to burn it and bury it, or the carcass has been taken. The last guy, and this guy is 82 years old. I don't have permission to tell his whole story because his grandchildren actually, well, not grandchildren actually like are online and they're into Dogman and Bigfoot, and they advised him not to come on. They told him to talk to me, but they advised him not to do an interview and not to have the story like produced because they were concerned about the way people behave. His story is epic, but it'll be a story that nobody ever hears because I'm not going to break my word. But what I will say is he was told to burn and bury it, and he knows exactly where the hell it's buried. I asked him to disclose that to me. He's like, nah, I'm not doing that. Maybe when I pass away, my family can tell you, but I'm not doing it. I was like, okay, cool, no problem, bro. I appreciate it.
That's another reason I came to you, because you're trustworthy. You're a man of your word. You're a man of God. You're a man of your word. And I've got the utmost respect for you, DW.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. I try and keep my word on everything, man. Sometimes it get hard, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to take your licks because you told somebody you're going to do something, you do it, and they don't do what's right, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, exactly. Well, man, thank you so much for taking my call and letting me recount one of my dad's old stories. I'm sure if he was here now, he'd be saying, "What the hell are you talking about? Don't be telling that. People are going to think you're crazy." And I can just hear him now.
No, not over here. Nobody gonna think you're crazy, baby. We appreciate you being brave and sharing the story.
Thank you, DW.
No, thank you, man. Have a good night.
You too.
Man, that's some scary shit right there. Ooh, that's some scary shit right there, boy. Hit the like button for that one. Hey, this is Dark Waters. Who am I speaking to and where you calling from?
Hello?
Hey, it's me, man. You gotta turn that down in the background, playboy.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's going on, D-Dub?
Man, smoking a cigar. About to talk to you. What's happening with you? What's your name, player?
Ain't nothing. I'm Brandon from Salisbury, Maryland, man.
Brandon from Maryland. What's going on in Maryland?
Yeah, I actually was just in the chat right now. I'm Brandon Laws in the chat. If anybody see me or whatnot, and I just wanted to give you a heads up. I'm not trying to solicit anybody else's page or anything like that, but just to kind of like connect a connections. You know what I mean, for other people that are doing the same thing that you're doing that you might not be aware of. There's a white guy from Canada. I forgot his name, but he goes by the facts of how to hunt.com.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, how to hunt. Yeah, I heard of that dude.
Yeah. And he has a lot of good information. Now, I know you're not with the shits as far as like going out into the wilderness and stuff like that.
Fuck no.
But
never.
I don't. Yeah. So like I don't really know Vault's information and stuff, but like maybe like him and Vault could get together and like, you know what I mean, do some of that stuff because like he's really out there with the shits and going out and finding these positions, and a lot of the stories that he talks about, it actually happens around him in British Columbia. So I just think that it would be dope for like y'all communities and people to come together to, you know, try to figure this thing out more, because a lot of the stories that y'all have similar correlations, whether it's to do with the physicality of the eye shines or stuff, or the spiritual aspects of it, or the UFO aspects of it, you know what I mean? Just a whole bunch of different things. Like, just try to figure this stuff together, especially talking about, like, underground bases and, you know, I don't want to go too deep, but you know what I mean? Like, with the whole, the Alpha connection and stuff like that.
You can jump, man.
Well, yeah.
You can go deep in the dark waters if you want to. I don't give a shit. I would love to talk to him. You know, the problem with this community is, and I'll say it, like, I don't really reach out to too many people no more because, and I'm not saying this about that guy, I don't know the guy, but my experience has been, for the most part, is too much fuckboy bitch assness in the community. And a lot of it is provoked by, like, just haters that if I reach out to him, oh, he's this, he's that, so now I gotta overcome all of that shit. And in most cases, it's not beneficial for him to fuck up his money, to deal with all that drama and slow his itself down when people act stupid. But if we ever talk, you know what I'm saying, I would love to talk to him. I love hanging out with people just in general. And I like talking to researchers. So I would love to send him a camera to put somewhere where he is, where he knows there's some activity, and let's connect and see what's going on. So if you ever talk to him, let him know I'm about whatever. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going in the woods. Fuck that. That shit ain't happening.
Yeah, I mean, like, I definitely believe that it could work. And also, just right quick, with when Vault went out there, I had seen some stuff too, and I was seeing what y'all was talking about. Like, you can't make that stuff up as far as like the eye shine being that high and stuff like that on that ridge.
Hell no! You saw how high that was? That shit was crazy, dude.
Yeah. Like where I live at, I actually have a story too. I actually talked to Sean one time on his radio show, and I have a story where I live at in Maryland. I live on the eastern shore of Maryland, Salisbury, Maryland. It's like 30 minutes. I don't know if you know where Ocean City, Maryland is. It's
no,
like right off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. Okay. So we're like right off the coast. So I'm like 30 minutes from the beach. But in our area, we have this place called Twilley Center Bridge, and it's very old Native American grounds. A lot of Powhatan, Algonquin, and stuff like that. Actually, a lot of my ancestors. But we have a lot of mounds around there. And a lot of those mounds are sacred. So, like, when you go back there, you feel a certain electromagnetic energy when you go back there. So we went back there one night, and when we were back there, we actually seen some things manifest from the bridge. because the bridge is over water, and they say that water is a portal. So like it's like it's kind of like swampish land, like kind of like in like New Orleans, like y'all swamp land, but not gators around. It's like more like ducks and stuff, but it's like swamp like marshland. And we seen something walking around the tree line. About I'll say our trees, like we have a lot of pine in that area, so like our trees are around like maybe like 20, 25 feet. You know what I mean? Up. This thing had to be about like 8, 9 feet, and it was walking around the tree lines, and we were watching it. Because we used to go out there to creep ourselves out to sit on Twilly Bridge, because like we have like this old Twilly Bridge story if anybody wants to look it up. But yeah, it's definitely things going out there. And we have I think that there is now don't quote me on this. I'm just being hypothetical, but I think that there is a underground base or a base near my airport in Salisbury, Maryland, because we're about like an hour and a half, 2 hours away from Andrews Air Force Base, and there's always military planes, like the big my parents are military, but I forgot what the plane is called. The ones that hold like a lot of the cargo, like C-230 or something like that, like the ones that hold the cargo. I think it is. Okay, yeah, they're always flying in, and we have a little airport. It's a small little airport, but they're always like circling and flying in. And one time we was outside, because where my neighborhood used to be, where I used to live, it's right across the street, literally about 10, 15 miles from our airport, and we would see these airplanes fly in. Well, one time we was outside. It was me and my friends. We was outside. I'm not going to lie. We were smoking weed, but I'm not, like, doing no drugs. I'm not doing no crack. I'm not hallucinating or nothing like that. So we're just looking at the sky because we had a tennis court, and from the tree line, you could just see the whole skyline, and it's, like, little lights out there. So it's not, like, a lot of light pollution. So you can see the whole sky, all the lights and stars and stuff. And we're just outside chilling, and we see this huge ball of light come from the left of the tree skyline of where you could see from the most, come at like a 45-degree angle. It goes up. It kind of looks like a huge, big light flare, but not a flare, like a mini sun. And it was kind of close, and it rose up, and it went like an arc, like a 45-degree arc, and it hit like the middle of where we were watching, and it literally said, like, and when it said, it shot out into like 6 different little, like it exploded. Literally exploded in front of our face, and then it just was gone. And we're like, what the fuck is that? Like, what the hell is that? So, like, it's just, like, weird stuff we done seen. Like, weird stuff. Like,
that's
around that area.
That's pretty insane, man.
Weird stuff. I mean, like, even the Bigfoot. Like, I have a trail that, this is one of the things I told Sean. I have a trail that I walk to go to the store that's literally right behind me. And it's kind of funny how the guy was talking about the little being that he's seen inside of the concrete area. Well, I don't live like in a city. It's not like a city, but it's a town. So it's not like super rural, but it is rural. But like right where I live, it's like I'm right behind like a little township area. So we have like a little food line there, Chinese restaurant, hair salon, you know. So I have a path, like literally from my townhouses to that area, but that path, it's wooded, and we just made like a little makeshift path just to get to it, so we didn't have to like walk around and go around the street and all that kind of stuff. So I was walking back one night, and there's a light that shines from the back of the building, like right on the corner from the back of the building that starts from the path to go to my house that lights up a little bit of the path. So I'm walking, and I felt that feeling that everybody says that they feel, where it feels like something's watching you. And I turned around, and I looked to my left, another like 45-degree angle, looked to my left, right beside of a tree, and I was looking, and I kind of had to like adjusted my head a little bit, and when the light shined perfectly, I seen the eyebrow ridge, and the eyebrow ridge had to be about 8 feet up right next to this tree. Like I said, we have pines around here. Now, this isn't like swampland or nothing like this. This is just regular dirt. So the pine is taller. So it's like right next to the tree, and I see eyebrow ridge. I see a little bit of nose, and it's just sitting there looking at me. I did not see eye shine. I'm going to be honest. I didn't see no eye shine. But when I looked at it and when I seen it, because like it was like my brain had a like my eyes had adjusted the light. So when I seen it, that's when my stomach dropped. I just had a stomach drop feeling. It wasn't like fear. It wasn't like primal fear. It just like when you're on a roller coaster and you go down that decline.
Yep.
That's what I felt like. Oh shit! And I was like, oh shit! And I kind of froze. And then I had been listening to your story, so I knew. And, you know, I mean, it's common sense. Like I knew, like not trip, you know, and be scared and start running or nothing. I just was, because I was about maybe like 20 feet from it. So I just was like, okay, you're here, all right. So I just backed up from where I was to the sidewalk, because there's a sidewalk and then the parking lot starts. So there's a sidewalk. I'm about like another like 15, 20 feet from that. So I just back up about like 5, 10 feet, and I just turn around and keep walking like nothing's going on. And there's an orange light, like parking lot lights. There's an orange parking lot light that shines all the way down. Like there's like 4 of them that shines the parking lot that keeps the parking lot lit. So when I got there, like I felt fine. And then like there's a building, you know, I just cut off the building. I couldn't even see that area no more after I hit the corner. But I was like, did I just see what I thought I saw? Like, did I just see what I thought I saw? Like I literally called my mom. I'm like, Mom, I think I just literally seen a Bigfoot. Cause like I never like when I seen it, like it I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it. But it's just like that initial like flight or fight, but it was just like I just backed up. It wasn't even fear. Like I don't even know like what I felt. It wasn't even fear. It just was like, okay, you're here, I'm here. Let me just back up a couple steps. All right, cool. Because it wasn't like it was looking at me mean or nothing. I just seen the eyebrow ridge. And the eyebrow, like, it had, like, crinkles in, like in the middle part, like, kind of like where your third eye is. It was kind of, like, crinkled. But I couldn't, like, really see. But I could only see half of it because I guess the other half was behind the pine. So it was only, like, half of it out. So I could see, like, half of the joint and seeing it, like the ridge curling. So I'm like, okay. But yeah, that's all I got.
Nah, it's smart that you backed out of there, man. It's real smart that you backed out of there. Like, most people don't understand. Bigfoot, in my opinion, with Bigfoot, you actually saw Vault doing it. If you go look at the cameras, he'll be on the camera and he's out there talking. All right, I'm aggravating y'all. I'm about to go. I'm leaving. If you go watch, you'll see him do the exact same thing. Communicate with him like, look, I'm leaving. All right, I done aggravated y'all. I'm about to leave y'all alone. Because it's smart to talk to him, let him know, hey, I'm getting the hell out of your area, giving you your space, as opposed to just pretending or acting like prey and taking off running, and then provoking their primal instincts to bat you across the back of the head and drag you into the woods. So you made a smart decision to just back the hell out of that, bro. I mean, it works out pretty well for most people who do that.
Yeah, like that's literally all I said to myself. I just was like, okay. I just backed up slow. I just was like, okay. Like it wasn't like no run. It wasn't like, oh, get out of there. I just was like, okay. Like this isn't no. Cause I felt it, and I'm not. Excuse me. I'm not nobody that's like scared or scary running. Like, you know, just like you've been through a lot of stuff in New Orleans. I've been through a lot of stuff here in Maryland. So like I know, you know, certain sequences and how to act in certain situations. But when I felt this, it was like literally like a roller coaster. Like just like my body just went to, oh, okay. All right, yeah, just leave this back out. I'm good. And I just turned around and kept walking, called my mom like, yeah, when you come in the house, just make sure you come straight in the house because I think I seen something on the side of the house. Yeah.
No, and you know what? That's an accurate description of the feeling that you get when you realize that there's some other shit out there, because that's probably the most accurate description of what I felt when I initially was left on the side of the road and that that truck turned, and that little bit of light from those tail lights was gone. Like, it was like, Voomp, like, oh, fuck, I'm out here by myself, Voomp, like, oh, shit. And then my body started preparing for fight or flight. Well, it wasn't nowhere for me to run to, so I was just like, well, I'm going to have to fight. You know what I'm saying? This is the dumbest shit I ever did in my whole life. I did some dumb shit. I will never put myself in a situation like that because I was completely ill-equipped to deal with what I was encountering. Like, there was no way I could outrun that. There was no way I could fight it. I didn't have no pistol on me to shoot it because I didn't really, at that point in time, when I went going full retard, I didn't even believe the shit was real. I was like, I'm going to go see. You know, I'm telling the dude the whole time, you bullshitting me, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, that ain't no bullshit. Not at all. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm with you, bro. I'm
and
100%
people
with you.
and people don't understand like the feeling is different from a human. Like I've been in situations where I've had a gun to my face, like, you know what I mean, like being robbed or whatever. Like, it's different from a human because you still feel like you have a chance.
Yep.
When I seen this joint and I seen how high it was, and I seen like the shoulder, like how big it was, and like the light cascade, like just how like big the head was, because I couldn't really see the body, but like how big the head was in the eyebrow line, I'm like, nah, no, nope. So the next day I actually went out there in the morning to go check and see if I could see any type of footprints or anything, and I don't know how these things do it. There was no footprints. There wasn't any. I couldn't see. I didn't see any track. No nothing.
And you're pretty
So
familiar with
I don't
tracking
know.
things in the woods? I mean, have you tracked an animal before?
No, like this thing, it wasn't in the woods, Dart. That's what I'm saying. Like this, like okay, right next to my townhouse, neighborhood, there used to be. They just tore down all the woods and built another townhouse, development about like a year ago. So this was probably about like 2.5 years ago. They just built a new one, but before that, it was all woods. But when they tore it down, they still had like a strip of woods. So I don't know if these things was like migrating before that, but they were still migrating, but they didn't know that they tore it down, and then they found out that they tore it down, but they were still using it. You know what I mean? But it was just a strip. So like I'll give it like it's like a good like oh man okay I'll give it okay we'll go in yards like 10. It's probably like a good 30 yards right now. Like if I go out there right now and look at it, the strip, it's like 30 yards of woods going horizontal. Going longitude, it probably goes down maybe like a football field until you get to the street. Where there's a church at the end of it, and then from there, like you get like to the regular highway or the street. So like that whole area is like I'll say like maybe like a quarter of an acre of just woods right there. But on each side, like I said, on the other side that it is cleared, it's not residential. On the other side, it's business. But it's not a lot of businesses. Like it's like a little strip. Like it's very small. Like, I wish I could send you pictures. It's real small. It's probably like 5 little small buildings where they have like chiropractic, whatever, and then that swings around and it goes to I don't know if you know about Big Lots, but we have a Big Lots and then a Dollar General and then a couple other little small businesses and then a food line right there. It's like a little strip mall. But like that area, it's like a quarter acre of woods. And that goes from, if you go from this is Route 50. If you go like past those businesses, it's like a Route 50 that takes you to Ocean City. If you go past that, there's another set of businesses. But if you go past that, it's all farmland. It's nothing but farmland. Some of it is wooded. Some of it is taken down because they like grow corn and stuff around here. So like it's rural, but then it gets like business, but it's rural, gets bit, you know.
Right. So it's kind of spotted development, but it's built on
Exactly.
old farmland.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, that's a perfect mash mix up for them to kind of come in and view and look and check you guys out. That's pretty much perfect. Especially it sounds like you got pretty much a little landing strip or a little alleyway where there's enough cover for them to hide and work their way up to where the populated area is, and just check you guys out and then go back on about their business. Yeah, that's
exactly.
Creepy, dude.
And we have like this is like it's a prime area for a lot of like vermin to come through, a lot of like geese and ducks, birds. Like we have like a lot of like little wildlife that come through this area also that migrate. Cause where we live, like it's like very good air quality. Like I said, like we're real close to the beach. Our soil is very, very good. We always got plants and stuff growing, watermelon, tomatoes, corn, whatever it is. So yeah, it's a lot. And then like I said, like when you go to the outskirts, which is only about 10, 15 minutes, I could take you right to it right now. Like I could hop in the car, boom, I'll take you right to Twilly Bridge in 15 minutes. It's nothing but wilderness, woods. Some of it is protected by the state, some of it is private property, and some of it is just, it's just woods.
Oh, that's cool, bro. That's a great story, man. That's an awesome story. Anything else you want to share?
Just that I appreciate everything. Just like all of us say, man, we just appreciate everything that you do. I've been a long time subscriber since the start. I've been seeing this from the start culminate and get bigger and bigger. Can't wait to see where you're going. When I get some more computer skills and stuff like that, hopefully maybe I can work with you one day or something like that. Or next time we come down to New Orleans, hook up with you and go around. Yeah. You know what I mean? Just supporter, man.
Well, I'm
From
in
the
the helping
Eastern Shore.
business, bro. Get your computer together and get rolling. I'm in the helping business for sure. I think that the more people we have that actually kind of have a scientific approach to this, whether it be just from data collecting on encounters to witness questioning the right way, not just people just talking. It's done conversationally. Then we can get to the truth faster. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think we got a lot of truth right now. I think the field just needs more evidence. You know, we just need we need a hell of a lot more evidence, and that's my next task, which is to tackle the evidence. Nobody else wants to tackle it. There are people who've tried to tackle it, and they've used the old strategies, which seem to be working. You know, there's some pretty good Dogman pictures out there from the North American Dogman Project. Those guys done pretty well, but the most part, it's monetization. You know what I'm saying? It's a popular topic, so people want to monetize it. I'm not hating on them for that. Do what you do, but let's get us some evidence. You know what I'm saying?
And one last thing. One last thing that not a lot of people don't be giving you enough credit for. That I'm gonna give you your flowers right now since I'm on the phone with y'all. I meant to have been telling you this, because I am so glad that we got more brothers in this right now, because this space was missing a lot of brothers that needed to be heard and need to be said. Because even with everything that we, not trying to make it a black and white thing, listeners, none of that stuff. I'm just saying, a lot of us have also seen these things, but in our culture, it's very taboo to speak about these things, especially if you come from the hood or you come from the streets or whatever, and you see certain things, you get ridiculed for these things. So for this brother to be putting this stuff out and also bringing people together like Sean and people from all walks of life that just have this fascination and this correlating these things together and having these experiences together and able to talk to each other. It's actually bringing multiple races together all around the world, and anything that can bring us together I think is a win for the world. Anything that we can share to come together more and fucking beat these globalistic motherfuckers, excuse my language, you know what I mean, that always try to pit us together against things, you know what I mean, for this and that, so that they can, you know what I mean, profit off of our problems. It's a great thing. So shout out to everybody, man. I love you all.
Nah, man, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for giving my flowers, because I really appreciate it. And you're right. The globalists are using tactics to turn race against race, mother against father, son against daughter. Like, it's insane what they're doing. But I don't think they're going to win. From what I'm seeing, they're in the process of getting their asses kicked. They're in the process of getting their asses kicked for real.
Look, I had a realization about this. Like, I had a realization about this like a minute ago actually, but it's really coming into fruition now. I was like people. I understand that a lot of people are Christians and things like that, and I say I'm everything because our people created everything. So you know what I mean. I'm into a lot of different spiritualities and stuff like that. I don't tap into certain things, of course. You know what I mean. I'm not doing a Ouija board, nothing like that. But I keep it light. You know what I mean. But I'm very, very much involved. So if you want to think like a god, you have to think like a god, and you can't think like a human. So anything that happens, whether it's good, bad, losing people, gaining people, anything that we go through, it's a deeper experience. It's a deeper meaning to it. It might seem bad to us, but we're thinking selfish. We're thinking as a human. Just because you lost your mother, you don't know that might have been the fire that you needed to gain something bigger inside of your life, that you're going to help another 100,000 people or whatever. You don't know. So just because it looks like they're winning doesn't mean that they're winning. They showed it inside of the show with Loki, the Loki show, how there's timelines and how things break off the timelines and stuff. But the guy at the end of the show, he was like, the timeline ain't break off. I made the timeline break off. I wanted y'all to do this because this is all part of the plan. So this is all part of God's plan, and they will not win. It's all part of God's plan.
I'm 100%
Anything
with
that
you,
they
brother.
try to do will fail. It's all a part. We see it right now. They're trying to do it with the Jabbington, and we see now people are coming together more than ever. So, hey.
Man, I appreciate the call, bro. Anytime you want to call back in and just chop it up, call in, bro. I really enjoyed talking to you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Love you, man.
All right, later.
Peace.
Man. And so, let me hold on before somebody else call in so I can say this. How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? Give me a second, guys. All right. I'm going to open the lines back up in a second. I want to say this real quick. So, the reason why I was able to get up to speed so quickly on Dogman and Cryptis and everything is not because of how smart I am. It's because how intelligent you guys are and how much knowledge you guys possess when it comes to this. And that's how I was able to get up to speed. It's because the audiences are so well versed and so knowledgeable about things. It's sad to a certain extent because, like I alluded to earlier, a lot of us are black sheeps and misfits, but the tide is shifting to where the black sheeps and the misfits are now proven to be right when it comes to a lot of stuff. You know, if you're anyone that can't look back 24 months and say, holy shit, 24 months ago, I never thought I would have been in this type of situation, and sit there and lie to themselves right now and say, man, everything is all good. If life is like it used to be, they're a fucking idiot, man. You really, really are. Like, something wrong with you. Everything is out in the open right now, all across the board. And I believe that this topic that we're in, these platforms that we have to talk about things, as long as we talk about them intelligently, like he just did, and use the right words, we can help a whole lot of people. But you got to have a set of kahunas to do that. You know what I'm saying? You got to have a set of balls, and you got to have the ability to communicate in a manner in which it doesn't hurt the people who have their platforms that can get information out there. So I just love how intelligent you guys are, man. You guys are smart. You guys are witty. And I like the fact that the Dark Waters family is this way. Like, for example, there may be somebody out there pretending like they're from the Dark Waters family, running around starting shit, doing shit, but we just don't do that. Now, we'll bust you in your mouth once you start, but we ain't running around starting nothing. Now, you start some shit, it's going to be some shit. All right, let's get the lines back open because someone was trying to call, and we still have a solid 40 minutes left. So let's get them. They open. Call in, baby. Call in. 504-354-0143. At some point in time, I am going to memorize that number. There we go. Hey, this is Dark Waters. Who am I speaking to, and where are you calling from?
Hey, man. My name is Crush, and I'm calling from Mountain Lake Terrace, Washington.
Okay, Crush as in like crush a car, as in mountain, like the drink Crush?
Yeah. I'm nicknamed after the turtle from Finding Nemo.
Oh, my God. All right. This is about to be fun. Go ahead, Crush. What's on your mind, man?
Oh, nothing much, man. Nothing much. I just wanted to say, I found your channel through one just random pop up from that one story with the whole I shot it in the eye thing with the Dogman thing. That thing was badass on that. I've never experienced anything on that level. I've had a few paranormal things, staring down a shadow person, seeing them completely disappear on me. Because every time I've ever heard anything when it comes to ghost stuff, it's always been I blinked and it disappeared. So when I saw it, I refused to blink, and I completely saw it go slowly transparent.
Was that at your house? Where did this happen at?
That was at my dad in Fresno, California, at my dad's condo when he was up there for a little bit. I was up there with my girlfriend at the time, and I got woken up in the middle of the night, and something told me I needed to look behind me, and there was this shadow person looking like it had this square object in its hand that it kept bringing up to its face and then down to its lap. over and over again.
You and your girlfriend had been doing the do? Were y'all doing the nasty before it showed up?
No, we were just straight sleeping on
Okay.
like an air mattress in the middle of like the living room.
I'll tell you, there's been some people who, I don't know if the shadow man is a perv, but there's been, and I think in some cases, some shadow man encounters are astral projection. But there have been a couple of people I talked to who've seen that while they were doing the do, or after they got through doing the do, and it was like, okay, why would a shadow man appear then and there? And I was like, that's someone who has the ability to see you, and astral projector, they're just spying on you. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah. Yeah, but other than that, I haven't really had that many experiences on like anything.
Well, no, it's all good. You said you had paranormal stuff, so that was the only one, was that shadow person?
Well, that and like, I don't know if you'd like technically call it prosthetic, but like, not prosthetic, sorry, fucking,
Prophetic, like you knew it before it happened, precognition,
yeah, like
premonition.
Yeah, my entire life I've had like semi-prophetic dreams. Like, there's never anything of importance. Like, literally, the first time it happened was an argument between my brother and I on the way to Vegas, and we had that argument like 2 years later. It's always like random conversations that don't mean anything of like significance.
Do you ever write those dreams down?
Very rarely. Normally, I only remember them when I'm in the moment and I get hit by a giant wave of deja vu.
Yeah, that means you got something pretty powerful there. You might want to work at it. You know what I'm saying? I have the same thing. I've experienced the same thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that was. That popped up on my email. I've experienced the same thing. I worked at it, though. So now when I have one of those dreams and I wake up from that dream, I'll tell you the process I go through to memorize it. You can try it. So if you want to remember something, like in excellent detail, and I learned this working at the Department of Defense, what you do is imagine a file cabinet in your head. Like, so if you and I are talking right now, imagine a file cabinet. Imagine you opening that file cabinet, and inside that file cabinet are these manila folders. And then you, in your mind, you write on that manila folder, the tab of that folder, the key things that you need to remember. So let's say you had a dream about you were sitting in a living room full of people, and there were red cups on the table. And let's say there was a pretty girl on one side, and you started talking, and you guys had this great conversation. But then it turns out that she was with someone else, right? So if that was me,
Yeah.
I would visualize, okay, red cup, beautiful girl, with someone else, and I would talk about the color of the sofa, the color of the table. And so now I've committed, and I will close that cabinet in my mind. This is how I memorize the stories from people without writing anything down. Then I will close that cabinet in my mind, and now I'm sealing that in my mind. When I want to recall that, I can pull that right back out immediately, like literally immediately. That's how come I'm able to tell people stories without writing them down. That's how I can tell you, like Dave Schrader's Dogman encounter that he told once in 2017. I think it might have been 2016 when I was on Coast to Coast with him. I can still tell the story because while he was doing it, I was jotting it down in my brain and filing it away. That would be the way that you memorize those things. And then just be thankful for that gift, because that's a gift, bro. That really is a gift.
Yeah.
And develop it.
Yeah, ironically, I one time got robbed coast to coast. I was working as a graveyard cashier, and it happened to be on during an armed robbery.
What?
Yeah.
That's the worst mental anchor for Coast to Coast that you could ever have. So from now on, every time you think about Coast to Coast, bro, you think about getting robbed. That's insane, dude. I'm sorry that happened to you, bro. At least they didn't pull a trigger and like bust your head open. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I'm still breathing. That's all that matters.
Yeah, and it wasn't nothing but money. I'm pretty sure they told you it ain't your money. Get that motherfucking shit up. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. All they wanted was money, cigarettes. The normal.
Nah, that's funny, dude. When they had this shit was crazy. So when New Orleans was considered the Hollywood South, when they were doing all the tax credits, a partner of mine named Aaron Dirks, he got into dealing with the movie producers and shit, and he was like, "Shit, bro, they want somebody to come out here and just do a little a little skit to see if they can find somebody local. This is around Treme and all that was being produced. Somebody local just to, come and play a bad guy. And I was like, oh, I ain't doing that, and I'll come over. So we go to his house. They're filming like 2 doors up from his house. So the producer's like, hey, man, I just need you to, we're trying to get a feel from people from New Orleans. I just need you to rob this dude. And I'm like, rob him? It's like, yeah, I just need you to just simulate robbing him. I'm like, okay. I said, so you cool with me robbing the guy? He's like, yeah. I said, okay, so what a weapon? So they give me this little prop gun. And he says, okay, go. Man, I grabbed the dude by his fucking shirt, slammed his face into the wall. And I said, I started patting his shoulders. I said, listen to me, motherfucker. I said, this ain't nothing but money. Don't make me take your motherfucking life out here. Just breathe. Take it easy. And so I'm holding his face, pushing it into the wall. I'm like, just give me the motherfucking wallet. Reach back, get your wallet. And so he reached back, get his wallet. I said, now drop that bitch on the ground. And so I push him away, and I said, now walk away, motherfucker. I got the weapon. I said, walk away, walk away. And motherfuckers, I said, you're walking too motherfucking slow. You better fucking walk. And so the dude take off running, and everybody's standing there looking, and my partner Aaron's like, bruh, like, you need to act, like, for real, bro. That shit was crazy. I'm like, man, I don't be no motherfucking actor, man. This shit crazy. The producer's like, dude, this shit you just did, like, you need to be on TV. I'm like, nah, bro, I don't want to be on TV. He's like, how do you do that? I was like, well, clearly, I grew up in an area where people was being robbed all the time, man. He's like, man, we need more people like you. So I hooked him up with some guys locally, and a couple of those guys got in the movies, but they are real thugs. They like really rob people. You know what I'm saying? They stick up guys. That shit was hilarious. So anyway, that's just me telling parts of my life, man. You share with me, I'm sharing with you, baby. That's how we do it. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely. Well, keep up, man. It's awesome hearing all this shit. I definitely love everything, man.
Crush it out, Crush, baby. I love you, man.
All right, peace, bro.
All right, man. Later. That's my man, Crush. Hey, this is Dog Waters. Who am I speaking to and where you calling from? Man, where's my cigar?
My name's Casey.
Casey?
I'm calling from Middle River, Maryland.
Maryland. I saw you calling a couple of times, Casey. I'm sorry I didn't get to you, love. What's on your mind?
Oh, well, I actually am from PA. I grew up Pennsylvania Dutch, around a lot of Amish people, really, and it was very backwoods. I lived on the line, PA-Maryland line.
Okay.
And so my first experience wasn't that exciting, but the second and third one from when I lived in PA was terrifying. The first one was it was like a brownish figure, and it was higher up in the front and shorter in the back. It reminded me kind of a hyena, and it literally stepped on the road once, and then was across, it jumped from the graveyard from the right, which is odd because they always seem to be around graveyards, and bounced, touched down once on the road and then was gone. It was gone. And this was in the middle of the night, and this was up in PA. It was by Lancaster County. I'm sure you've heard of that.
What you doing out there in the middle of the night on the road? That's the first thing we got to talk about. What you doing? You couldn't been up to no good out there in the middle of the night. What you was doing, girl?
Well, actually, I was going to the store. It takes a half an hour to get to a store, and in any which way. Any way you travel out there, it's forever to get to a store.
So you in the middle of nowhere for real. Okay, all right.
Oh, yeah. It was called Delta, PA, and it is, oh, my God, it's in the middle of nowhere, but it was beautiful. And so that freaked me out. But I was like, whatever, I was seeing things. Maybe it was a deer, but I know it wasn't, But I didn't know what Dogman was back then. So the second one, my second encounter, I was with my mother and my twin sister. My little sister wasn't, she was born. She was about 5. And then, so it was me, my twin, my little sister, my best friend, Jess. We were all inside, and my mom and her friend were outside. My mom was hanging up, she was taking down laundry off the laundry line. And she came running inside, and she was like, girls, shut and lock the windows right now. And we're like, okay, what's wrong? And she's like, just do what I say. And I was like, okay. So me and my sister and my friend, we're running around, and we're shutting the living room windows. We shut the sliding glass door in the kitchen. And in the other bedrooms, we got to the last bedroom, and there was a window fan in because it was summer, and we didn't have AC. We couldn't afford it back then. So we had the window fan in, and we pulled it out real quick. And as soon as my twin sister pulled it out, oh God, this gives me, I'm sorry, this gives me chills thinking about it. There was this large, dark creature. I'm sorry, give me, and you could see its snout, and it was swaying side to side, like trying to look at us, and we freaked out. My sister slammed the window. I don't know how she even had the balls to do that. I guess she realized that, like, if I don't shut this window, it's going to come through at us. And my fiance now, he actually told me that, I don't remember this, but he said that I went to him and was like, I know it wasn't a Bigfoot because it had, well, I don't use the word jowls. I said snout. I said he had a snout and he had ears. And he didn't look aggressive. His teeth weren't out, but he was a dark color. And he was like, it's hard to explain, but I'm sure, I don't know if you can picture it, but he was like going from left to right in a slow swaying motion. Like, it was very creepy. I don't know why he was doing that. Maybe he was trying to look at us. That's what it looked like, because he was kind of like bobbing his head too a little bit. If that makes sense. Like, you know what I mean?
Makes
Like
a lot of
hitting his
sense.
head. Yeah. And so we slammed the window, and we all went into the room, and Mom grabbed all the knives that she could, and we sat back to back to back in a circle with knives in our hands, shaking and crying all night long, no lie. And then the third one, it's going to make me upset too because I forgot about it. This all happened in Delta, yeah. This was all my first 3 encounters. I forgot about this. My little sister, I guess my memory, my brain suppressed it as like a self-defense mechanism. That's the only thing I can think of. And my little sister was here the other day, and she said, Casey, do you remember when there was dark figures bouncing, like jumping from we had 3 large, I'm sorry, let me backtrack. We had like, my mom's house, the layout, it was all woods and like a silverite behind the house, if you're facing the house. And then across the street, in front of the house was all woods. And then, like the whole way down, up and down that road was like pure woods, except for some cornfields sporadically, like spread out throughout Delta in that area. My whole family lived in that area. Anyway, where was I? Okay, so we were outside, and we had 3 huge maple trees out front. And the 2 first ones they're very full, and the third one was a different kind of tree. It wasn't maple, but it was like more thinned out than the maple, okay? And so there was, what I remember is like, I didn't remember all of it. I just remember there was these dark figures that were, they had like, I thought they were like men in black hoodies, and that's all I could remember at the time. When my little sister brought it up, that it like made my stomach drop, and it gave me like chills, like the whole way from the top of my head to my feet. And I'm like, oh my God, Katrina, I forgot about that. And she's like, yeah, they were bouncing, like they were not bouncing, they were jumping from the left tree. We had 3 in a row, from the first one to the second one without hitting the ground to the third one. But this is how it went. I was talking to my mom 2 days ago, and she said, Casey, and she didn't know my little sister told me this. She's like, do you remember when we were outside and there was 3 dark figures that looked like dogs with dog heads jumping up and down these limbs? They were skipping limbs. It was crazy. They were going up the tree, down the tree, up, like straight up and down, not from side to side. It was like, you know what I mean? Like, they were like skipping limbs. Are you there, hon?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm definitely here. I'm listening.
Okay. So they were like skipping limbs, and okay. So there's 3. The first one was stayed up kind of in the middle of the tree. I know. They were jumping like a good. Okay, so the ground to the first branch, which was a big branch, would have been a good 10 feet. Okay. Yeah, around 9 to 10 feet, because I couldn't even reach it. I couldn't even reach it standing as an adult with my hands up. And they weren't even using their hands to jump up, that I noticed, unless they were moving that fast. I didn't see it. But from what I could tell, they were just jumping up, straight up into the tree. And then they would jump up another 2 limbs and then back down, and then that was the second one, and then he went back up. The third one stayed in the first tree, jumped over to the second, didn't really hang out in the second, and he was more like of a reddish tint, a brownish red, and he went to the third more thinned out one and like stayed in that one. But the first 2 were the ones that were bouncing up and down. The third one was kind of like just going back and forth between trees. But there was only 2 that touched the ground and then went back up. And it freaked me the hell out. And I just couldn't believe that I didn't remember it at all. And it was just creepy. And then
your mom had to say something for you to remember it.
Yeah, my mom had to actually say something. She said that I told her, I said, Mom, and I grabbed her arm, she said, and I squeezed really hard, and I didn't remember any of this till she told me. And then it all came flooding in, like it was like floodgates were opened, and all my memories came flooding back, and it was overwhelming. I started crying. I wasn't bawling, but I was crying. Like, Chris, oh my God, that's my fiance's name, Chris. I was like, holy shit. Like, I can't believe I forgot all that. And Mom told me, and I remembered. It was like, bam, it was there, you know? And it was freaking me because I would say it's Sasquatch, but I just don't see a Sasquatch being able to jump like that. And they had ears, you know, and had snouts. And in my mind, as a child, I was about 11, 12. It was around late summer, early fall, I believe, because I think the trees were starting to change. So it'd probably be around this time, maybe a little earlier, because it's still warm out. And so all that happened, and oh, okay. So my mom said, "I'm sorry, I jump all over the place. I'm trying to get on track."
I'm following you. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm very good at listening. I'm
okay.
following everything you're saying. Go ahead.
Great. That's good. So she said, I grabbed her arm, and I was like, Mom, this is getting scary. We need to get inside now. That's what she said that I told her. And I actually remember her saying that to her, and I didn't remember at all. Excuse me. And what's also weird is I was listening to an encounter the other night by some girl that was narrating it. It was just a random person like narrating someone else's story. That's why I like your format and how you do it, because you actually you do your vetting, and you know what I mean, you do all your background checks, and you know, you talk to your people thoroughly, and that's what I appreciate about you, because a lot of people just get the story and they just like repeat it, you know, and that's what I really appreciate about you. But what I was getting at is what was I just saying? Crap, I'm sorry.
You were saying that you were listening to her story, the narration, and did it jog something in your memory?
Yeah, yeah. She was saying, oh, yes, that's what it was. That, like, somebody was saying how they kept finding dead animals around the house and all that. Well, we constantly found, we were finding, like, bones, dead animals, like, mutilated animals.
Scratch marks in trees.
Scratch marks in the tree. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. My mom and me and my twin sister were, like, walking out, back, there was like the cornfield right behind our house. And if you went to the right, farther back, there was like a bunch of woods. And we were going sledding because there was this perfect hill back there. And we were walking back, and my mom stopped like dead in her tracks. And she's like, "Girls, do you see the scratch marks in the tree?" And she thought it was Bigfoot. And it couldn't have been a bear because it was at least 8 foot off the ground, probably higher. And it was about 4, that I remember, deep, deep, deep scratches. And in my yard, we have the same thing, and I'll get to that as soon as I can because I wanted to make this fast. Because I think you said you have 40 minutes left, right, hon? Well, now it's probably like 30 or less.
Take your time. I ain't got nothing to do. I got another cigar. Take your time. Don't rush.
Okay. So my mom, she's always been into. She reads tarot cards, and she actually listens to me and all that, and I appreciate it because honey, can you get Karma? I'm sorry. Sorry, my daughter started crying. Her name's Karma. She's awesome. But anyway, so my mom, she always listened, and she was always into like the paranormal and all that. My dad is a firefighter. He's an EMT. He drives the milk trucks for my cousin Myron. They own like a big, dairy farm. And I remember this one time, like if I talked to my dad, what I was getting at with my dad is he wouldn't listen. He would laugh it off and say, "Girl, you need to stop watching so much sci-fi or something like that," you know. Which is, you know, fine. My dad don't believe, but my dad probably never had an experience, even though I find that hard to believe because he's EMT, but maybe, and he's always on the road. But you never know. He's also a trucker for our cousin Myron. But to bring up our cousin Myron, he owns a huge dairy farm, and it's the second largest dairy farm on the East Coast. And so one time we were four-wheeling in the back in trails behind our farm, well, my cousin's farm. And it was like, there are 3 houses up from my dad's. And my dad and all of them, they live right around the corner from my mom. My whole family lives right there in Delta, PA. And if anybody wants to look it up, it's like Slab Road and East McKinley Road. I don't live there anymore, so it don't matter. And like that area is crazy. It has lots of history with dark magic, witchcraft.
Found a horn skull.
Oh, yes, they've actually found a horned skull. Down
They found
there by the
a what?
river.
A horned skull.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a true horn skull.
Yeah, like a real horn skull. And it was bone, all bone, and probably cartilage, I'm guessing, because...
No, just bone.
Just bone? Oh, it was all bone. And it was in the newspaper. It was in the Delta Star, right, Chris?
Yep.
Yeah, or the York Daily Record, one or two.
You can look it up, the horn skull.
Yeah, if you look it up, it's under the horned skull in Susquehanna Valley.
Mm-hmm.
And because we grew up right on the Susquehanna River, and there's lots of Indian settlements there. If you go down there, you can dig up like arrowheads everywhere. And I'm also Shawnee Indian and Crow Indian, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I feel like I can pick out or sense when dogmen or other entities or bad energies are near. I can read people very easily, like good intentions, bad intentions, how like what energies they're putting off. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but it's I've never been like really like tutored or even taught about what I am. Like I've always felt my whole life I am something. I just don't know what. And so I do feel like I have the ability to at least sense when I'm close to something like a dogman. And my whole life I've loved and been obsessed with wolves. I don't know why. I just am. Maybe because they're beautiful, or maybe, I don't know. I just feel like I have some kind of weird connection to dogmen. I know it sounds crazy, but so after I moved out, I'm trying to think. I don't think there's anything else about Delta that, I mean, we found a car upside down in the middle of the woods. That was weird. I don't know how it got there, but it was rusted. It was an old Chevy Bel Air, right? Mm-hmm. Isn't that who it's made by, Chris? Yeah. And so we found that upside down, me and my twin, and it had a huge tree growing right in the middle of it. It was weird. But that was right by the scratch marks too, which is weird. But okay, so I moved down here out of PA, down the Middle River, Maryland, right by Lockheed Martin Air Force Base, and that's supposed to be a very sketchy, secretive Air Force base that I've heard of. Lockheed Martin is like another Area 51, from what I hear. Don't know if that's true, but, you know, take that with a grain of salt, you know. But, so I get down here, and everything's was good for a couple of years. I saw some, like, kept feeling weird energies, blah, 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 blah. And so I would say about the beginning of the summer this year, just this year, I told my fiance that I know that what I saw when I was younger and when I was little and when I was in the teenage years, that it was a dog man without a doubt, all 3 times.
The same railroad tracks connect to Delta.
Oh, yes. And down here, the same railroad tracks, just keep this in mind, that run from Monpaw, Monpaw Railroad, is the same ones that run right by our house, right down close to our house down here. And I went down this road called Race Road in Middle River, and I started videotaping it. I felt like I was being watched, like tremendously, like lots and lots of eyes were on me, and I started recording, and I saw something furry. And I told Chris, I said, Chris, what is that? And his crazy ass went over the guardrail, and we live not that far from Baltimore City, which blows my mind by how many there are. Okay, so he walks over the guardrail, walks down in, but he tries to like loop around to get him to move. And I start hearing growl. Oh yeah,
Chris, you tripping,
growling.
dog?
I know he's not in here right now. He said you're tripping, Chris.
Yeah, you tripping hard, Chris.
You started laughing. And I was like, Chris. I was like, if you want, I'll send you the video. I was like, wait, Chris, wait. Because I saw him growling. You could start to see him growl, and the sun was hitting their eyes just right to where it was actually making them glow. And some of the eyes weren't glowing. What's weird to me is I look for eyes and I look for ears. Yeah, I have a video. I'll send it to you. The one's 16 minutes long, and I have a screen recording where it's slowed down and zoomed in where you can actually see him. I can outline too if you want. But
love to see it.
Yes, I will send you everything I have if you want. All the good things anyway. I'll make sure I edit it, or at least I can send you the whole full version unedited so you can see that.
Yeah, send me an unedited version so I can take a look at it.
Right, because that's the best thing to do, you know. So I always look for big eyes with big pupils, and usually they're like a whitish yellow eye with like a black or a dark brown pupil that's round, or a slit like a reptilian. And what's weird is I've been finding a lot of the reptilian style pupils, but that's what I look for because they're huge. Usually their eyes are big, and they, for some reason, I think I found a weakness of theirs. They can't keep their eyes off of you. If that makes sense, if you look for them, they can't keep their eyes off of you.
Circling around behind you.
Yeah, usually if they have somebody out in front, like kind of out in the front, they're usually trying, I think they're trying to get your attention on that so they can circle behind you or like flank you, you know?
Absolutely.
Yes. Exactly. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. And so on that video, I have a video of, I think it was about at least 3 of them, and the one started growling, and his teeth were huge. And my profile picture on YouTube, actually, it's called Dwaylo the Watchers. If you click on my profile, it's a weird filter, but it's colorful. And you can see, if you look on the left-hand side, upper left, there's like there's the pupil. It's a reptilian pupil, and it's the profile of the Dogman face, and he's growling, so his lips are curled up, and his nose is actually curled up too some. And and his teeth are like so pointed, and they're coming down, straight down, and his ears are back. But when I pan the camera, this isn't in the picture, you can see his actual butt, because they have like human butts, kind of, but they're fur, they have hair or fur, whatever you want to call it, like the whole way back, but it thins out back there. It's just more thick around like their ears and like, you know what I mean, what you would call a mane, I guess. And then it gets thinner down around the navel and all that, and a little bit thicker around the genitalia and whatnot. But I got some really good pictures out of my videos the other day, and I found this Dogman that had like whitish wavy hair that was longer, and he sticks out like a sore thumb, and so does this other gray one. It was crazy. I can't believe I even caught him, and I don't even know how to get him out there so people can see him. Because I'm not trying to make money off of them. I just want people to see this stuff. Because there's not very many good Dogman pictures. And I'm not trying to be like, oh, my pictures are the best. Because they're not. I mean, a lot of them are blurry. But I got a couple very, very good ones that I'm very proud of. And what I do is I'll go through videos, my own video, or other people's. I'll ask them first. Like, would you like me to go through your videos? And like, you know, if I catch something, enhance it. And they're like, oh, of course. So I'll go through videos and push play, pause, and till I find something. So I'm very into editing and drawing out, not really editing as much as taking up and down the brightness and contrast, and just getting that image that creature to where you can see. I want the face of the monster, is what I'm saying. Like, did you ever see that video? And everybody said it was Bigfoot, and it was just, all you could see was two glowing eyes. For one, that's my number one clue right there that it wasn't Bigfoot, because it had yellow eye shine.
You talking about the trail cam? Is it a video with the trail camera video? Is it a video or a picture?
It's a video, and it's in the window, and it's.
Oh yeah. I saw that one. Yeah, I saw that.
Yes, I actually enhanced it, and you can see the face, the ears, the fangs, the nose, and the eyes.
You gotta send that to me, and I want to send you this photo that Carrie caught, and let you play around with it, a one-eye Willie, which we call it, and see what you can pop out of that, and see if you can mess with that and see something.
Oh yeah, I'm good at it, and I'll take my time, and I will not stop till I perfect it. Ask Chris; he knows. I spend hours, and I love it though. It's not like it's work to me. I love it. Any pictures that you enhance, even if it's just eye sign and pitch blackness, I will at least get a shape out of it, because at the very least, because I just want to bring that face of the monsters out, so people can see what it actually is. I don't think they're true monsters, but I mean, who knows? I think that if they wanted to, I know if they wanted to kill us, they could, in a heartbeat. I mean, they're super fast. I'm not saying they're super friendly, and we should try to befriend them, but I don't see anything wrong with. I think you should respect them. I think that you shouldn't dump in their living areas, and I think that if you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. And lately, since I went there, we walked all through the woods before I even knew that it was anything. I found a bunch of structures that were dens. I mean, not dens. They were like domes. They were domes, and they were vines or thick vines and sticks that were bent into shapes of a dome, okay, with like leaves and all kinds of debris over it. And I caught a picture of a juvenile on its back with his head tilted, clear as day, and you could see his long ass claws on each finger. I think 4 of them at least, right? Or all 5, Chris?
I think it was like 3 or 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4 of them. And what's crazy is, if you know about wild cats, a wild cat's eyes will dilate, right, Chris? They dilate right before they attack you. Now, on this video, I have screenshots, or the video you can watch in slow motion. I would slow it down. I highly recommend slowing it down, actually, as much as you possibly can. Even lower than 0.5 if it's possible, because you can see his eyes dilate. Like if I wasn't going to move, he was going to attack me. His eyes dilated. And
wow.
I didn't even see him. There are masters at disguise. So that's why I do the play pause, and then do the contrast and and then darken it or brighten it, because half time you can't see them until you do that, because they will blend in with trees. They know how to stay in the shadows. They know how to move when you move, so that you can't see them. So like, say you're making a noise, they'll make a noise or move right when you do, so that they can move right with the wind, right with how the leaves are blowing, everything. They know how. I mean, it's their home. They know those woods like the back of their hands. They know their woods like we know our homes. You know what I'm saying? And they know how to move with nature, so that we can't see them, or people call you crazy. Oh, that's a pareidolia. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh yes, and yeah. So they know how. Not just that, but they know how to work with their environment. And also, did you know that buffalo is the only animal on this world, except for dogmen, that their fur absorbs light? Okay, so therefore their fur has nothing to reflect off of. Does that make sense? Like, so it makes it a lot harder to capture a picture of them. Did you ever hear that?
You talking about buffalo, or we talking about dogman? Because I know it's hard to capture dogman because of the way their skin, their fur absorbs light. It's ridiculous what they do.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I was saying that buffalo do that, too. That's the only animal besides dogmen that can do that. Yeah.
I definitely know they absorb light. I've talked to witnesses who've seen them in broad daylight, and like, it was like the fur was blacker than black. Like, it was just crazy how black that fur was.
Yeah. And what's weird is, like, you can see the fur, but if you don't catch them at the right exact spot, it's, like, hard to see them, especially if they're brown. Because if you think about it, if the sun don't have anything to reflect off of, it's going to be very matte or flat color. So they can blend in just like a shadow. You're not going to see no sheen to that fur. So they could look just like a shadow, and most of the time they do. And so what I was getting at is, okay, so we're down here, and we go back through these woods, and I have 16 minutes of us just walking through their den. You see domes, you see blinds that they've made, you see bamboo fences that they've actually made themselves. They're actually very crafty and creative when it comes to the woods and their surroundings. You should what? No, I have the whole video. I'm gonna send it to them. So we went through there. Didn't realize they were back there at that time. We just figured that we hopefully we'll find some like footprints or get some. I mean, seriously, I went back there with the intentions of like finding a dogman, not even Bigfoot, because I heard that Maryland is territory for dogmen, and the way I found that out is the history of Maryland. It goes back to the PA, Pennsylvania Dutch, and Maryland, okay? So Maryland, besides Michigan and Louisiana and, Kentucky, I think Louisiana is like the rougarou or rougarou. La is for French, right?
Right, yeah.
Is that, yes. And I've heard that if you speak French, they will actually respond to you. I don't know French from a hole in the ground.
Nah, I don't know about that one. I ain't trying to speak no French to the rougarou. All I want to do is get up out their way.
Right? You ain't kidding. I don't think there's any way in hell I want to be like, oui, monsieur, or whatever.
Yeah,
I can't.
no,
I'm not even
keep
try.
they can keep that.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. And okay, so oh yes, so Maryland is the one state besides Louisiana and Michigan,
Kentucky, LBL.
and Kentucky. Well, LBL is land between the lakes. But anyway, Maryland has a name for them that the Pennsylvania Dutch made, and it's called Dwayo. It's Dwayyo. Have you ever heard of that?
No, I haven't heard of that. And that's their name for Dogman?
Yep. And it's Dwayo, and that's my name on YouTube. And that's why, because it's Dwayo, and they also call them the Watchers. And Dwayo is the name for dogmen in Maryland. And the Pennsylvania Dutch made it, and because they were fighting, I don't know why exactly, but they were fighting what they call snallygaster. And have you ever heard of that?
I haven't heard of snallygaster. No, talk to me about that. What's that?
Okay, so snallygaster is like a large bird serpent-like creature, right, Chris?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not. I don't know if it's all myth or legend, but I think there's some truth to every legend.
Is it documented anywhere? Did they talk about it in writing anywhere?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, in the papers, yep, back in the day. I don't know exactly when, but I'll have to. Yes, and if you do, let me know, please, because I'm very interested. But, the Dwayo were infamous for fighting the snallygaster. And the snallygaster, I guess, were harmful to the people. And I also heard that the government said, I think Jeffrey, your friend Jeff, what's his last name? What is it? Nadolny? Yeah, I don't know if I said that right. He was saying how, what was that, Chris? That the government said you might be scared of dogmen, but if you knew what the dogmen were protecting you from, you'd be damn happy they were out there, or something along those lines. Have you heard that before?
Nope, not at all. When did the government say that? Was that back in the day, or was that lately? In current times.
It was like recent. I don't know if they actually said it. Okay, I didn't hear the government say it. I don't have a source for it. It's just hearsay. You know what I mean? It's like he said, she said kind of thing. But I heard it on, I'm pretty sure it was his channel, and if it's not, I deeply apologize. But I'm pretty sure it was his channel. It was his one. I think it was Victor that he was talking to for a while there, and his name turned out to be, I can't remember. I'm sorry, but anyway, they said if you really knew what was out there, you'd be happy the Dogmen were killing them or taking care of them for you. But I've been listening to a lot of encounters, and I also have a feeling that it might be what they call the mantis being. It's like a translucent, see-through kind of being that has like a triangle head, and it has like a weird high-pitched scream too, but not like the Dogman. It's more like of a frequency that pisses the Dogman off. But supposedly, these I don't know what you want to call them. Let's just say for lack of a better word, mantis being, they are the ones that are mutilating the cattle and the livestock, and not the Dogmen. But
I'm familiar with Triangle Head for sure.
Triangle Head, yes. What is Triangle Head?
I didn't know if they called it. I don't know if that's what they're calling the mantis being. For mantis beings, to me, every time I've ever heard of a mantis being, it's been a interdimensional being that people encountered when they were on DMT or those type of drugs. So I'm not sure, and so I'm not sure if we're talking about the same. I'm not sure if there's a correlation, but when people start talking about the mantis being, you're talking about interdimensional beings that are outside of our time-space continuum. That once you get to tripping on DMT, and I forgot the other one, ashwagandha, whatever it's called, that people encounter these beings. So it could. That's my knowledge of the mantis beings. Now, the triangle head, I haven't figured out what it is because I haven't had enough encounters. I only had about 2 that I can tell. Maybe I might have told all 3, but I haven't had enough data points on that. That's why I haven't gone into it. But what I will say about my research and what I've talked to about Triangle Head is that they're literally inside of Dogman territories. Period. Hands down. Yeah. These are all Dogman territories. So you might be hitting on something because names and the way people kind of describe things are significant. So I came up with Triangle Head because that's what they described it as. Triangle Head, metallic looking skin. And you start talking about translucent, metallic-looking skin, long tail, super big claws, and scary as all outdoors. So I don't know.
And weird teeth, and they say their elbows and like knees kind of stick up higher than the torso, and they walk on all fours.
I don't know who you've been talking to because you kind of hit the nail on the head with a bunch of stuff.
Really? Well, it's just from different encounters. I'm like literally obsessed with Dogmen, and I don't want to say it like that, but I'm just very fascinated, which I would say. And I like to do my research and not just assume. I like to get my facts straight. And what I'm saying is, what I've heard from different encounters, I'm just piecing them different encounters together. And you know what I mean? I take notes mentally. I'm just good at remembering it if I'm into it. And their elbows and their knees stick up higher than their torso. Their torso kind of like sits down in some, and they walk around like a spider kind of, from what I heard. Nah. I think they have more than 4 legs. What do you know? Do you know if they have more than 4 legs?
We're not talking about the same thing. No, we're not talking about the same thing. This is what's been described to me.
They might not. I'm just guessing. I'm just saying the way they explained it sounded like they had more than 4 legs. Maybe not. I'm just saying like. But they did say that when they walk, their knees and elbows are higher than their torso, and they kind of remind them of a spider the way they walk. And their skin is almost so white and shiny that it's translucent, and their blood is like, what did they say, Chris? No, it's not green. It's like black. It was black.
That sounds like some old alien shit off the movies. So the thing that I'm talking about is it's black. It's black metallic skin that's kind of gives off this translucent shine to it. It's massive, like huge, and it's fast, extremely fast. And the thing is, it hadn't attacked anyone. That's why I was trying to figure out, what's the purpose of it is. It hasn't,
Right.
that I know of, it hasn't attacked any of the witnesses. But I tell you what, darling, we are 10 minutes over time. This is what I want to do. I have a number on you. I want to reach out to you and call you, and I'll chat it up with the two of you guys tomorrow, because we're going to compare notes on some things. And I want you to take a look at this picture, and I want you to shoot me over whatever video you have so we can take a look at it. Have you guys joined Dogman Cams yet? Because you guys will be some good assets over there to look at those cameras, because you probably get all the evidence you could ever want.
I would love that. So Dogman Cams, I checked it out. So wait, hold on. How do you just subscribe to the channel on YouTube?
You go to the website, dogmancams.com, and become a member. And then as soon as you become a member, you get email passcodes and everything else to where you can access the cameras.
I would love that. And how much money does it cost, honey?
It's like $6 a month. It's not super expensive.
It's not bad. And I want to tell you then, too, about the footprints and the handprints I've been catching out back and all that. It's just, and my father-in-law seeing eyes outside the window in the living room. It's just been crazy.
Definitely talk about that tomorrow, love, because we are out of time.
Okay.
I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, thank you for talking to me. And send me that picture tonight if you can.
I will,
I'll send you a video. Okay.
Sounds good.
You.
All right, bye. Another great episode of Talking Dogman. And that's what happens when you guys get a chance to talk. All kinds of stuff comes out. I love it, man. Guys, we are out of here. That's it for the day. If y'all want me to come back tomorrow night, I can come back tomorrow night. You know what I'm saying? I'll come back tomorrow night for y'all. I love y'all. If y'all want me to come back, if y'all liking it, I'll come back. But I gotta get this content made for y'all for the weekend, so let's get it.
On the top floor in the buildings, the skyscraper. Feeling like I'm Kobe, LeBron for the Lakers. Feeling like I'm Idris, Paul Walker, Taker. New Rollie, no diamonds in it. New Porsche, all dimes in it. I'm infatuated with fine women. Corona extra with the lime in it, just a taste of Henny. Used to be a penny pincher, now I'm in plenty business. Grind hard, nigga, on guard. Grind hard, nigga, on guard. Yeah. Was trying to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and vomit nose.
Anything is possible.
Hey, I grind to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Yeah. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and vomit nose. Anything is possible. I lean with it, I rock with it. Locks under my socks fitted. Tahoe with the black tint. Houston girl, heavy accent, but my whole swag is magic. High five, fantastic. Make the money stretch like elastics. Making moves that you couldn't imagine. Eating, still watching my calories. Just to pull in that big boy salary. It's just the way that it has to be. I'm a bad boy, Mike Lowry. While I'm sipping this Henny. And all of my niggas is with me. Yeah, grind hard, nigga, on guard. Grind hard, nigga, on guard. Yeah. Trying to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Hey. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and vomit nose. Anything is possible. Hey, I grind to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Yeah. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and vomit nose. Anything is possible.
Don't forget, Occupy Halloween starts Saturday night. Saturday at 12 noon, baby. Be there, be square. I might get into the Giants, man. I think we should hit that Giants shit, too. Might go back and hit that Giants. Yeah, we might hit that. Peace out.
Hey, run it, run. No, hey. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do for you. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line.
Ever since I had my encounter with this creature, it's like I've been invited into another world. Now listen, I was born and raised in Houston. Far north is what we call my hood. Violent, crime-filled, high drama, standard hood shit. And I want to be clear with you. I had no idea that these things existed. And because I had no idea that they existed, I broke every unwritten rule about engaging them. Now, you may be sitting here listening to the story asking yourself, okay, so how did you end up in a situation where you were around these creatures? And the truth of the matter is this: it was all about the money. It really was. It wasn't until way later that I found out that people had a fascination with werewolves. Understand, the hood where I grew up at, you watch horror movies, but shit's scary enough. Going out your front door, you could get shot. Going to the grocery store, you can get robbed. Going to your car, you could get carjacked. So I had absolutely no leaning towards horror, the paranormal, none of that foolishness. I was just trying to live my life, and I needed a little bit of extra bread. And then comes along my homie Bug. Now listen to this. I get a phone call. Ring, ring. It's Bug. And let me tell you a little bit about Bug. Bug is a hustler extraordinaire. He's one of those guys. He was selling dope when we were sophomores in high school. Been dating the same girl, Kizzy, since we were sophomores in high school. And Bug and Kizzy have a complicated relationship, mainly because Kizzy is extremely violent. Now, if you're from the hood, you done encountered violent women in the hood before. Type of chick that'll black your eye, then call the police. That's the type of chick Kizzy is. And she's been that way since we was 14, 15 years old. Fast forward. Bug calls me, he says, listen, man, I gotta take Kizzy out of town. She wanna go to Jamaica, and I need you to hold down one of my spots for me. Now, I'm thinking he talking about a drug spot, trap house. But no, I didn't know Bug had graduated, stepped up to the big boy games. He was on some whole other stuff. So he swings by my crib, pulls up in a blacked out Jeep Tahoe, and this dude gets out the driver's side of the car. And I'm not talking about a regular looking dude. I'm talking about one of the military looking white boys with them box heads. He gets out and stands next to the vehicle, then Bug gets out. Now pause right here and let me say this. First of all, the blacked out Tahoe riding through the hood. Then the first person jumping out of the Tahoe is old Marine looking white boy. I'm talking about a chiseled chin, steel eating looking white boy. It's some shit about to go down. So now Bug is getting out of the car. As he's getting out, all my people are starting to come in this direction because everybody trying to figure out what the hell is going down. However, once people start to realize it's just Bug, everything calms down. We go inside. He says, look, man, I'm going to break it down for you. I got this new hustle that I'm on. He says, I'm not moving no weight. I'm not doing none of that, man. I'm a facilitator. I'm looking at him. He's looking at me. And I understand what the word facilitate means, but I don't know what being a facilitator means. What are you facilitating, Bug? That's when he goes on this tirade, talking about Halliburton, Pfizer, Lockheed Martin. He said, you know what all those companies got in common? And I'm like, no. He says they all make money off the dope game. We the only fools out here on the corner, on the block, getting shot up over dope. But they all make money off the dope game, and ain't none of them white folks getting shot. So this is what I'm doing now. I'm a facilitator. He goes on to explain to me that he set up certain properties around the country where he flow of contraband and illegal items. To me, it sounded like he was still pushing dope, but he goes a little bit deeper. He says, man, I don't have nothing. All I have is cabins in the woods, cabins on farms, where people come by and I facilitate a rest stop for them. While they're driving along from point A to point B, they can stop, spend the night with me, and I guarantee their load and their safety. So now I'm sitting there listening to it, and I ain't gonna lie to you, it sounds like a cool hustle. But I gotta run some questions by him. I'm like, look, Bug, I understand what you're saying. You facilitate things for people. You make sure everything is safe. Kind of like a concierge, right? He says, yeah. But my question for you, Bug, is this. How do you stop somebody just from rolling up, whacking everybody, and taking whatever they got? That's when he smiles and he says, well, I'll explain that to you when you come by. I'm like, well, man, I'm not really sure if I want to be involved in this. That's when Bug says, I'll pay you $25,000, bro. All you got to do is just stay on the property for a week while me and Kizzy go to vacation. That's it. While I'm in Jamaica, you be there, answer the phone. Everything else should run smooth. My people are going to be there. So now imagine a scene. I'm sitting there on my sofa looking around. And I don't know if you know this. Being a dope boy is nothing like what you see on TV. It's not glitz and glamour. It's not no damn rap video. It's a trap house. This was the trap house I was in, and it was sloppy and messy. Now, my crib, it was okay. Now, at the end of the day, the average dope boy like me, I make about $50,000, $60,000 a year. I'm telling you. And I don't have a problem admitting it to you. I'm average at this. Now, you add in the cost of business, right? Getting picked up, bonding yourself out, bailing and bonding your other people's out. Man, it comes down to like $30,000 a year. But this dude's trying to give me 25 racks for a week. So I said, listen, let me think about it a little bit, Bugs. I'll give you a call in about an hour. He hops up, gets in his car, rolls out, and I sit there, roll a blunt, smoke, and thinking, man, maybe I should just handle this, do this, get this 25 racks, and maybe he'll plug me in so I can do this more often. And see, in my mind, that's what I was more worried about. I wasn't really worried about getting that paper. I was worried about things in the long run, playing the long game. Let me get in with Bug, see what's happening, get me some money. Now, in between me getting high, I decide to play a video game, then I get hungry, bada bing, bada boom. It takes me about 4 hours before I can call Bug back and tell him yes. But I call him, I say, listen, man, I'll do it. He tells me, look, I want you to come out to this area and pause. I'm not going to disclose the exact area, but I will tell you this. It's within 200 miles of Richard, Texas. He tells me to meet him at the spot Friday morning. He's going to run everything down to me, pay me, bada bing, bada boom. Friday rolls around, I hop in the whip, head out there, pull up, skirt. And let me tell you something. When you pull up to this place, it's just a huge plot of land with a fence. Like looking at the land, looking head on, you don't really see anything but this little small shack. And by shack, I mean 10 by maybe 15 feet. Going to the gate, pull up to the shack. Bug is inside of the shack, and the grizzled chin white boy is there with him as well. Now, inside, this thing is modern. I'm talking about a high-tech security system. I'm talking about monitors on the wall, servers, the whole nine. Now, for the next couple of days, you're going to be right up in here. You're going to be checking cameras, making sure everything going smooth. My man Joseph over here is going to be with you. Looking over to his left, the big grizzled chin white boy that looked like he eats steel. Turns out his name is Joseph. Now, pause right here. Let me describe Joseph for you. 6'3", 215, all muscle. Look like he can run up a mountain and beat up a gorilla. That's what he looks like. Bug goes on to explain to me that they got 3 guests coming in. It shouldn't be a problem. Once we check them in, everything is cool. Then he goes on to tell me if something goes wrong, that Joseph and the rest of his guys will handle it. So now I'm sitting there looking around, kind of overwhelmed by the whole situation. Because you got to realize, I knew Bug was smart when we was in high school. He was like genius level smart. The kind of kid that could do homework without reading a book smart. But to sit back and see what he had built out, looking at those cameras, there were different cabins off in the woods on this property. It all started to dawn on me what this Negro was doing. He had straight up created an Airbnb for dope dealers, an Airbnb for drug smugglers and gun runners. That's what he had created. So now I'm sitting there head in hand thinking about it all. And the only thing that came to mind to ask him was like, listen, Bugs, what's the worst thing that could happen? Tell me, what could go wrong? Him and Joseph look at each other. And then he turns to me and he says, well, we really ain't had no problems because people don't know where this place is. And they don't know how to find us. I guess the worst thing that can go wrong is them damn werewolves could come back again. Pause, stop, rewind. I'm looking at him thinking to myself, did this nigga just say werewolves? And he did. He said, them werewolves could come back. So now I'm saying, Buzz, quit fucking with me, man. Ain't no such thing as werewolves. He says, nah, I'm serious. Last month we was on the backside of the property fixing some sensors, and there were some werewolves back there. Now, have you ever had a person tell you something so casually that it's kind of like nothing to it, but in your mind, it really is something to it? That's how Bug is talking. I'm looking at Joseph trying to get a read on his face, and it's just stone cold. Bug says, yeah, that's about the worst case scenario, but I don't think we're going to have no problems with that. Now, get this. 15 minutes pass. He's explaining to me how to use the whole system. He walks over to a safe, opens it up, gives me 25 racks, cash, puts it in my hand. Boom, here you go. And then he leaves me there with Joseph. Now, I don't know if you've ever been around a Marine, special operator, Secret Service, anything like that. But these guys are extremely polite, but yet firm at the same time. Joseph is referring to me as sir, but I'm younger than him, but he keeps calling me sir. And so I'm like, Joseph, so what's the first thing we do? He looks at me and says, well, what do you want to do, sir? I tell him, well, I don't know what to do, Joe. What do you think I should do? He says, well, sir, we're supposed to sit here and watch the camera, sir. Now, listen, after about 30 minutes of going back and forth with this man and him calling me, sir, I start to get a tad bit agitated, but I know ain't no way in hell I'm about to whoop his ass. So I'm not about to threaten him. So I said, listen, Joe, if we're going to work together, you can't just be calling me, sir, man. You can't be calling me, sir, man. Just respond. You don't have to do that. And his response is, yes, sir. That was Friday. Fast forward, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's all good. When I tell you there's nothing going on, you had the people check in. Everything is smooth. We ain't having no problems. This is the easiest 25 racks I done ever made in my life. And as Thursday closes in, me knowing that I only got one more day, I'm sitting here saying to myself, man, I can't believe I done made this kind of money. And this is the thing about money. Now, let me tell you something about money. If you never really had cash money in your hand, you see, you start spending money in your head before it's really yours. Yes, I had that money in my bag. I hadn't spent a dime of it, but I had already started spending that money in my mind. Like, I'm going to get this. I'm going to do this. Boom, boom, boom. I'm real excited. 48 hours, I'm out the door, right? Wrong. Fucking wrong, man. I'm talking about Dave Chappelle, wrong. Because Wednesday night, it's me and Joe. We up in there chilling, talking. I done broke the ice. We kind of laughing a little bit about things when all the cameras on the back side of the property go out at the same time. Joe looks at me. I look at him. Joe looks at me. I look at him. He gets on the radio and tells the rest of the guys to come towards the front. Pause right here. Let me say this. I had never met the other guys that were there. It was just me and Joe this entire time. So 5 minutes later, up comes two more grizzled-chinned white boys who look like they chew on steel. And this is when shit starts to go crazy. Joe walks over to a locker, grabs a handgun, hands it to me and says, look, come to the back of the property with us. Pause. Stop. I'm from the hood. I done shot people, done been shot at. I wouldn't consider myself a shooter, but I will shoot. There's a huge difference. However, the expectations laid out to me as to what I needed to do by Bug did not dictate me taking a gun and going out into the darkness, walking around on the backside of this property. There was nothing in the job description that he explained to me that signified that I needed to do this. So I tell Joe, I said, listen, Joe, I think I'm going to stay right here while you guys go check it out. They all look at each other. And then Joe looks at me and he says, well, okay, here's the scenario. Let's say all three of us go towards the back of the property and it's a setup. And while we're back there, somebody comes through the front gate. What's the first place you think they're going to stop? Right here. Who do you think they're going to kill first? You. So the way I see it is this. If you come back there with us, you're safe. If you stay right here, I can't protect you. Now, unless you're telling me that you can handle yourself well enough to defend yourself against highly trained individuals, because that's the only type of people that are going to come here, then you should come with us. But if you can handle yourself, stay here. I sit there for a second. I'm like, nah, bro, I can't handle myself like that. We about to go. Now, the four of us start the process of walking to the backside of the property. And I want to remind you the type of men that I'm with. Military type dudes. They're walking along like it's no problem. Man, we are going uphill and they just walking like it's nothing. Not breathing hard, not doing nothing. We get to this point where there's a plateau and wham, we get to the fence line where the camera go. And I need to paint a picture for you. Darkness in the building, darkness out there. So Joe starts to check the cameras, gets to the first spot. He shines his light. He says, listen, it's kind of weird. The lines haven't been cut. They've been ripped. The three of them look at each other. We move further along, which is further away. Get to the next spot where the next camera is. That camera's on the ground and crushed like a Coca-Cola can. When Joe sees that, he says, listen, guys, we're going to head back towards the front. This is not what we thought it was. I'm going to repeat that. This is not what we thought it was. But see, in my mind, I had no thoughts as to what it was. So as we're walking along, I said, Joe, well, what do you mean by this is not what we thought it was? The three of them kind of look at each other and don't say anything. I'm like, Joe, listen to me, baby. I'm going to need you to talk to me. What's going on out here? He said, well, I thought it was somebody coming to try and infiltrate the property, but it doesn't look like it. It doesn't make sense. Why would they go through all the trouble to crush your camera as opposed to just cutting the wires? This is something else going on out here. Now, mind you, I remember the fact that Bug said that there were werewolves out here, but it didn't dawn on me that this could have been a werewolf. So I'm walking and they're walking. Everything is cool. And then it goes quiet. And I'm going to try my best to describe this type of quietness to you. It's like you're walking along, you hear the crickets, you hear everything, and then everything stops. It's not like you walk into a bubble. It's like you're walking and then nature stops. That's what it seemed like. Nature decided to turn off, like somebody clicked off the switch to all the sounds of nature, and it's just dead quiet. I notice it, those guys notice it, and they start to speed up the pace of their walking. A few seconds after that, I would say about 15 seconds after that, you hear this growl, and it's not like a like this deep guttural growl. It actually sounded like a little dog growling. Truthfully, it sounded like a puppy growling. For me, it was one of those things I noticed, I heard it, but it didn't register in my mind as a threat. But to them, it registered as a threat because they start to put space in between each other. Now they're grabbing their weapons and turning the lights on the front of their weapons. And I'm saying to myself, man, y'all tripping. It's just a little dog out here, man. Let's go. Let's get back to the front. So we move about 30 more yards and then there's another growl. this growl, that wasn't no damn puppy. This sounded like a monster. I'm talking about a deep, nasty, monstrous growl like something off a freaking sci-fi movie. And I want to say this to you. I've been shot at. I've had people walk by and shoot at me. People drive by and shoot at me. I've been shot in my legs, my arms, and my back all at the same time. And the amount of fear that hit my body when I heard that growl was nothing compared to the fear and the adrenaline that runs through your body when you get shot. I need you to understand this. There is no comparison. It was two different types of fear. This fear I felt outside at night in that darkness, it was almost as if I was helpless as it descended upon me. The next thing I noticed is eyes. I'm talking about eye shine all over the place. To our left in the tree line, eye shine. To our right, there was this high grass. There was eye shine in the grass. And I'm not talking about no little bitty eyes, man. Now, take your standard smartphone that you might be holding in your hand right now, break it in half, put one to the right side, one to the left side of your face. That's how big these eyes were, all over the place. And it was in that moment right then and there that I realized why Joe and the rest of these guys were here, because none of them panicked. When I tell you they didn't panic, they were calm, they were communicating. Hey, you see that over there? Yeah, I got it over there. You see this? I got it. Okay, guys, let's start moving. Nobody shoot. Let's start moving. And so now we're picking up the pace, moving out of the area, and they start to move a little bit faster than I can move, almost leaving me behind. And one of them, I can't tell you which one of them, felt threatened because he started shooting. Now, let me tell you something. When them boys got to shooting, it sounded like 4th of July out there. Pa, 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 boom, boom, pa, 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 boom, 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 boom. The shit was crazy and insane. You know how the military movies, when people are retreating, one guy will stay stationary, and it's like they play leapfrog. Another guy runs further out, stops, starts shooting, and then other guys run past him. They start doing this shit, and I'm with Joseph. Joe runs way out and stops and says, stay right here with me. And as this is happening, I'm starting to realize, wait, eventually it's going to be our turn to be closest to what they're shooting at. And sure enough, a couple of seconds later, it was our turn to be way behind everybody else. And man, when I tell you I got a glimpse at what he was shooting at, and it looked like a freaking giant black cow. But cows don't move that fast. It's how big it was. It was as big as a cow, but there is no way that a cow could run that fast. Scared the shit out of me. And I take off running, screw the leapfrogging, the cover firing. I didn't give a damn. I'm running full speed back to that security cabin. Now listen to me when I say this to you. When I tell you I run as fast as I can and get back to the little security cabin, lock the doors, and I'm sitting there. They are outside for the next 10, 15 minutes shooting. Then all three of them come to the cabin, not breathing hard, calm as they can be, and say, okay, we need to wipe everything. It's time to go. And I'm like, what do you mean? He says, nope, we need to wipe everything. It's time to go. Two of them split off to go deal with the people who were staying there that night. And Joseph looks at me and says, come on, we're getting in the vehicle and we're going. Listen, this whole evacuation takes about 12 minutes. Joseph takes me back to where my car was parked. I get in my car and I start heading my ass home. Now listen, by Thursday, I'm back in the hood panicking. I'm still holding on to this 25 racks that Buzz gave me. I don't have no way of getting contact with Joe, so I'm just sitting there, twiddling my thumbs, playing video games, smoking weed, trying to figure out what's going to happen. Saturday rolls around. My nerves are shot. I'm talking about they completely shot. I step outside to smoke a cigarette. Here come that black Tahoe riding up the street. Bugs pulls up with all three of them guys. All three of them get out first. And I'm saying to myself, this is about to be some fucking bullshit, man. He rolls down the window. He's like, hey, man, hey, come talk to me. Listen to me. I'm trying to read Joe's face to see what type of situation I'm in. But he's got that stone cold grizzled look on his face like he don't give a damn. What happens? I walk up to the vehicle. And Bug says, yeah, man, Joe tell me shit went real bad, that them things came back, man. They had to start shooting. It went bad. And I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I was doing what you told me to do. That's when Buzz looks at me and says, man, you know how to pay that sheriff off over there and shut that spot down. But I'm about to open up another spot. I wanted to see if you wanted to invest some of the money I gave. Now, Paul, stop right here. To the non-conniving individual, an honest person, this sounds like it's a legit offer. Like, yeah, you my guy. You know about what's going on. I want you to invest the money I gave you. But to me, this was a threat. I mean, if you wanted me to invest the money, you could have just called me. You didn't have to pull up heavy with 3 military guys and pull up on a block to make a statement. See, in my mind, Bugs was telling me, give me my fucking money back. But he was allowing me to save face to seem like I was investing. So I'm like, look, Bugs, I got 22,000 of it left over. I'll give it to you. And if you need the rest, give me a couple of days, I'll get that to you. He looks at me and says, that's okay, just give me 20 and you'll hear back from me in like a week. So I go inside, get $20,000, hand him $20,000 cash. A week passes, I ain't hear shit from him. And guess what? I don't want to hear a damn thing from Bugs ever again. I don't want nothing to do with his little stupid ass Airbnbs out in the middle of the woods where monsters is. Nothing. I don't want nothing to do with it at all.
Do ghosts really exist? Are we alone? Is there life after death?
It looks like a giant ape with a man's face.
Welcome to Chasing the Truth. From the normal to the paranormal, my name's Sean Graham, and you found me on the Dark Waters radio channel via TalkStreamLive.com, which you can access with the Paranormal Radio app. So go over to your favorite smartphone app store and download that thing for free. Go over to IamDarkWaters.com and you can find all my podcasts over there. That's where I call home, at IamDarkWaters.com. Go over there and subscribe today. We are chasing the truth with a gentleman from South Africa. Today, the subject matter is cryptids. Okay? Not just the everyday story that you usually hear from all these podcasts and radio shows about paranormal cryptids. I sighted this cryptid. I sighted that cryptid. Chupacabra was in my backyard. A Bigfoot was across the creek from me. I saw a Dogman in wherever. No, this guy has a story to tell. Now, this is disclaimer. First, I had full permission from this gentleman to record our discourse. Second, I have full permission from this gentleman to share this. And third, and last but not least, I really didn't have the intentions of sharing this. And at the end of the recording of our conversation or exchange, I was still on the fence about even sharing this with anybody. But this gentleman has a fantastic story to tell, and I want to share this with you. This gentleman from South Africa claims that he was part of many hunting parties that went into various countries throughout the world, except Antarctica. That story will come out in the recording. But he went out and hunted these cryptids, Dogmen, Sasquatch, and various other cryptids, creatures, for the bounty on their heads. That's how he made his living. Now, he's retired from this profession, but he and I got together and started talking over Skype, and the next thing I knew, I was knee-deep into a wild story that obviously is going to be really controversial for various reasons with the paranormal community that actually listens to this type of genre. But hell, it's too damn good of a story not to share with anybody. So, folks, here it is. Let's chase the truth with a Dogman hunter.
Okay. And then, as I keep saying in the chat, I used to be basically a monster hunter in my earlier years. But that shit is not profitable. If you've ever read the book Monster Hunter International or any of its sequels.
No, I don't believe
I actually believe you should read, man. It's actually a gripping read.
Okay.
I think the writer of that book is actually describing shit he actually experienced. Because the description of the hunters, the government agencies, very close. Only thing I have a gripe with those books is the large amount the government pays you when you kill one of these creatures.
Oh, okay.
They pay an amount, but usually you barely make a profit due to cost of transport, ammunition, guns in different countries, and to pay off your crews.
So how much is this, like a large sum that they give as a bounty for this stuff?
Let me put it like this: in Dogman, that's a very dangerous creature. I think it's about 7 million rand.
Okay.
That's about $100,000. Now, for the hospital teams, usually lodging, guns and ammo, because iron core rounds are not extremely cheap.
So, how often do they pay this ransom? When's the last time they paid a ransom for a dogman?
I actually do that quite often. Doesn't get into the news, but dogmen there are multiple areas with huge amounts of dogmen in the States alone.
Okay.
And don't get me started about Russia. They have something, technically it's also a dogman, same species. Those things look like bears.
Bears, okay.
Soviet Russia. Bear walks over you.
Okay, I got you. Big bear. Big bear. No.
Big ass bear. About one of my teammates was American back then. I think the largest one he said he saw was 10 foot. I think those things are wide as well. The Russian ones. 10 foot tall, 5 foot wide.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how those things stay upright, but they manage. Yeah.
So, have you ever seen any photographs of any of these real life photographs that you've seen, like a friend or a neighbor or whoever that's taken of any of these cryptid creatures that you've talked about?
How I take them usually. I take them, but as soon as we get the reward to get bounties, government destroys the equipment.
Oh, okay. So they just want to get rid of the evidence. Period. So that's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you imagine the fright, the panic someone will cause if they all of a sudden find out all these creatures are fucking real?
Wow.
Yeah. Most of the bounty is usually hush money.
Okay. So how many people would go out on these ventures on these hunts to kill a dog, man? How many would they actually take along to do this?
It depends on how crazy the hunters are.
Oh, okay.
My team is usually about 20 guys.
20 guys for one dog man? Or do you encounter more than one in one setting?
Usually, we go out for the smaller family groups.
Okay.
3 to 7.
3 to 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Best tactic is to be sneaky.
Sneaky. Okay.
Yeah.
So
easier than most things to sneak up on them.
Well, let me ask you a couple of questions. My family and around here, they hunt deer and bear and a lot of the large creatures like that, but they use a lot of scent products like to wash away your scent off your clothes and you wash yourself before you go on a hunt. Do you do something like that with this? Do you wash away your scent, or do you have a scent attractant that attracts these dogmen?
You usually wash away the scent. You usually wash it away as well.
Mm-hmm.
Best camouflage we tend to use is coyote urine.
What kind of urine? I'm sorry.
We get it. Coyote.
Coyote. Okay.
Yeah. Makes you almost invisible to the things.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. That sort of makes sense to me. So when's the last time you went out on one of these hunts?
It was about 2010.
2010? Okay.
Yeah.
And how many was in your party then? 20 people or
28 at that one.
28? Okay.
Yeah. 8 of the normal guys actually were resigning. Same with me.
Okay. How about
not resigning, but like,
have you lost anybody that when you have these parties that go hunt? Have you lost anybody or got any people hurt while you're doing this hunt?
Too many.
Too many. Okay. Of which got hurt or people that died going out on these parties?
Yeah, but usually what we do is outside the country.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually where we lose them.
Outside
we join up with other teams.
All right.
So basically we play mercenaries there.
So what country can you share which country you went to do these hunt parties?
There's a few in America, one in Canada, several in Siberia. I think one Northern Africa.
Northern Africa, okay. Now
that was just
okay. So who's paying who is the entity that pays these ransoms or bounties for these dogmen?
I'm sure I'll be right with you now. Just quickly have to do something.
Okay.
I'll let that be. Follow up, please. 93. Yebo. Okay, that depends on the country we're in.
Okay, well, how about the last? Can you share the last one that you were in? Who was the entity that was paying these bounties for this?
Russian government.
Russian government. Okay.
Yeah. Most of them I cannot actually disclose, but Russian government.
Russian government. So how did you get a passport to get to Russia to hunt a dogman? Was there a cover story for this hunting party, or did you just go in and say, "Hey, we're here hunting," and that was it?
Basically, my cover story was I was visiting family.
Visiting family. Okay.
I used to have family in Russia.
Okay. All right. And then
if something happens,
I'm assuming that the weapons and ammo and stuff were supplied once you got to the current country of origin.
Usually,
okay.
Yeah. Not always, but usually.
All right. Well, that's interesting. Well, it makes sense to me. So, on that last hunting party back in 2010, that you attended in Russia. How many of these dogmen or dog family groups or packs or whatever, how many of those entities did you actually kill?
Personally, I only got one, but that was a finish off shot.
Okay.
I had food poisoning for most of the trip.
Oh, okay. So how many did your party take care of? A bag or a kill or whatever you want to call it?
That was mainly a training mission. We were training 8 new recruits for that took my place and 7 of my comrades when we retired. But it was a case of killed 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
We were sent for free. We usually played more cautious with the Russian ones due to their size. And have you ever seen, like, in a movie, the larger guy takes more damage than the rest before they go down?
Yeah.
Same thing with them. Like bloody bullet sponges.
Okay. So, what was your background to make you one of the picks to be in a group to go hunt dogmen? What was your background to do that?
Being in the army and having bad timing.
And having what?
And bad luck.
And
bad timing and bad luck.
Oh, so you just accidentally was in the area while you were in army, and there was something in front of you that turned out to be a dogman, correct?
It wasn't a dogman.
Oh, it wasn't
that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What was it? Or can you share that?
Some version of a goblin. That's about all I can say about that.
A goblin. That's interesting. I just heard of there's a spot about 35 miles northwest of me that just recently got popped up on the Coast to Coast AM. Let's see, what was the place? Hellier, Kentucky is actually the name of the community. I've been there, drove through it a couple times in my lifetime, but it's just a really small community. And I was like, I heard the town mentioned. It's not even a town; it's just a little community. Is all of this. And I was like, what the hell are they talking
Goblins
about?
in the mine.
Yeah, and it was about goblins, and UFOs and whatnot. So was there any like activity, like UFO activity around these hunting parties that you went to?
Not on the answer I've been with.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Not with the answer I've been with.
Okay, all right.
Personally, I've never seen a UFO.
Okay, never seen a UFO. So over your career, while you were doing these hunting parties, whether you were a part of a hunting party at your own admission or was just in the wrong spot at the wrong time, how many of these creatures have you dispatched or killed yourself?
Too many to count. I lost count about 30 hours in.
30 hours in. Okay. Is that on the...
30, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But my involvement was usually... I was a tracker and a sniper. So that went with my vision.
Tracker. Okay. So on the how much weight would one of these average creatures weigh? These dogmen, since you're a tracker.
With a dogman, they're surprisingly light on their feet for their weight.
Mm-hmm.
The last time we weighed, I can't remember the exact weight, but close to 700 kilograms.
Oh, okay. That's a rather hefty creature. So, what kind of impression would you be where these creatures were? Was was it more of a hard type ground that you were tracking over, or was it muddy, or just depended?
Usually, I track for spoor. That's rakes and twigs and leaves in certain ways. Sometimes you find tracks. Most of the time, you just look for the surroundings.
Okay. So what kind of equipment would you be using to track these things? Was it just visual, or did you have heat cameras, or any of that kind of stuff?
My training is basically military scouting.
Okay.
Military scouting when I was in the army was basically you don't rely on equipment and technology. You rely on your eyes and your wits.
Okay.
Now, sometimes you'll get lucky. The thing will make a mistake, like, you know these videos where you randomly see in the woods someone is tracking Bigfoot or something like that, and they'll just randomly see something walk past.
Okay.
Most of those videos are fake, but sometimes the animals actually make that mistake. That's not often.
Okay, what kind of intelligence did these creatures have? These dogmen, or we'll just pick a dogman. What kind of intelligence did these things have? Was it more of a bear or a dog, or was it more intelligent than that?
Depends on the class you're hunting basically. You get your idiot, technical term. We call them idiots. They are the ones that don't have any experience with hunting or anything. The young ones.
Okay.
You see, they almost have human intelligence. Almost
human. Okay.
Yeah.
So
there's another term alpha. I'm talking about wolves.
All right. How about
the smarter one?
How would they communicate with you?
Actually,
would they?
I've never communicated with any dogman or anything like that.
Okay. All right.
You shoot it, kill.
So once, okay, I got a question. Once you kill these dogmen or other creatures, how would you turn these creatures over to whatever was paying the bounty? Would they fly in? Did you dispose of them, or did something come in and pick them up and dispose of them, or just pick them up and you never saw them again?
We only had one of those pick up and never saw again once. That was the first alpha I've ever killed. Or my team actually killed. But usually, radio into base, let them notify, the job is done. Take pictures and incinerate. That's how we usually do it.
Okay, so what would you do with the remains after you incinerate it? Would you bury it or just leave it where it was?
Have you ever seen a thorough petrol fire?
Yeah, I've seen that, yeah.
Maybe leave the femur, sometimes pieces of the jaw, but usually it burns even the bones to ash.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, gotcha.
The few bones we leave usually crush and distribute along as we go home.
That's impressive. So how long over a course of time have you been doing this? So you haven't done it since 2010, am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So how long were you doing it between 2010 and what date? How long was that?
Honestly, I can't even remember the date. enough blows to the head makes you forget most of the things.
Yeah.
But maybe good to get into a fist fight with a goblin or anything that is technically stronger than a human.
Well, I'd imagine so.
Usually fight dirty.
Yeah.
I was in the army for 1 year. I was contracted for 2 years in the army. 1 year and I had my first encounter. Then, while I was in the army with that last year, after my encounter, they moved me to a special unit. Basically, wasn't in the army anymore. I had to deal with these things for the country.
So you was an army, and then whatever happened, they decided to put you in a special unit, and the unit was separate from the army, but you were still part of the military.
Something like that.
Something like that. Okay.
More like transferred from Navy Marine, Navy SEAL to CIA. Almost something like that.
Okay. All right. Some sort of alphabet department. I gotcha. All right.
Codename department. We do not use alphabet one here. We get the code name. I'm not even allowed to use it in public anymore. It's at church, funny enough.
Okay.
One of the great feasts of the apocalypse. Let me put it like that.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's the name.
So is this the group that you were with, the unit that you were with, is it still a functioning unit?
Been functioning since the 1900s.
Okay.
But it's so clandestine. Mostly the president doesn't even know about it. It's above the president's pay grade.
Okay. All right.
That's what it was explained to us. Long story short, after my discharge, they gave me a choice. I can stay, I can go. If I go, private sector or not at all. So, I decided private sector for a while.
Yeah, say that one more time. I didn't quite catch what happened after you could stay or go.
They say stay or go if you want to keep hunting. Private sector. Usually private sector is certain governments around the world. They don't want to mobilize their military against a threat like that.
Mm-hmm.
They call contractors.
Okay. All right.
Your company basically builds a name for itself. And usually they call you in. You don't have the right to refuse a job. But yeah. Now, private sector is, we pay you barely enough to keep you alive and cover your tracks or costs, and a little bit just to keep you happy from speaking to the public.
Okay.
Usually when the public so engraved into media fantasy crap like that they don't believe you. The one thing that blows me is, let's say with the Dogman. Usually when someone talks about Dogman or werewolf or whatever, what is the one thing they think of when hunting it? And kill it. Most people will say silver, which is not correct. That will just piss it off even more. Usually iron. One of the, how can I put it?
So not lead, just iron, huh?
Yeah.
Why
basically
iron?
We honestly have no idea. I have a feeling like you remember old fairy tales.
Yeah.
Have a fairy in with a horse. Those fairies can't even touch irons to appear to work.
All right.
My theory is almost like that. It is, I almost want to say it's a holy metal. These things just don't like being touched by it.
Okay.
But that's my theory.
All right.
Or it could be like knitting makeup or something like that. I think we are carbon-based life forms. Our poison is arsenic. Those things are this kind of life form. Their poison is iron.
What kind of life form? I'm sorry.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know the periodic table that well.
Okay. I got
I
it.
just think
So it's definitely not a carbon-based life form. I got you.
Yeah, carbon-based life forms die when exposed to arsenic. That part I can remember at least. But that kind of organism, that dogmen and stuff like that, yeah, we believe their poison is iron. Funny enough. Yeah, it's a weird paradox.
Yeah, that is weird. So, did you have any other ordnance besides iron ordnance, or did you have like grenades or explosives or anything that was made? I'm assuming had shrapnel ordnance made out of metal or iron. I'm sorry.
World War II Russian, I almost want to say pineapple grenade, but potato grenade.
Mm-hmm.
Their shells were usually made of iron. We use those things a lot. And funny enough, incendiary grenade, really peat, white phosphorus, burns through anything.
So, were they more susceptible to fire?
Usually only when they're dead. Other times it just pisses them off.
Just pisses them off. Okay.
Most things piss them off, but yeah.
So, tell me again, where would you, if you were hunting one of these dogmen, where would you be shooting? What was the body mass that you would be aiming for?
Chest or head?
Chest or head.
Depends on the weapon you have. Close range with a machine gun or automatic rifle or even a shotgun. So generally go for the chest because they're already alerted that you're close by. Sniper rifle, you go for the head. Usually you're far enough away to know they will not see you.
Okay.
Or smell you. So it's basically standard human fighting as well. Shoot for whatever sticks out.
So, domesticated cat too long. Would it be something like that, or would it be a more robust communication between a domesticated, dogman versus its master?
Honestly, I cannot tell you that. I have no idea.
I have no idea. Okay. Have you ever come across a domesticated dogman?
Never. That's why I actually use the term try to domesticate. I don't think they have too much luck with that.
Okay. All right. That's interesting.
Like the Super Soldier program.
Oh, yeah. From from Italy and Germany and the whatnot. Yeah, okay. I got you.
They do something, doesn't work out, terminate the project. Try it again.
So are these you mentioned these creatures have been around for a while. Have they done any crossbreeding or anything like that?
Honestly, I believe there's different species of them. Like I said, the Russian one is
a bear.
Just huge.
Mm-hmm.
the shape of a bear, but the head is more canid.
Okay. So what? Okay,
And
what's
the Haitian one is a bit skinnier.
Have you been on the hunts up in Canada?
Yeah, but it wasn't for a dogman.
No, that wasn't a dogman. Okay, what was it?
That was a Sasquatch.
A Sasquatch. Okay.
Yeah.
Are they
Those
dog?
things-
Are the dogmen in Canada?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
They are everywhere.
All right. So I've had a dogman sighting described to me in Canada. Or let me describe it to you and see if it sounds familiar. About 15 feet tall, if standing. They usually look like they've got really oily, spiked fur all over. Dark brownish, kind of almost black, but not dark. Not black, but brown.
Can I jump in there quickly?
Sure.
Almost like leopard spots on it.
Leopard spots? I'll have to ask.
I'll
ask. I'll ask again. But the description I got was at night. So
yeah.
So
the head was a bit shorter.
Short. Okay.
Was what you're describing to me at the moment. The short snout sounds more like an African one.
They
usually go.
Okay.
They usually look more like a hyena.
A hyena with spots. It was a darker brown or a lighter brown with the ones with the spots.
That's also depends. Because basically we have them in subcategories: continent, environment, size. Roughly estimated, you said 15 feet. That's about 5 meters. That sounds like a Northern African one. Dark brown, spiky, oily hair, Northern African. And if it's dark brown with darker spots, almost black spots, it's plains.
Mm-hmm.
Lighter brown with dark spots, savanna or desert.
Okay. So, are they associated with any of the Aboriginals? These dogmen, do they get along with these things, or are they the folks that are wanting to get rid of them?
Usually, they want to get rid of them. They see them as demons. But here and there, you get actually one, like I said, human intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Here and there, you get one smart enough. Okay, these guys are more than us. They make their own weapons. They found out iron kills us. So let's make friends. And go through generations, not through friends. Here and there, we get found one way that is, where they basically domesticate themselves. But not truly domesticated.
So they're able to form a truce between the Aboriginals and the dog. Okay, all right.
More like a dictatorship, in my opinion, but yeah, truce.
So who's the dictator?
Dogman. Because Dogman is not scared of them because it knows go and kill him, as I was explained by the elder of that one.
Okay.
Dogman won't attack them because he gets food from them. They basically offer food to him with every hunt. They won't attack him because they know it's bigger and stronger than them. And its pack will tear the village to shreds. And they generally stay away from it. But if something like a lion is spotted in the area or something like that, the dogman usually takes care of that. So I want to say it's a truce with conditions. and I'm more in favor of the Dogman.
All right. So, is there a certain protocol once you go on these hunts? Is there a protocol that you start once you arrive at the scene, or at the staging area? Do you meet up with certain individuals, or is it different from place to place?
Depends, private sector or military. Military, you go basically as a lone soldier, and you take orders from top brass in that country.
Okay.
If you are private sector, you get all the information from your client. You never see your client.
Okay.
You get all your information, you get part of the pay up front to get your gear and stuff in the country. And the protocol, we call it tourists. You are there for tourists, as a tourist, basically.
So, have you once you get into these areas as a private sector tourist, have you ever run into local officials that did not know you're there to do whatever dispatching of dogmen or whatever creature you're hunting at the time?
That has only happened to me once, funny enough. That was Northern Africa, but technically we crossed the border, so our client's authority wasn't allowed there. So we got to the area, we tracked it, jumped the border. It was Northern Africa, one of the tribes there, almost in Egypt. I'm not going to name a specific country, but almost in Egypt.
Okay.
We crossed the border, we followed it, we were not aware we were crossing the border. And then base camp had to contact the client, get the client to explain why we were there and armed. Then 3 weeks later, we were set free and never entered that country again.
So, obviously, I have come across some interesting reports from military people that say over in the Saudi Arabia area, the Middle East, that they have giants of biblical stature. Have you come across any of that?
Usually when I see the job come up, as I said, the company doesn't have the right to refuse.
Right.
The individual people have the right to refuse the jobs. I do not go after stuff that basically look like human anymore.
Okay.
I had to when I was in the army, but we never went after giants. Closest thing we had was a troll.
Okay, all right, troll. So describe what you refer to as a troll.
Slightly bigger than tall guy. I would almost say wrestling under the giant size. Usually a grey tint. Think of a guy who hasn't showered in his life and he's 75 now. Greenish grey tint to his skin.
Okay. So
add a few tusks.
Tusks. Okay.
Add a few tusks and rotten teeth. Basically a troll.
All right. So where do you encounter something like that?
Germany.
No, really. So we're talking like gargoyle kind of type of trolls, or what are we talking
about? Gargoyle type is almost correct. I believe you mean grotesque.
Yeah, grotesque.
Gargoyle is actually just a water spout.
All right. So what type of environment are they in? Are they out in the open? Are they in the mountains and caves, or what are we talking about?
That one we hunted was in the dark forest, or the black forest, or whatever it is. I think it's the black forest.
Okay.
And that was private sector, and that's where I learned don't go after the human-looking ones. Because they basically have same cells as a human, but it can also be as sneaky and crafty. Never get into a fist fight with one of those things either.
So they're immensely strong, right?
Yeah. And I can use them basically, I wouldn't say strong, but they know how to use their weight.
All right.
Like you've heard in boxing before. You don't punch with your arm muscles or your shoulder. You use your entire weight of your body in every punch. They perfected that, but I weight, slightly more average strength, and practice.
So why would you be hunting a troll in Germany?
I think the bounty was after equipment, after the cost of the equipment was, I think, 7 million rand. That's about, back then that was equivalent to $3 million.
Okay.
Per person in the party. We were 5 people in that party.
Oh, okay. So what? So why was there a bounty on this particular troll? What was it doing that needed to be dispatched with?
I'm not sure if you're up to, were up to events in 2001, but there was a string of disappearances and then mutilated corpses, basically just bloody pulp, in the area where that one was. And one survivor, but I can guarantee that was in the news, that described basically, I believe the term was Lord of the Rings orc or something like that.
Okay, I got you.
But yeah,
something along like that. Okay, since we're going down that that kind of path, have you ever seen anything that was described like an elf, like a kind of shorter or a taller version of a human with the pointy ears or Vulcan-like? You ever come across that, or is that too fantasized description?
I have friends that know a few elves, but Americanized, redneck.
All right.
But personally, the closest thing I've ever seen was actually 4 years ago when I was hunting rabbits just outside of the complex where I was living. Gnomes. Yeah. Bastard stole the rabbit I shot. He was hunting for 4 days, 4 hours.
So before you started to hunt these things, these cryptids or whatever you want to refer to them, did you see them prior to that, or after you were exposed to these cryptids, did you start seeing, were you able to see them more frequently?
It's a case of, trick of the mind. You tell yourself, I didn't see that. Or your brain says, that cannot be there. That is how I saw the cryptids before that first encounter I told you about with the Minotaur thing.
Yeah.
After that, I started doubting, and I actually basically started seeing all this crap.
So once you got past the mind block that it's not there, you started seeing those things. Okay.
It's not very fantasy.
Okay.
Once I got past that.
Do you know what a fox looks like? An American fox? Like a
Red fox or jack fox?
Red fox. Just a red. I'm describing a red fox like an actual fox. Do you know what a red fox looks like in the United States?
Yeah, I know a red fox.
Okay, all right. Now this is what I'm going to describe to you as about 6.5, 7 feet tall. Looks like a red fox, but is able to stand on its hind legs and walk around, and equally be able to run like a fox. Have you heard that description before?
That sounds like a type of dogman as well.
Mm-hmm.
Was it in the Appalachians?
Mm-hmm.
In the Appalachians?
Yep, it was.
Mountain range.
Yep, in the Appalachians. In the southern parts of the Appalachians.
I believe the locals there used to talk about the foxman.
Mm-hmm.
But we call it the Appalachian foxman, dogman.
Okay, so describe to me, if you will, what kind of equipment would you be wearing, say, if you were in the United States hunting these things? What time of day would you be hunting these things?
Never in the day.
Never in the day, okay.
The night was basically hunters.
All right.
The civilian hunters, not monster hunters, but civilian hunters would go, why is that guy who's hunting wearing camouflage bullet plate carriers, and why a full SWAT kit like that, basically?
Okay.
But the equipment we'll use, usually with a dogman, if it's a small team, it's only one. Like I said, with the family groups, you never know exactly how many there are, so we go in 20. We're going after one. There's repeated sightings where the descriptions basically tell us it's one beast. We'll go in a team of 5. 1 tracker / sniper. 2 with a shotgun, usually a Spaz 12 or I can't even remember that one. Also a military one, semi-automatic, and 2 of other M16 or equivalent AR. Now, the physical kit you'll be wearing, not just the weapons.
Mm-hmm.
It's a level 2 plate carrier, level 2 ballistics mask, and I don't know how to say it, breeds. Shin guards, scarf guards, basically also level 2 body armor. And you've seen I almost want to say the SWAT type bullet carriers, plate carriers.
Okay, so
your armor, even on the arms.
Right.
Also be wearing those.
All right, so would you be using like night vision goggles or any of that kind of equipment?
Usually night vision goggles, but the tracker never uses that equipment. Because if you're looking for spoor in an unknown area, the goggles only give you this much range. You look 180 around you. Now, you look up, down, left, and right at the same time. You're looking for something that is a bit out of place. This twig was broken 4 feet above the ground, so it's not your average animal. Stuff like that. Either a human, then you check how fresh the break is and stuff like that. And how clean. But as you described the foxman, that thing is basically, it's a peaceful creature. You don't get called in for too many peaceful ones.
So it's pretty peaceful creature. Okay, all right. So the Foxman's a peaceful creature. All right.
Usually.
So, usually. Now, let's go back to my original description with the about a 15-foot tall, short snout, greasy fur, dark brown, almost blackish fur. This was the sighting I'm describing was in Canada.
Okay.
And
honestly, the Canadian ones I'm a bit fuzzy on, but that sounds dead on, spot on, like a North African one, hyena type.
Okay. I've got a drawing of one, a sketch of one. I'll send to you in Skype and let you see that. Let's see. Can these things transform from one? Transform their appearance in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Not that I know of. Closest thing to a transformation I've ever seen, something like that, was basically going on all fours.
Okay. Or are they smart enough to adopt camouflage, like being able to put on some sort of ghillie suit or anything like that to transform what they look like to casually be able to appear as something else?
Like weaving twigs and branches and stuff into the fur.
Yeah, or...
basically, that's also a difficult one. As I said, there are many classes. It's the idiots, the hunters, the alphas, stuff like that. Usually the hunters and the alphas would do that if they know they are being hunted. But the young ones, the idiots, technical term, they don't usually do that because they don't have experience with it.
All right. So how do these dog men creatures, whatever how do they get? What's the range that you've seen?
Basically, it's age. Age comes experience.
Okay, so there's no lifespan of a particular creature. Dogman, is there's a lifespan? How many years do they live in a typical situation without you having to come and hunt them down?
I have no information on that.
Okay.
As I said, basically what I know is they call us in, we go kill it.
And that's it. Okay. All right. So have you hunted in the United States?
A few times. Not all of them were for Dogman as well. We had 3 times in the US, 3 or 4 times for Dogman only, but...
What have you hunted in?
This is a good question.
What have you hunted in the United States?
In Texas, we got a few chupacabra. The Dogman hunts, they get a bit fuzzy, but 3 states Dogmen. Yukon Valley, we hunted the Sasquatch 4 times. We stay away from that area as well, unless the pay is good enough. And then in Tennessee, Mississippi, vampire hunt once in New Orleans, and Alaska, false alarm, it turned out to be an actual wolf.
An actual wolf. Okay. So
Yeah.
you mentioned that these dogmen, depending on the species, were there more docile ones? You mentioned that the fox-like creatures were more docile. Which were the more docile? Which were the more aggressive?
Honestly, it's like dogs. Every species have the docile ones. Every species have the aggressive ones.
Okay, so where would you normally
Ones
see?
we usually get docile is Appalachian, the fox,
Mm-hmm.
and funny enough, Australian. You don't hear a lot of stories about dogmen in Australia, do you?
No. Hold on a second. Let me think. I can't recall a Dogman in Australia story at all. Whether it's whether it's great aggressive or docile or anything. I can't remember.
They're usually not aggressive and they stay away from people.
Okay. So where would
They're
you see
scared of
more?
going to somewhere pilot.
So where would you see the more aggressive ones?
Africa, America, Russia.
All right.
Places where it's either too cold, too hot, too wet.
All right. Well, that's an interesting thing. I would love to talk to you again about these creatures. It was amazing that you picked up on where the hell I was talking about just by the description of the Dogman. So that's interesting. Shit.
I was doing this for a long time.
Yeah, I'd say so. Okay, let's see. Let me think. Okay, I've got a couple of stories. Well, I've got two stories, and they are from two different people on two different sides of one country. Okay, but both of them are from adults, and they are from their distant memories as youth. Both of them describe a stinky ape, and both of them said that they received they received help from these quote unquote stinky apes. One was deposited as a child, like 5 years old, kind of deal, into the middle of the woods by a parent that was a little bit mean. And the stinky ape helped this child to the party that was hunting for this child by just sticking its head out from around a tree, and this child follows this stinky ape, and it was leading in this little child back into where this hunting party was for the child. And vice versa, this was another 1,000+ miles away, a little older, and the person was actually hunting I can't remember what they were hunting. This was an Aboriginal story. Grandfather or dad was hunting with their child. I think moose, maybe, and the child got separated from the other the parent type person, and same thing. Stinky ape helped the child find their father by the same method, sticking their head out of a tree. They go look for this entity or this stinky ape, and then some yards down the range, they'd stick their head out, make noise, catch their attention. They'd go follow, and then all of a sudden they're in the midst where the parent was. Basically the same damn story. It was just
different areas.
Yeah, different areas, different people, different time. One was a girl, one was a boy. But it was the same type of story, that these stinky apes were helping them find their parents or a group of people that were hunting. Have you heard of anything like that?
Sounds like a female sasquatch.
Wow.
Almost sounds. Can you maybe tell me, were they scared of the stinky ape or?
No, they were not scared of the stinky ape. Yeah, both stories. Both stories.
Probably a female Sasquatch.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Stuff I wish to forget or don't need to remember, that stays with me. Stuff I need to remember disappears.
Oh, okay.
Female Sasquatch.
Female Sasquatch.
You've heard of the skunk ape?
Yeah, I've heard of skunk ape.
They are basically family groups, mostly females. As I said, when I was hunting a Sasquatch in Canada before, those things stink when they are alive. They smell to high hell. When they're dead, it's even worse. The pheromone, they basically discrete from under the armpits. Now, the females can switch it off. That smell stays there and is there to actually calm the youth. Males, they have a much stronger one that's to intimidate the opponent. Or
like a musk gland or something like that you'd find like some creatures like they call them opossums here. Opossums. Or skunks or...
The skunks get all yeah, but yeah. Or beaver butts. Okay. Something like that. And it's pheromones and stuff out. But the female ones, what I always forget about them is they tend to have a calming effect with their pheromones. They like to help adolescent and prepubescent children out that are lost in the woods. Basically, it's a motherly thing or something like that. Because juvenile Sasquatch, they don't have hair. Did you know that one?
I did not know that one.
They usually don't have hair. Usually bald. Look human.
They look human.
Or more Neanderthal, basically.
So where would you find something like that? How did you come? How did you come across that detail?
In the one where I was hunting in Canada.
Hunting in Canada, okay. So
we're going after a progressive male. We came across the family group, serving them. We picked up the male that seemed aggressive, and we were lucky with that one. Only had to take out one. But basically, what I gleaned from a sniper scope, looked human from a distance, looked closer to the scope, looks less human but still human, more like a Neanderthal.
Okay.
Not completely bald, but not as hairy as adults.
Interesting. What kind of intelligence are these Sasquatches? What do they carry? Intelligent ones. Are they very intelligent or like
primitive human?
Almost human?
Primitive human.
Okay.
That's one of the classifications for basically everything's intelligence. Primitive human, capable of using tools, but smash a clam with a rock or sharp broken rock to cut trees or meat, stuff like that.
Okay.
They then use tools to combat you.
So
they come at you a drunk guy in the.
Okay. So what? Here's a personal. I'm asking for a personal opinion here. You've all obviously seen all these folks that hunt Bigfoot all over the place, like Bigfoot. American television has these Bigfoot hunters that they go through and scream their heads off in the middle of the woods.
Bigfoot's are mountain monsters.
Yeah. What do you think of these television personalities that go out and do these Do you think, are they actually hunting Bigfoot, or is it all for fluff, or are they getting lucky and coming across evidence?
The ones I've watched is Finding Bigfoot.
Yeah.
I find them as idiots. Because, as I said, males are usually, well, not usually always, but they tend to be aggressive when you cross into their territory. And now you're emulating another male by screaming your head off and trying to show dominance. So it's going to come after you, and they don't carry weapons. I think Bobo carries a stick. That's about it.
Mm-hmm.
And mountain monsters, 150% fake.
Well, I got that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
research in the first is solid, but the rest, fake.
Fake. Okay. So what's your spin on? What's your opinion on why these things are out on American television? These Finding Bigfoot and the Mountain Monster TV shows.
Desensitizing the masses and pacifying the masses.
Okay. For what end?
Okay, so my theory is governments are getting tired of hiding the paranormal. So they're showing, let's say, Mountain Monsters case. That is fake, but they are showing these things can be killed if they are trying to hurt you. Finding Bigfoot, they are basically trying to get us used to the idea of these things exist. Don't fuck with them, they won't fuck with you.
Okay, I've got another question. These you mentioned that you don't want to hunt anything that looks human. And I referenced a giant. Looks like a human, but is a giant version of a human, maybe a different, looks different to a certain extent. Where do you find these giants? Have you found them anywhere in your travels?
I can give you mission dossiers of where they were supposed to be done.
Okay.
Basically, mission descriptions. We had 4 that I can remember when I was with the company in Saudi Arabia, 5 in Iraq. Funny enough, usually we find them in the deserts.
In deserts, okay.
It falls into my category of too hot, too cold, too wet. Desert, too fucking hot.
All right. Well, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah. Also, shit! Damn it. Now I have to clean my floor.
Oh, sorry about that, man.
Nah, I'm just clumsy. Got an egg on my shoe and I'm then on the floor. But yeah, like that's also human sentiment. I don't like shooting at them because I usually get a closer look at them. Going for a headshot, you are looking into the eyes of another thinking animal or thinking being.
Mm-hmm.
And that just unnerves you.
So have
There's a reason why fighters are trained to shoot for the back of the head when you're going for a headshot. So you don't look into your opponent's eyes.
Right. Oh, okay.
Because I've known army veterans, hundreds of them, guys tough as nails, killed hundreds of people, doesn't get nightmares. Then one day, that one guy that he views through the sniper scope that actually looked back at him just before he had to pull the trigger. That is the one guy that sticks up onto his things. But say like with mine was first fighting with basically with an ogre and a few goblins. then you move a lot of the guilt.
All right. So where is there a continent that you have not hunted these cryptids on, or these animals, or whatever you want to call them?
I've been on every continent except Antarctica.
Except what? I'm sorry?
Antarctica.
You've not been on Antarctica. Why not Antarctica?
What's their skill?
Why is that? I'm sorry, say that one more time. You're kind of sounded like a robot.
What's there to kill?
What's there to kill?
Sorry, man. What's there to kill?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So, there was a lot of scuttlebutt news back the last 3 or 4 years that all the heads of states and churches and this, that, and the other went down to Antarctica for some crazy reason. But over the course of 5 or 6 years, every major country, every major religion sent somebody down there.
Yeah, but the thing I find is only reports I've gathered about cryptids around Antarctica. The weird name, the Ningen.
The Mingand.
Ningen. Yeah.
Okay, what does that describe?
Think of a mermaid without the tail, the fishtail.
Mm-hmm.
Wide open arms, the size of a whale.
The size of a whale.
Yeah. The only thing I've heard of, and I don't even think that is true. Plus, I'm not good at holding my breath, so I'm not fighting aquatic animals.
Okay, folks. So this has been my recording of a fellow from South Africa that has claimed that he has been a mercenary for hire that joined several hunting parties to hunt cryptids for the bounties on these various creatures' heads. And I invite you to form your own opinion about what I just shared with you. To say the least, this was a very interesting conversation, and I intend to I do expect that this is going to be pretty controversial. So, folks, go to IamDarkWaters.com, subscribe today, and you'll get access to this podcast, along with all my other radio shows that I have done for Dark Waters himself, the King of Horror Narration, at IamDarkWaters.com. Go over there and subscribe today. Saturday nights, 8 p.m. Central Time is when you're going to hear new content from Chasing the Truth on the Dark Waters radio channel via TalkStreamLive.com. So go over there Saturday nights, 8 p.m. Central Time, and join us, and let's chase the truth.
Because it wasn't through any freaking interviews or any stories or any TV shows or Monster Quest. I found out about Dogman by seeing one with my own 2 eyes. Listen, I'm a logger, professional logger, been in the business for 15 years. Worked with all kind of companies. My most recent employer, Evergreen, out of Alaska. Logging is dangerous work, but I love being outdoors, and it pays extremely well. Now, before I start, I'm going to tell you, my encounter was real short, but that doesn't take anything from it at all, because what I saw was absolutely amazing. It's a Monday morning. We're working on the side of this ridge. I'm on the ground, cutting on a tree, when I hear this growling sound over the sound of my chainsaw,
and through my ear protection. Confused by the sound, I turned Bumblebee off. If you're trying to figure out who Bumblebee is, that's the nickname that I gave to my chainsaw. So now, the chainsaw is turned off, the ear protection is slid up over my ears where I can hear, and now I hear this scratching sound. Clearly, the scratching sound like something climbing the trees. Imagine me standing there, these trees literally towering above me, my eyes scanning the trees, when all of a sudden I lock eyes with what looks like a giant wolf. And when I tell you it looks like a wolf, the only way I can describe this is the white wolf from Underworld. That's exactly what it looked like, but it's damn near 75 feet up in a tree, hanging on, looking down at me. Now listen to me, I'm not an animal psychic, I'm not a mind reader. All I know is it looked pissed off. Maybe it was pissed because I was cutting on the trees and I was making too much noise. But it looks at me and growls again. And the only impression I got was, motherfucker, you getting on my fucking nerves. If you keep it up, I'm finna come down there and I'm gonna eat you. It looks me dead in my eyes. I'll never forget this for two reasons. Because it was broad daylight and it was absolutely terrifying. And it stares at me for another 15 seconds. I'm frozen in place, scared to move. Then it turns its head and leaps from one tree to the next. Now, I want to make you understand how far this leap was. We're not talking about 5 feet. We're talking about 25, 30 feet from one tree to the next, uphill, going up the ridge. Then leaps again, and it's gone out of sight. So now I have a dilemma on my hands. This tree is halfway cut. I need to finish cutting it, but I'm scared. So I sit down, start having an early lunch, wait 45 minutes to turn Bumblebee back on, finish cutting that tree, then I carry my ass back down the ridge and move closer to some of my other co-workers. Now, understand, this is how afraid I was, because the closer I am to my co-workers, the more dangerous it is. It increases the chance of a tree falling on me. But honestly, I'd rather dodge a falling tree than deal with that creature any day of the week. A hard head makes a soft ass. That's what my mama used to say to me when I was a boy. See, I played in the bayous of Southwest Louisiana. When I tell you I was fearless, absolutely fearless. Alligators in the water, didn't care. I would swing from a tree, land in the water 10 feet away, and then swim right back out. But my reckless attitude caught up with me one night, because I wanted to go frogging, and my friends all chicking out on me, saying that the woodsmen were back in the bayous. See, they had heard this from the night fishermen, and for whatever reason, none of those fishermen were going out at night. But I'm 15 years old, invincible, so I get my uncle's flatboat and head out there. Now, if you've never been frogging before, let me explain to you how it works. You ride in the boat with a headlamp on, cut the engines, and paddle across the water, snatching frogs by hand out of the water and from the lily pads. It's about 9:30, and I'm snatching frogs right and left, when I hear this tree limb break. Snap! Then another one. Snap! Each sound coming from different sides of the bayou. Now I'm looking around both sides of the bayou, don't hear anything else, don't see anything else. But it feels different. It feels creepy all of a sudden. Like someone is out there in the dark, laying their eyes on me. That's when you can hear another limb break. But this time, it's combined with this whistling sound, like something flying through the air. Then bam! A tree limb half the size of my boat slams into the water. And when I say this is close, it's so close to me, the leaves from the branches of the tree actually hit the boat. Now, I got the engine started, turning the boat around, trying to get the hell out of there. And as my head and that headlamp is whipping around in a circle, I get a glimpse of 3, count them, 1, 2, 3 woodsmen standing right on the edge of the water. Huge shoulders, no neck, black fur, gigantic pectoral muscles. Scared the shit out of me. Understand what was going on while I was distracted by that limb hitting the water. These other 3 were about to wade into the water behind me. Had I stayed there 3 to 4 minutes longer, they would have been able to swim up to me and I would have never seen them coming. Back home, I go inside and my mama can tell something is not right. I tell her what I saw and she says, son, everyone else is staying out of the bayous at night for a reason. I done told your hard-headed ass, it's things out there worse than gators in them bayous. Angrily, my mother goes on to explain that had they gotten to me, not only would she had never seen me again, but they never would have found the boat either. And I'll just say it like this. After experiencing that and seeing those things with my own 2 eyes, it created a healthy attitude adjustment in me. I found myself having a deeper understanding of what the hell could actually go wrong in these bayous. I've listened to a lot of Dogman encounters and stories. Started by listening to the guy with the weird, creepy voice. And then I listen to every channel out there, but not as a fan. Frankly, I think it's weird how people obsess over these animals. I mean, you don't obsess over great white sharks or giant squids or freaking endangered turtles. But when it comes to Dogman, people obsess over this animal. And that's what it is. Nothing more than an animal. How do I know? Because I've encountered it multiple times. And after figuring out exactly what it was up to, I found myself pissed off. It started last year during this COVID lockdown. For the first time in my life, I was laid off and found myself at home being Mr. Mom. And if that wasn't bad enough, my daughter was going through the change. So she was an emotional roller coaster. One minute she's happy, the next minute she's sad. And on top of that, they were homeschooling, so there was no way to escape the sheer madness. While I'm trying to wrap my mind around the situation of me being unemployed, not knowing when I'm going to get another job, and dealing with my highly emotional daughter, Dogman starts with his freaking bullshit. You see, we live in Easton, Texas, not far from the lake. It's about 11 p.m. when my daughter comes frantically running into the living room, telling me that someone was watching her through the bedroom window while she was changing her clothes. And I pause here for a moment because I didn't take this too seriously. Number 1, this is Texas. Number 2, this is a small town in Texas. Number 3, people know you don't do that kind of stuff because you will get shot. The nearest neighbor is a half a mile away. So naturally, I think my daughter is being a drama queen. But just to ease her nerves, I get the shotgun and head outside. Hell, the thing wasn't even loaded. I circle around the house. There's nothing there. Come back inside, comfort her, and we go to bed. Now the next day, I just so happened to be outside mainly because I wanted to get a break from being locked down in the house. And I noticed these scratch marks were on each side of the window, like someone was standing there looking through the window but scratching along the side of the house at the same time. Standing there looking at this, I start to think to myself, maybe there actually is something to what my daughter was saying after all. So that day I replaced the burnt out flood light bulbs that I had outside just to give the place some extra lighting. But 3 a.m. that morning, my wife and I are awakened to my daughter coming into our bedroom, scared out of her mind, saying something was outside of her window and growling. So I grabbed my Mossberg shotgun, put on shoes, and head outside, only to discover that the floodlights that I had just replaced have been unscrewed, taken out of the socket, and laid on the ground. Now I need you to understand, my floodlights are 12 feet up in the air. I personally have to have a ladder to climb up there and replace them. So now I'm starting to worry. I head back inside, get my flashlight, come back out, and I'm scanning the edge of the property line. And that's when I first get a glimpse of it. It's up in the tree 30 yards away, and it looks like a freaking werewolf from TV. Gray and black fur, pointy ears that are twitching, huge yellow eyes with these gigantic black pupils. Let me tell you, this SOB is just looking at me like I wish you would point that shotgun at me. Now, I don't know if you ever find yourself in a situation like this where you're facing down something that you're absolutely terrified of. For me, my mind began to focus, and there was this clarity of thought. I was able to see the moisture on its snout, even though it was dark outside. And I thought to myself, you know what? If you take a shot at this creature with this shotgun and it don't work, there's no way you're going to be able to get into that house and protect you and your family. So I turn around, run back inside, close, and lock the door. That night, my daughter spent the rest of that night in the bedroom with me and my wife. Now, as for me, while the two of them were sleeping, I was awake wrestling with this problem. My mind just going left, right, up and down. What is it? Where did it come from? Why is it here? What can I do to protect them? And that's how I started to reach out to people. The very next day is when I started listening to shows, interviews, stories, trying to find someone I could reach out to and talk to about my problem. Now, the issue that I ran into was that everyone wanted me to do some type of interview. And I'm trying to explain to these people, listen to me, I have a problem I need to deal with. I don't want to talk about it. I need to be about it. This is a problem. What can you tell me to do to fix it? So after talking to about 15 people, I learned that it could possibly have been my daughter's menstrual cycle that triggered the activity and caused this creature to focus in on her in a room. And a few days later, I was given a chemical solution, something that you could mix together and spray around the property. So I gave it a try. And sure enough, no more Dogman activity. Then, the following month, when my daughter's cycle first started, I decided to test it. I didn't spray, and we started to hear scratching and growling outside. The next morning, I sprayed, nothing. Halfway through her cycle, it rains. Next thing you know, it's back, scratching and looking through the windows. Everything inside of me wanted to shoot this creature, but I had been warned that shooting it would only make things worse. So I sprayed again, and it left. Now, here's a couple of things I took away from my experience with Dogman. Number one, they're real. And the second thing is, they're clearly attracted to the hormones or the smells or whatever it is that comes off a young woman's menstrual cycle. The situation I find myself in is that I have to keep spraying the wood line around my property. And these ingredients that I'm buying aren't cheap, and I'm pretty sure they're on some kind of federal watch list. But honestly, I have no choice. I keep buying it on Amazon because I don't want that creature coming back to my property. And if, by some strange coincidence, the feds show up at my house and start asking me questions about, am I building bombs or making explosives, I'm just going to tell them straight up, I'm glad you're here. I got a freaking werewolf on my property. If you want to help me with that, I'll be more than happy to stop ordering this stuff on Amazon. This encounter with Dogman was 100% unintentional. Hell, the events of that entire day were just crazy and freaking weird. It all starts at 8:30 a.m. I'm in bed, and I hear what sounds like a truck coming down the road that leads to my property. I roll out of bed, still in my tidy whities, look out the window of my trailer, and see it's my cousin Garth. A few minutes later, we're inside, and he's telling me about this wild night that he had with his friends. They went out drinking, then a fight breaks out, bottles are thrown. You know, normal Friday night hillbilly bullshit going on. You could tell Garth and them had been into a little bit of a tussle. Black eye, bruised knuckles, scratches all on his face. And one of the most important things to understand about my cousin is this. He's one of those quiet, crazy types. You know, the kind of person that's easily underestimated, doesn't talk too much, but at the same time, he's extremely violent. So we're sitting there for about another 5-10 minutes of small talk, and he finally gets to the point of his visit. He wanted to borrow $120. You see, Garth didn't want to go home to his old lady after being out all night drinking and then come home broke. So he needed to borrow $120 to keep her off his ass. And right here's where things start to freaking break bad. I didn't have $100 cash on me. So I tell Garth, look, let's hop in your truck, drive on up to the gas station, I use the ATM machine, get the cash, you drop me back off, and you go home. Should have been simple enough, right? So we head outside, get in his truck, get to the gas station, I hop out, go to the ATM machine, he walks in the door behind me. Now keep in mind, Garth has absolutely no money. I beat him back to the truck, and I'm sitting there waiting on him when he walks out of the door with a 6-pack of beer, hops in, opens a beer, and starts to quickly pull off and drive away. Picture this. We're right there where the parking lot meets the road. And I'm sitting there telling Garth, listen, you want my $120 to keep you from having problems with your old lady, but you got enough money to go in the store to buy beer? And as the word beer is coming out of my mouth, I hear gunfire. And next thing you know, the back window of his truck is exploding. Glass is flying everywhere. Garth hits the gas, makes a left turn, and starts to race down the road. Now, looking over my shoulder, the store owner is standing outside in the middle of the parking lot with a shotgun. And I need you to realize, this is a small town. In fact, it's smaller than a small town. Everybody knows each other. And now we're in a truck arguing. I'm like, Garth, what the hell is going on? And it turns out this son of a bitch has went into the store and stolen a 6-pack of beer. Mind you, I have $120 cash in my hand that he could have used to buy the beer. This crazy bastard decides to steal the beer. Listen, at this point in time, I done had enough. I tell him, Garth, drop me off at home, take the money, and get the hell away from me. 2 hours later, here comes the sheriff knocking on my door. I get arrested, and I'm sitting there. They're questioning me about Garth's whereabouts. The sheriff tells me, look, we done been to Garth's house. We done been to all his friends' houses. We don't know where the hell he is. And if you don't want to tell us where he is, you're going to sit your behind right here until we find him. So there I am, sitting in the holding cell, pissed off for the next 24 hours while they run around looking for Garth. When I finally get out of that holding cell, I'm so pissed off, I head straight to Garth's house. His old lady tells me she don't know where the hell he is, and she's pissed off with him. I go to every last one of his friends' house. None of them know where the hell he is. Now I'm thinking to myself, go on home, sit down, relax, he's going to show up. And when he does show up, I'm going to beat the brakes off of him. Now, the next day I get up about 6:30, 6:45 in the morning. My plan is to head on out to the woods and check some of the traps that I set the day before yesterday. Now, when I finally get to the area where I normally go set my traps, guess whose truck I find parked right there in the woods? Thinking to myself, this son of a bitch has been hiding in these woods this entire time, and I know exactly where to find his ass. See about 400 yards to this. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy Dog Waters coming back at you with another story. Now listen, if you're new to the Dog Waters channel, new to the Dog Waters family, you may not know, but I have my own private website called IamDogWaters.com. This is one of the members only stories that you can find there. You need to sign up to listen to the rest of the story. It's only $4.99 a month, about the same price as a cup of Starbucks coffee. Head on over and take a listen. If not, there's some other stuff coming down the pipeline. But for those of you who are already members and all the new members, head on over to IamDogWaters.com. This update is going to be on the front page. And some of the stuff on the front page currently is getting ready to get archived under the tabs. If it's a Bigfoot story, it'll go into Bigfoot. If it's a Dogman, it'll go into Dogman. All those are about to get archived because more new content is coming out. Head on over to IamDogWaters.com right now and take a listen.
You ever ever get that feeling that something's just off, but you can't put your finger on it? Yeah, well, let me tell you about a night that turned that feeling into a full-blown nightmare. I was driving back from visiting my sister. It was late, and I was on this stretch of road that's pretty much just woods and the occasional gas station. So I pull into one of these gas stations to fill up and grab some coffee. It was one of those quick trip stations. The place looked new, but the outside was trashed. Garbage all over the parking lot. I get out of my car, and that's when I feel it. The air's heavy, like there's a storm coming, but the sky's clear. I shake it off and head inside. The guy behind the counter gives me a nod, and I grab a coffee and pay. As I'm walking back to my car, I hear it. A low growl, coming from the edge of the parking lot near the woods. Now, I wouldn't say that I froze. I have heard all these stories, and people say I froze with fear. That ain't what happened. I was confused at first. Like, did I just hear that? I'm standing there looking around. Like, what the hell is that? Then it happened again. This time, I knew without a doubt that I heard something growling. Even then, I didn't freeze, and I was like, nope. No, sir, I'm getting the hell out of here. The fast walk turned to a quick jog as I get in my car, lock the doors, and start the engine. That's when I see it, in my rearview mirror standing at the edge of the woods. This thing is big. I want to say it was a Dogman, but I will just say this. I didn't stick around long enough to be able to tell for sure, but it was like 9 feet tall. It had these long arms that didn't look right, but its eyes, man, its eyes are glowing this eerie yellow. And its face, part human, part dog, it was twisted, like something out of a horror movie. I drove non-stop until I got home, my hands shaking the whole way. Check this out. I get home and I can't stop thinking about what I saw, so I go look up monster encounters. And there is this Dogman map. All these sightings. Then I find the Bigfoot map. And both of them have sightings within 10 miles of that gas station. Part of me wanted to investigate this stuff, so I start watching YouTube channels to see what people have found. Then I started seeing all the drama associated with the topic. Lost interest. There is no way I'm dealing with all that bullshit over a monster that people don't think exists. I watch stuff every now and then people look crazy arguing over if it's flesh and blood or if it's a demon. All I know as an eyewitness is I saw a monster. To me, a monster is a freaking monster. You get what I'm saying?
Do ghosts really exist? Are we alone? Is there life after death?
It looks like a giant ape with a man's face.
We've done some testing to determine if it is a synthesizer or not. Just starting to come at me.
Hey folks, this is Sean Graham with Chasing the Truth, straight from the heart of the Appalachian Mountains in southwest Virginia, dovetailed with the Kentucky and Tennessee borders. I bring you Chasing the Truth on the Dark Waters Radio Network. Go to IamDarkWaters.com and subscribe to get the awesome email alerts that allow you to be up to date on the new content and live shows in real time. So go over to IamDarkWaters.com. Plus, there's a new feature at the website. Dark Waters has a new chat room. So go over to IamDarkWaters.com so you can join in with the immersive entertainment from Chasing the Truth on Dark Waters Radio Network. Only way to get these real-time email alerts is go over to the website. I've said it enough. IamDarkWaters.com. Now, today, I'm going to share with you a open lines live radio chat that I had. And it was a little bit of a slow night. Won't lie to you. Up until a gentleman called. His name's Connor. Now, folks, if you've ever listened to any of Dark Waters tell about certain ghost stories, certain Dogman stories and whatnot, some of those stories came directly from the testimony that this particular fellow has given to Dark Waters and myself, and now to the world, because he called in live on my show on Chasing the Truth. This fellow's name is Connor, and he has an extraordinary tales to tell about Dogman and a particular ghost encounter that he had. But wow. So what I'm going to do is just let you just dive into the call that I recorded with this fellow on, I think, April the 16th, if I remember correctly. So, folks, enjoy Chasing the Truth. Hey, welcome to Chasing the Truth. This is Sean. Who am I talking to?
Hey, this is Connor.
Hey. What's going on, Tom?
Not a whole lot. Was just enjoying the show.
Oh, great. What's going on, man? I heard you. Man, this fella right here has got some stories. This is Connor from the chat room. So,
what's going on, man? Not a whole lot. It's been kind of quiet here lately. I hadn't had a whole lot of stuff going on. You know.
Hey,
that's why I like it.
This is Connor from the chat, folks. If you're in the chat room at iamdarkwaters.com, go over there and subscribe, get inside there and start talking amongst yourselves and ask any questions, whatever. Connor, he and I have talked on the phone several times. He's told me some stuff that just blows the top of my mind off.
That's the gentleman you told me about a while back, man.
Yeah, well, he called me the other day. I asked him to give me a call. He had a new update on what's going on. He was about ready to tell me a ghost story, and then something happened to our connection, and it was late at night. We'd been on the phone for a while. Hey, you got that story that you can tell us?
Well, you want to hear the ghost story?
Yeah, buddy. Let's hear that rascal.
Well, that's the only ghost I ever seen. I was about 13, and me and my buddy went down there to hang out with some older kids, and they was playing basketball and stuff, and my uncle had told me about this, cemetery and not to go up there. So I was asking them what the deal was with it, and they was like, well, it's haunted. It's a woman. The story was there was a guy that he had raped this woman back years ago, and my granddaddy was part of the ones that hung him, and he had killed her, and so they was like, well, y'all don't want to go up there, and they kept messing with us about it, and are y'all scared to go up there and this and that, so we you know how little kids get egged on, and we went up there at night, and the cemetery, it's a really old church that hadn't been in use in years.
Yeah.
And old rock foundation, and iron spooky looking gate around it. The cemetery is actually up in the holler behind it, and it kind of goes up and kind of curves around, and we got about halfway up that holler, and there's a little bit of moonlight and a little bit of light off the back of the church, and so you can see a little bit, to get around.
Yeah.
And we sat there, and this fog come down through the cemetery, and it was like a deep, thick fog. It just started easing down slowly through. Well, once it got we done went up and sat on the bank about halfway down the cemetery, so we could kind of get a view of all of it since it was curved. And the fog started kind of like swirling.
All right.
And it was swirling kind of in opposite directions, in the middle, from each other.
Mm-hmm.
And this woman, and she was, the tombstones was probably, I don't know, 3 foot tall, whatever them old tombstones are.
Them old ones,
but,
yeah, man, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, real old cemetery, like Civil War type stuff.
Right.
And she wasn't walking, she was just kind of floating. And she come out to the front of the fog, as the fog kind of swirled on both sides of her. And, we're looking at each other like, because we didn't expect to see nothing. We was just going to sit up there for a few hours just telling them we went up there. And as she come out the fog, she was pretty much kind of the center of us. And my buddy, he must have started getting worried or moving around or something, but he stepped on a twig, or he heard a snap behind me, and about that time she looked straight over at us, and you could clearly make out her dress, and she was barefooted, and you could see her hair. It wasn't no color to it; it was just all pale. And as soon as she looked at it, she started raising her hand up, and I could already hear
like
him
waving.
And excuse me.
Was it like she was waving or reaching? Was it like she was waving or reaching out for help, sir?
I didn't get that far, to tell you the truth.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't have either.
When she turned to look, my buddy was already running. I could hear the brush cracking as he was going, and it was thick. It was, them old green briars and vines, and it was some thick stuff. And just as her arm started up, that was all I need to see, and I bolted in behind him, and we sprinted all the way to I'd say it was about a mile. We went over top of the ridge and down in another holler and followed it down to the road and into the railroad tracks and ran all the way back to his house. And the older kids would hang out and drink beer and stuff in the shed in behind his house. And we went busting in there, and couldn't hardly talk from running and being freaked out. And and they all looked, and they was like, "You saw her, didn't you?" And all we could do was just shake our heads,
Oh, gee whiz, man.
And that was all the ghost I ever wanted to see. And anytime anybody says that's haunted, I was like, okay, I believe you. I don't need no part of that.
Well, Connor, you've told me a couple of crazy stories about what's happened over in your property. You feel like saying anything about that?
Well, I guess the initial part is the only thing I'm kind of leery of what started it all. You know what I mean? With I guess the first visitors and all that would happen, but well, let's just say it was some kind of ABC agency that that was on my property, and I encountered them.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't quite sure what they wanted, or they wouldn't communicate with me. It was a messed up situation, and they were heavily armed, and I was heavily armed, and it's a wonder it didn't go bad right there. But after that, I had talked to DW, and he was like, "What else you got going on your property?" And I'm like, "Nothing really that I know of." And he asked me about was there any like trees laid over, the odd stuff, that I've noticed. And I'd noticed where some trees had been pushed over, like across the old road beds behind my house.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd be like one tree over in the middle of the corner of the field pushed over.
Right.
And where wind wouldn't really do it, you know what I mean? And it'd be a healthy tree. I'd go up and look at the tree, and it wasn't no reason, it wouldn't rain where it got soft and fell over or nothing like that. And when the tree would be knocked over, it would be during a time, because I'd noticed the tree, and before that, we hadn't had any weather or nothing that I could say, yeah, that may have done it. And so I was
know what
looking
you're
at
saying.
around the property, and I took my dog with me. I got a Arctic Thunder Wolf and German Shepherd mix. And,
What's it? His name's Jackson, isn't it?
Yeah, Jackson. And we were going around to, it's a couple hundred acres behind me that a guy owns. I got permission to be on all that, and a couple hundred acres over to the other side, and nobody lives on none of it, so I kind of look out after it. If I see anybody shouldn't be there, I run them off, or
right, run people coming in hunting on you off. Yeah.
And
you must be relatively in the same part of the country as us, Sean and I.
Maybe. Sean knows where I live.
He I know where he lives. He's basically in about the same region anyway.
Connor, get my contact information from Sean.
Okay. Connor, yeah. Go ahead and finish your story, man. Continue.
Well, as we're going around, I noticed Jackson kind of stopped and sniffed, and he went right on over this particular tree, and he peed on it. And I'm kind of looking around for tracks or evidence of anybody being around after the initial thing I had going on, or just anything odd. Well, I'm kind of looking at the tree to see if, because he seemed a little interested in it when he's peeing on it, and I had to pee too, so I peed on the tree too. And he's on around the rest of the property and really didn't see anything other than a few odd trees had been pushed over, like on road beds and stuff like that. Well, a couple nights later is, kind of when the thing started getting strange. I could hear footsteps running, and they was way faster than somebody could run. And it's pitch dark outside, and I'm in the woods. I live back in the woods, so it's that I was odd. I hear them going by the house really fast, and it happened a couple times. And I went out with the gun and looked around, didn't see nothing, and kind of quit. And then over the next few nights, it kind of started ramping up, and it'd be more, running around and more. Well, they got to. I've got. I don't even know how many trucks. About 6 trucks sitting out there, and all the way kind of around the house. You picture a classic redneck. Okay, I got trucks on block.
Oh, brother, don't feel. Hey, you preaching to the choir, brother. I'm with you.
Yeah, and well, I can hear as they run by, and I'm on the couch, so I'm, right there at the window, and but as they was running by, it was like somebody was taking the palm of their hand and smacking the side of my truck, and then around to the other truck, and then smacking my old van, and but what got me is how quick they was running, because I've got jumps that never were. You try to run through there in the daylight, you yippy. And
you don't think somebody? No, you've known it. If it was, never mind. Something popped into my head. I ain't gonna say it. We'll talk about it later.
All right, and so I'm kind of baffled about all this, and I done talked to DW because he asked me about the first experience, if anything weird, to call him, and I was like, man, I don't know what's going on out here, and we wasn't quite sure what it was, because I hadn't found any footprints. I got heavy orange clay and slate mix, all over my property. So, unless you an elephant and it's raining, it ain't gonna leave a footprint. And
right.
And if it rains heavy for a while or you got snow for a while, I sent Sean a couple pictures of some footprints I did.
Yeah, man, that was about the size of your hand. One I remember.
Yeah, I'm 6'3". So you can imagine what size my hand is, and about from the tip of my finger to my thumb, stretched out, was about what size the paw prints were. And that, and I got a big old German Shepherd wolf mix. You know what I mean? And when they make his paws look little, I know it's something.
Yeah, that's making his paws look little. That sucker is big. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And that was kind of concerning, and I was losing sleep, and during this time, Jackson was like all of a sudden he would go slam off and go to the back bedroom and barking and growling out the window. And then he would move and he'd come in the living room and kind of look confused like he was listening and turn around and he'd go to the other end. And, it was several spells like that. And in the middle of the night, he'd done that. So we was both not getting very much sleep at this point. And so best I can figure it is it was trying to bait me out the house from looking back on it, because the way it was going around and it knew, smacking the trucks got a stir out of me, and I'd go get the gun and, go try to figure out what was going on or, what it was. And so I was getting ready to go to bed during this one night, and I was getting ready to lay down, and all of a sudden Jackson starts growling and looking out towards the window in back bed in my bedroom, which kind of overlooks my driveway. And I hadn't heard nothing, it's been quiet that night, and I was kind of wore out anyway. I was ready to go to bed, and so I looked around, and the first flashlight I grabbed was one of them little LED, like single battery flashlights,
Yeah.
And I got a whole bunch of flashlights. That's just the one that was next to my bed, and I shined it out towards the driveway, and it's not got a very good beam on it, you know what I mean, one of them little AA lights. And I started looking around, and I got eye shine. So I'm looking, and I growed up in the woods hunting, and you know what I mean, it's got fur on its butt. I didn't mess with it. And I could see the eyes, and they were like amber color, like on Jurassic Park when they hold that little light up. Hold the thing up and show you the mosquito in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's about that color, yellow looking, amber. And I could see it moving, and I could see another pair behind it that was further off in the woods, and they never moved. Well, as I'm watching it come out towards me. And I'm focused trying to figure out what it is at this point, because it got this little ass light, and I got it zoomed into a point, so it ain't a very big circle shining at far, and it starts moving towards me. Well, the first thing it hit me is I ain't ever had nothing wild come towards a light. You know what I mean? Maybe a deer every now and then that's just kind of wandering around or wander over to you, but nothing that comes to a light.
Right.
And so it starts coming in. It's really low at the ground, so I'm like, it's something small, but the eyes are too big to be something small. and it come out, and I had a big oak tree there, and I got a '74 Ford van, and I had it parked there next to the tree out the edge of the driveway. Well, as it come around out of the tree, it was getting closer to me and coming out the brush and everything where I could see more of it with the light. And when it turned to go around that tree, I could see the side of it. And at first I thought it was some kind of cat because the way it was moving. It was really low to the ground, and it was like you'd see a cougar or something, stalking something, how they'll get down real low, but they're moving pretty smooth.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of looking, and the first thing I seen is it ain't a cat. The ears and the face and all this, and I could tell it looked, the face and the head and the body structure was more like a fox than anything. It had like a bigger nose, like a wider nose.
Yeah.
And the ears seemed a little bit large for it, or for what a fox would be that size. And it eased around that oak tree, and my van's parked right there, and it stopped. Well, I'm still like trying to figure this thing out, and it's about the color of a Siamese cat. You know how if you had to name a color, you'd say white,
mm-hmm.
but it really ain't. It would like fade into darker towards its feet, and around its nose and face was a little bit darker, kind of like a Siamese cat would be. And it turned around and it stood up, and that's what really got me. And I'm looking at it like, whoa. And I'm trying to look at its face, because I got this little light, and it's standing up. Best way I can describe the way it stood up is like a prairie dog. You know how they'll stand up with the paws kind of curled in?
Yeah, man.
Hey.
I've seen them. Heck yeah,
hey.
brother.
Hey, Tommy, let's let Connor tell this story. This is freaking interesting, man.
Well, it stood up, and I went out there. I called DW after I seen it, and I'm like, man, have you even? Because I'd never even heard of nothing that sounded like that. And I don't know if at the time if he'd even heard anything like that, but there's a bunch or I've heard several stories since. Linda Godfrey actually, I found a picture that she had on one of her sites when she was doing the interview and sent it to DW, and it was pretty close to what I seen.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at it with this little light, and it's just standing there looking at me. And I looked at it, and I wasn't quite sure what to do, and everybody says, "I'll get a picture or get the gun and shoot it," and all that. I don't know if I'd say shock, but disbelief more than anything. Okay, it's standing in my yard.
Yeah.
And I looked at it for a little bit. I really couldn't think of what to do, basically. And I shut the light off. I set my shotgun up next to the bed, and I turned off all the lights, and I went to bed. And, I was like, whatever that is, there's at least 2 of them out there. I don't know how many of them's out there.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about how many was out there.
Well, I seen 2 sets of eyes, and that's the most I've seen, you know, of them.
Yeah.
And the only other time I seen it was, I guess, a couple weeks later, because I had been putting up, I put up lights around, and and I'd move them from tree to tree to kind of mix things up. They had sensors and stuff on them, and I had them up maybe a week. I had 10 lights, you know, around the house, and 9 of them come up missing.
So they just totally disappeared.
Gone. I never found them. The only one that I got was the one that the batteries was dead in. It wouldn't work.
No.
And I still got it right now. And but I was like, well, you know, I'm not going to, if they're going to come up missing, I'm not going to keep buying lights and stuff. And, you know, but
well, that'd get expensive. They're still in crap, man.
Yeah, they was good LED motion sensor lights. You know, I done spent a good bit of money on them.
Oh, yeah.
And I done went, and after seeing that, the next day, I went and bought a 7mm Magnum. You know, I was like, I got an AR and a Sega shotgun and some other stuff, but, you know, I decided I just went and bought, and I deer hunted all my life. There's no need in a 7mm to really deer hunt with. Not where I'm at.
Yeah.
Not anywhere on the East Coast. You know, a 308 or 30-30 or anything like that is plenty enough for deer hunting. And it's actually a little hard to find because there ain't too many people's got, you know, it's not like I'm out west where they hunt antelope and, you know, stuff like that for, you know, a mile away and stuff.
All right.
And, but the next time I seen it, things had done kind of quieted down. You know, all the running around, and every now and then I'd hear a few footsteps. And I was basically just trying to ignore them at this point. I was like, well, I kind of know what's out there, and, you know, I don't know what to really do about it. Who you call, you know? And,
yeah.
So I'm sitting here and I'm watching TV, and I got my tablet and I'm looking on Facebook. I buy and sell a lot of cars and stuff like that, so I'm always wheeling and dealing. So I'm sitting here and I'm kind of in between, during commercials, I kind of check and look through the marketplaces and all that. Well, as I'm doing that, I kind of catch a glimpse of something through my eye, in the corner of my eye, over at the living room window, and about the top of its nose up it was looking right in the window at me. Maybe 15 feet away.
Yeah.
And and I didn't have a light on outside, but the living room light inside was shining out through the window because I ain't got curtains or nothing. I'm in the woods, and but I could see it pretty clear. And when I seen it that time, I took the gun and went out on the porch because I hadn't been going out on the porch, and never heard nothing. Never heard it leave. Never heard nothing around. And
well, they mess anything? They mess with anything else on your property during these nights that you had encounters with them, besides the lights?
Well, one of them got hung up I got an old bicycle laying in the weeds, like a girl's 10-speed that some chick I was dating had, and it's, but it done fell over years ago, and the weeds done growed up through it. And one night, during, I guess I heard, running. Well, it just so happened I was real close to the back porch light. I was going to the bathroom. So I heard the running, and I just flipped the light on.
Mm-hmm.
And evidently it just turned and bolted towards the woods at that point. And when it did, it stepped down inside. It got hung up in the bicycle. And, yeah, Jackson, I say yes. And he's coming over to say it right. And but when it stepped down in the bicycle, it kind of yelped and a little bit of a howl, you know, like yelp, as it, and I could hear the weeds and stuff as it kind of yanked, and the bike kind of slammed around.
So this bike was out in the weeds. You couldn't see it easy.
Yeah, you know how something grows down in the weeds, and you try to pull it out where you can move it a little bit, but you ain't gonna really yank it up out of there.
Yeah, I've seen those things.
And evidently it stepped and got hung up toe or foot or whatever. I couldn't find any fur or blood or, you know, nothing, no kind of evidence of that, but I could see where the bike, like you had reached down and you yanked it up about a foot and laid it back down, you know, where it had been kind of slid over and moved.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, you know, it hadn't really messed with nothing. Things got quiet there for a long time, and I hadn't heard nothing. And back, what has it been, about two or 3 months ago? Because I hadn't been going out since all this started. I just have no need to go out after dark.
All right.
You know, I just been staying in, and you know, just hadn't been messing around outside, and that's unusual because I growed up in the woods and camped and all that. But these people want to see these things. You know, once you see one, especially in your yard, you don't want to go out there because you don't know what it is, basically, or what they're thinking, or what they go. You know, I don't have no idea. And why they want to mess with you, or what they wanted, or nothing. It's just, it's a confusing thing, because like a bear, you can say, well, a bear does this, and a bear might get you, but it's very seldom. You know, most of the time they're sniffing around, getting you trash, and they see you, they're going to run.
Right.
I've had plenty of bear on my property, and, you know, I'd see a 200-pound bear, and, hey, what are you doing, you know, and he looks at you kind of funny, and then they run, you know. But something like these things, you know, you don't know what to think of.
Oh, you said, how much do you think those two, well, you said you saw one right up close. How much would that thing weigh, you think?
Well, I don't know if these were smaller ones.
Yeah.
Because I went out there, when I seen it next to my van, I went out there and took a tape measure and to about where it was standing. And because I got a bubble window on the side, so I had a pretty good reference point, and it's flat right there, and it was a little over 5 foot tall. And, you know, and it wasn't heavy built, or it was pretty slender. I didn't notice it being like real muscular, like you hear a lot of, you know, I guess reports or people tell, you know, about them.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't really muscular. It wasn't the fur. I've heard a lot of people say the fur, and this might be just like a hound dog and a beagle. You know, both dogs, but they different dogs. But the fur looked real clean and soft, and it wasn't scary looking. I mean, if you looked at it, or if they was known and you seen one in the zoo, you'd probably think it was cute. You know, it wasn't like a werewolf Van Helsing looking thing.
All right.
It looked more like a fox. But when it was standing up, it wasn't like you know, like a real fox would have just stood up, you know, all awkward looking, or, you know, trying to keep its balance or something like this. This thing just come up off the ground and stood up and was standing there comfortable. And it's just spooky looking.
I think you, if I remember correctly, that you mentioned they moved on all fours at one time, or at least one of them.
Yeah, and it was moving on all fours when I first seen it. When it went around a tree, it was down, and it looked the way the movement and all looked. It has belly like right at the ground, but it moves like a cat. You seen a regular house cat stalk a mouse, how they'll get down and move real fluent, but they're right on the ground. It's basically how it was moving. It was like right on the ground, but it was moving fairly fast and just smooth. And it didn't look uncomfortable being with his belly down to the ground.
Right.
And then things pretty much got quiet, and I hadn't had anything for a long time, and like I said, I hadn't been going out, and the way I kind of looked at it is I ain't messing with them. I hadn't tried to take any shots at them or nothing.
Yeah, that kind of shit outside your door, I'd kind of stay inside during the dark myself.
And they I think they know what a gun is, and I believe that they just decided I just wasn't worth messing with. You know, I mean, I don't know if they was more curious or what, but I think what started it is when that tree must have been some kind of marker tree is the only thing I can figure. And when the dog peed on it, and then with a wolf, my wolf, you know, anything you do, you got to kind of show dominance over.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the ways they do it is when they pee, a bigger wolf will pee higher on the tree to show he's dominant. So when he peed on the tree, I just went over and peed it way up on the tree and just let it run down. And I think that may have been like a marker tree or a scent tree, or I don't know, because the way he acted funny towards it, because he kind of stopped and went way out of his way to that tree and kind of sniffed it a minute and then peed on it, you know. So I think that, and the other activity I had on the property, I don't know what happened. You know, I don't know if they was hunting them things or what was going on with that, but that may have been part of the reason they was curious with me, because they may have thought I was involved with whatever that was. And yeah, it was strange.
Oh yeah.
The only other time I really been out after dark, a few weeks ago, my neighbor down here was having a cookout, and I'd been down there early, and I'd planned on coming on back, and he was like, "Oh, you might as well stay." His wife can really cook too, so had steaks and all that, and I'm like, "Well, all right." So I got a 30 carbine pistol, and I got a headlamp and a flashlight in my vehicle anyway.
Right.
So I can make it to the back door, okay. And I come in and put my headlamp on, got the flashlight out, got my 30 carbine out, and it's a pistol, semi-automatic. And I pull right up to the back door and get out, and as I'm starting up the steps, I hear something. I hear bark and movement, and over in behind my house, you know, I had huge oak trees all the way around, and So I'm like, what's the deal here, you know? And as it jumped from one tree to the next tree, and it was way up in the trees. And these are big oak trees, like 80, 90-foot tall oak trees. And but you couldn't see, the lights I had wasn't quite big enough to really see anything in the tree. And the skyline where they come up, there was a little bit of a moon, so I could see like the treetops.
Mm-hmm.
And when it jumped from one tree to the other tree, I could see the tree shake. And for something to shake a tree that big, you know, it had to be pretty good size. And I could hear the bark, you know, the bark rip and all when it hit the other tree and left the first tree. And I got up the next morning, and some loggers hang out down here at the local store, you know, when they're hauling loads to the mill and stuff. And I talked to them and found the first loggers I could find that was convenient to come cut trees, and I had them cut 68 log trees. And you know, I didn't really want to do that, but that was once I realized they could be in the trees, and you know, I was done with that. So I had them thin down all the big trees.
Now, did you ever take any of those weapons you explained and shot at these things, or shot up in the air or anything to try to scare them off?
Well, I fired a couple shots in the air one time, and that's about it. And that was during when I'd had like several nights in a row, and I was losing sleep, and you know, still so stressed out during the day I really couldn't sleep. And you know, I heard the footsteps, and I walked out on the porch and kind of cussed a little bit, and you know, told them to leave me the hell alone. And
mm-hmm.
I had a slide fire on my Sega 12 with a 20-round mag, and I opened it up in the air, and it'll empty 20 rounds of double-aught buck pretty quick. And then I went on back in, and I didn't hear nothing else the rest of the night.
Didn't they mess with your TV antenna one night?
Nah, that when I seen them, when they left, or when that activity quit or really slowed down, the dog was acting different then, and he was like going up, and he wouldn't like okay, there's something out there, and he was like, but he wasn't going off.
Mm-hmm.
So, and more whining, and you know, I didn't understand what was going on with that, and I've been messing with my antenna out here, and I don't have cable or anything. You know, I got a pole with a digital antenna on the top, and to move it around to get different channels or better channels, you know, you got to go out there and slide it around. Well, I had it out there right next to the window, and I come in here, and I'd been messing with it during the day because I'd moved it, and then the next day I'd mess with it some more because it, you know, getting the channels right. And I'm sitting here watching TV, and there ain't no wind or nothing, and all of a sudden the TV signal just goes off. And usually, like when the wind's blowing or it moves or whatever, you know, it'll kind of go out a little bit, or you're getting it coming in and out. It's just like turned and went out. And I was like, well, okay, I'm done. I'm just going to go to bed, because I wasn't going out there messing with it. You know, I just didn't quit going outside at night. Well, the next day I go out there, and, you know, this goes on for a couple nights. And I think I got it straightened away. And this is not one of them little light antenna poles. I work construction. I got a piece of scheduled pipe that's about 2-inch pipe. You know, it's like 30 foot long with my antenna on it. It's bright heavy, so the wind don't really blow it around or nothing. And I had marked on there where it was, so I, figure out. And I put I was like, this thing's moving, and there ain't no way it should be moving. So I put a piece of reflector tape around it, and it goes up by that same window. About 13 feet from me, where I could see the reflector tape. Well, as I'm watching, all of a sudden the TV starts going out, and I immediately look over there, and I can see it slowly turning. And so I'm like, something's moving it. There ain't no. So I get up, and I try to look out the window with the flashlight, and I don't see anything, and mess around, look around the windows and all that. The only thing that I can think of is I don't believe them other things really shove over trees and make them kind of markings. From what I understand and talking to DW and all that, so I'm thinking there's some Bigfoot in the area, and that's what had actually pushed the trees over, and they must have come back in the area and kind of run them other things off. And the other weird thing that happened is when this other thing was going on, Jackson, he wouldn't even go outside, and he's a big, serious dog.
Yeah.
And, I'd let him out, and, even during the day, he didn't even hardly want to go off the porch far enough to use the bathroom, and then he wanted back in. And if I went out or was messing around outside or whatever, he'd be like kind of shoved right up against me watching. Well, he had quit doing that, and I could see him like kind of more relaxed and panting, and like he was pretty calm, and he started going up in the woods and all. Well, there was several times that he would just stop mid-stride. I'd be out there working on one of my trucks or whatever, and he'd stop, and I'd see him lift his head up like he heard something. So I'd kind of stop and look up there, and then he'd take off. And I'd holler, and, he wouldn't listen. He just got it. Well, he'd be gone for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then he'd come back just like he was happy as he could be, like he done hung out with his best buddy. And, I don't have any explanation for that. I don't understand it. But
you got any neighbors he's cozy with?
Nah. Even my buddies come up here, he don't care for them. I mean, with that wolf in him, he don't care if you pet him, sweet talk him, nothing. When you show up, if somebody new, he wants to walk around him with his hair stood up, and he wants to sniff them real good, and then he's done with them. That's all. My one buddy, he's 4 years old, and my one buddy's been around him his whole life, and he'll get happy when he sees him, and he'll come up to him and let him pet him a little bit, and then he's done with him. He just don't really take to anybody else, or care to have anything to do with anybody else. So, but that was about the time where all activity around here quit. So I'm not. I did have a rock boat. His only other odd thing about that time had happened. When Jackson was doing that and everything, it was at night.
Mm-hmm.
And well, my neighbor had got a new gun, and it stopped here, and then it was just a little after dark. And I heard him pull up out there, and I turned the porch light on, and it parked right kind of at my back door anyway. So I went out there, and we was looking at his rifle on the hood of his truck, you know, under the porch light. And we was talking, and all of a sudden, I'd say maybe a softball-sized rock or a little bigger, you could hear it skipping through the trees. Like somebody from about halfway up the ridge had really slung it. And so we both turned, as you can hear it coming through there, and then you could hear it thud and roll. And he was like, "What's that?" I said, "It sounded like a big rock." "What did it sound like to you?" He said, "That's what it sounded like." He said, "What the hell?" I was like, "Man, I don't know," you know. And he stood there and looked, and I stood there and looked, and, you know, hey, you tell your neighbor that some weird shit out there without everybody thinking you're crazy.
Yeah.
And,
well, did you ever find that rock? Did you find that rock?
I went up there and looked, but it's rocks everywhere up through there. It's kind of, they used to mine it back years ago. So it's a lot of, you know, that wrap really pulled out of the mines and kind of tossed everywhere. So it's big brownish looking rocks everywhere.
Okay. So tell me, you had all the trees cut down around your property. So did that stop the activity? How many?
Well, and I also I was going to Family Dollar and getting bleach.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And mixing it with ammonia.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of makes like a mustard gas. It's kind of chemically the same as mustard gas on a lower level. But I was mixing it in a garden sprayer and going around the property spraying trees. And I'd done that for a good while, and the people at the dollar store thought I was crazy, and they were buying gallons of bleach and ammonia. You know, spraying it, or they didn't know what I was doing with it, but, you know, like every week or so I was in there buying several gallons of each, and but I'd mix it up in there and spray it on the trees.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I think that helped. It made me feel better anyway. I figured if they come around, because it burned my eyes. You know what I mean? It's strong.
Yeah, I've accidentally mixed that crap up.
Yeah, so if you have, it don't take much, and you can really smell it, and you know it's a pretty bad odor. So I've done that for a good while, and like I say, then things kind of calmed down, and you know I hadn't had too much going on. It was, well, the other night I told you about the deer.
Yeah, well, let's hear that story. That's something new. Have you told DW this one? Yeah.
No, I hadn't talked to him and told him about that.
Oh, well, if you don't mind sharing that one, that's a short and sweet one, but that's a good one.
Like I say, it's been probably about 2 months since I've had anything that stood out, and I was up to about maybe midnight. I went to bed. And I'd say I was in bed probably an hour or two, then fell asleep. Well, all of a sudden, I hear, and I've hunted enough that I know exactly what a deer sounds like when it's, you know, in pain or caught up. And I grew up on a farm, so we've had to pull them out of barbed wire fences, and you know they get hung in, you know, stuff, or when you shoot one. Well, it was out there in the corner of my driveway. I could hear one just start squalling, and and it wakes me up, wakes the dog up. He's growling, looking out the window. And so like I say, I got my shotgun right there and my pants and shoes. Well, it didn't take me very long to put my shoes and pants on. And what I had thought is maybe it got hung up in a car rim or, something laying out there. It didn't got its leg hung. It was in pain.
Like that bicycle out there in the weeds.
Yeah, something, And so I get my pants and stuff on, and by the time I get out on the porch, it's done moved up into the woods, and it's still squalling. And so I'm like, well, that's strange, and maybe a drug, whatever it's hung in up that far, and it's hung in the trees or some saplings or something like that, So I'm kind of debating what to do because I really don't want to go up there, but I don't like seeing anything suffer either. And all of a sudden, it just quit and never made another noise, never heard a kicking or nothing moving or anything. So I'm going back to bed, and the next day I get up and I go up there, and Jackson's kind of acting a little bit funny in the way he's got his hair up and he's sniffing around and moving kind of slow and staying with me. And I go up there and look around, and other than some leaves disturbed, I didn't find any blood. Well, it rained. That was that Sunday I told you it rained.
Yeah.
It had poured down rain that night too after that.
Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, like torrential downpour after that. So I went up there anyway to see what I could see, and I couldn't find anything other than leaves were kind of messed up in a few places.
Wow, that is an impressive story. I can't. Does Jackson do any more crazy stuff in the middle of the night that's kind of got your attention, woke you up in the middle of the night or anything like that? Or have you had any sightings during the day about what these, I guess, fox, dog, whatever it is?
Guys, I got a boat.
Not really much going.
Oh, okay. I appreciate you, Tommy. I appreciate you coming on board there, buddy.
I'm sorry, I gotta get off here. It's 10, and I gotta get laid out for tomorrow. Hey, Connor, man, get my contact info from Sean.
Well, take care, Tommy. I appreciate you coming on and telling some stories there.
You guys have a blessed weekend.
You
Everybody.
too, sir.
You too, buddy.
All right. God bless. Good night.
God bless, bud. All right. So anyway, okay. So back to what's going on with your dog in the middle of the night. Nothing, no strange activity or anything. He's waking you up in the middle of the night.
Nah, he's really smart, and he don't bark unless there's something out there. What the breed he is, they're not really barkers anyway. So he's pretty silent about stuff, and if he does bark, he definitely done seen something. And he don't just bark because he sees a squirrel out the window or something like that. If it's something that's not supposed to be there or whatever, is the only time he ever barks or does anything.
All right.
I mean, like where I'm at, if my driveway's I'd say a quarter mile long.
Mm-hmm.
And like if somebody starts up my driveway or whatever, he'll bark, and let me know, but he don't just he's pretty much a couple barks and starts pacing back and forth like, okay, we need to go check on this. Somebody's out there.
Oh yeah, that's the best kind of burglar alarm ever.
Yeah, and but yeah, it's like I say, I can't really explain all that, and I wasn't trying to find an encounter or I never thought it where I'm at there'd be anything like that roaming around.
Nah.
And
well, you want to talk about anything? Well, you mentioned before to me, I can't even remember. You told me we talked about this stuff so much. Do you want to talk anything about these men in black camo coming up on your property, or you want to leave that alone? That's up to you.
Well, I'll just give a gist of it. Like I say, the dog's usually pretty good on anything moving around or anything like that. So I'd seen him kind of up next to the window growling, and when I got up to go to the refrigerator out of my kitchen window towards the front of the house, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a LED light, like the little power on button or something. You know, I could see like a light glow or something like that on.
Yeah.
Kind of down through the woods. And like I say, I buy and sell cars and stuff all the time, so I usually got something sitting next to the road or, you know, way down to, like I say, my driveway's about a quarter mile long, so it's down at the end of the driveway. And, you know, so I kind of pay attention down that way anyway. And so as soon as I seen something moving up through there, I was like, and I got like several race cars and a bunch of Harleys and some other stuff too. So I got, you know, a bunch of stuff sitting around I keep an eye on. That's the reason I got the big dog.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, well, I got them. So I grabbed my AR and didn't turn on any lights or nothing, and went out the back door really easy, told the dog to shut up and go lay down, and eased out the door and went down there and used kind of my trucks for cover as I was moving down that way.
Mm-hmm.
And got down there to intercept them, and I had the light on the front of the AR just as they was coming around the brush at the old road bed. I was getting ready to turn the light on, and about the time I could hear a little bit of movement on both sides of me, and I was surrounded. And I'd say it was at least 3 on both sides of me. And it was a little bit of a moon, but not really much where you could see anything, just kind of make out the shapes and, you know.
Yeah.
And a little bit of what it was, but I could immediately tell they were all dressed alike and, you know, appeared to be like a military type uniforms. And it was big dudes. You know, it wasn't little kids with playing a prank or nothing like that. They was just real big dudes in all black. So first thing it hit me was, okay, this is a SWAT team. You know, I don't know what they want with me, or maybe they got the wrong house, or, you know, somebody got some information confused, or, you know what I mean, something.
Yeah, sounds like somebody was coming in to do a break in and arrest whoever was in the house kind of scenario.
Yeah, and so I immediately said, whoa, I'm not doing anything, and I grabbed the middle of the gun and I held it up over my head. And I was like waiting on them just to run in and snatch me and snag the gun, and they didn't. So it was kind of a standoff at that point, and they're not saying anything. And I'm like, okay, you know, I don't know what y'all want or what you're doing here, but, you know, I'll answer any questions you got, or, you know, whatever you need, I'll feel free to cooperate here. I ain't done nothing.
All right.
I said, you're on my property. Y'all on my property in the middle of the night. So, you know, I got a right to have a gun to check that out. You know what I mean? Still hadn't done nothing, even with the gun. Well, nobody would answer. Nobody would, communicate with me. So then I got all this going through my head, trying to figure out, well, okay, what's wrong here? Why won't they answer? And then I thought, well, maybe they'd have figured out they got the wrong address, or maybe they didn't get permission yet to do whatever they're going to do, or whatever. And so I'm like, okay, y'all don't want to talk to me, I'm going back in the house. And so I kept the gun above my head and slowly walked back to the driveway and went on back in the house. And then, I was, wasn't quite sure what to do over all that. I'm sitting in the house now, and I got this big old dog. I know if they kick my door in for any kind of reason, he's going to nail the first one that comes through the door.
Right.
And you done seen it on the news too many times. Family dogs shot, or they're shooting beagles and stuff. You know what I mean? What are they gonna do when
something that big gets hold of him or comes out of him anyway?
And
yeah.
he's gonna get a hold to him. He ain't gonna play with them. They kick in the door. So, and then I was like, I'm gonna be defending the dog. I'm liable to get shot because, this is just gonna go bad. They know I'm armed. So I started watching out the window, and I could see a little bit of movement every now and then, and a little bit of light. And so I go back out and try to make contact with them, because I could tell about where they was in the woods. They didn't move around to the backside, and I'm assuming they was still around front. I don't know. I just know I could see them from where I was at, in the living room out the back.
Now,
I went out there and,
did you have your lights on in the house, or did you turn those things off?
Well, at that point, I had done turned on all the lights because I wanted them to clearly see me, and you know what I mean, that I wasn't doing nothing, and I'm just in the house.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want them to me be sitting there with AR in my lap, and you know what I mean? Okay, I'm waiting on you, kind of thing. Because I didn't know what they wanted or why they was here or anything. And so I went back out and tried to make contact with them. That didn't work out. I came back in, and they was moving around. I started getting mad because I was like, okay, if it's law, they got to tell me what they're doing. You know what I mean? They have to identify themselves. And so then I decided I was going to try to run one of them down. And I turned off all the lights and snuck back out the door again and tried to, I see where I've done that. I turned off all the lights, and I eased around the house and waited. And I know my property pretty well, so I know you can't really get through this thick stuff running to get away from me. So I could probably head you off this way and all. And I couldn't catch them. They kept running and trying to getting away basically.
Yeah.
And like I say, and at one point, when I come back in the house, I turned off all the lights. It was like a long, like laser beam type thing, and I could see it, and I thought it was brake lights off my truck at first, and sitting in the backyard, and because all of a sudden, like on the far end, I could see lights coming through the back window, and then I could tell it was moving. Well, as it kind of went by, I didn't turn off all the lights, and I'm laying on the couch now because I don't know what to do. Who you call? Okay, I'm already assuming it's law enforcement, so you call police and tell them, look, your guys is out here, and I didn't know what to do. And but I seen it's kind of like a scanner, as best I can describe it. It went down, and when it got to where I was, it was slowed down and went by, and then stopped and went by again, and then went by one more time and went on down the rest of the house. And so I'm laying here like, what's up now? What is that? And I've never heard of nothing like that. And so at that point, I made one more attempt to try to communicate or run them down, and it was two of them around on the front side. And I went to run them down, and because you go through like my house, and then there's a big patch of woods, and then there's a big field, and it runs all the way down to the main road. There's nothing but fields. There's nothing to get behind. There's nowhere to go. So I thought, well, okay, I'll try to run them down in that field. And so when they cleared the wood line and got into the field, they kind of veered to the left and towards my neighbor's driveway, which is a good ways away, but it's closer on that end. And a Crown Victoria come flying in, and they both jumped in that Crown Victoria and gone. And even the dude driving was all in black, because I could see when the interior light turned on when they opened the door.
Yeah.
And so I could definitely see then that they were all in black and in a military looking outfits anyway. and they left out of there. And
what kind of weapons do these guys have on them? Did you make out what they were?
Nah, I really couldn't make out what kind of weapons they had. It appeared like they was carrying something, but I never really, and it's pretty dark, you know what I mean? And even they never got around my porch lights anywhere near it where I could see any light off of my porch lights. And I kept turning them off so I could sneak out and try to confront one of them, and figure out what was going on. Because at that point, it was like, well, if they wanted to shoot me, if it was somebody wanted to do that, they already had me. They could have shot me at any point, either through the window or when they had me surrounded the first time. I mean, they had me. I wouldn't have been able to do anything. And so I didn't come to the conclusion that I didn't feel like I was in danger from them, because they didn't have too many opportunities to do something if they wanted to.
Absolutely.
And so it was just and the next morning when I got up, I went to the state police office. Is the first place I went, and I went in there and spoke to the state police, the chief of police for the state troopers.
Yeah.
And told him, and I'm like, look, I don't know what's going on, but I've got armed people on my property in the middle of the night, and they want to identify themselves. And he was like, well, that's not procedure, or I was like, well, I understand, but I didn't know if something went wrong, and they didn't want to tell me they was there because they had the wrong place, or something like that. And he's like, well, I'm not allowed to divulge any information on SWAT team activity or whatever, but we coordinate with the state and the government and all the agencies. They let them know if they're going to be in the area. So he gets on his computer, and he's typing away, and he's looking and all, and he's like, well, like I say, I cannot tell you if we've got any activity in any area. I can't tell you that. He said, that being said, He said, there's no, I looked you up, and there's nothing that you're involved with, or your name ain't on any of our radar. And I will tell you that we do not have anything going on in that area, and haven't had anything going on in that area, and have no plans on having anything in that area. Because I'm in the middle of nowhere, basically.
Yeah.
So I thanked him, and I was still kind of mad over the whole situation. I'd done been up all night, and I told him, I said, well, look, you tell your guys, the next one that won't answer me, I'm shooting. I said, and he's like, you can't do that. I was like, look, I'm telling you, I'm in fear for my life at this point. I've got armed people that surrounded me and harassed me, all night long. I said, I'm not putting up with this. I said, if it is somebody that you can talk to or whatever, I'm just telling you. I said, so if something happens in the future, I'm pretty much making a statement now of where I'm at.
Mm.
And, and he kind of looked at me and gave me a stern talking to a little bit about, no, you can't just shoot somebody because they're on your property. And I'm like, well, okay, but that's what I'm going to do. And I left there, and I drove to the...
well, let me ask one. Before you get too far, you hadn't slept all night that night, so this activity ended.
It was close to daylight when, and I don't know exactly when they left. I was just so wore out and couldn't do nothing. What do you do? I mean, I done tried to chase them. I done tried to talk to them. I didn't know who I could call.
Dang.
I didn't know what to do over all this.
All right.
And
what'd you do after you got?
Yeah.
And what'd you do after you get after?
I drove straight to the county sheriff's department, and I had to wait because they were in a meeting and all that. So I went in and spoke to the police chief and the captain both, and gave them the same spiel. And I was still kind of mad over it, and told them I just left the state trooper's office, and I'm just letting you know because I don't want any of the, I don't be responsible for shooting a deputy or, you know what I mean? I've got no ill will towards anyone, but I didn't know who it was, and or the reasons or what was going on, and I just knew that I ain't done nothing.
All right.
And so as near as I can, or we're talking with DW and all, that for some reason they had some interaction with them things. And I don't know if it was a Bigfoot group, or I don't know if it was I don't even know what to call them other things. But, something, and then that's when the activity started, was immediately after that. So it was some kind of connection there.
Oh, so these men in black showed up before the activity of the foxes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I'm not sure if maybe they had killed a couple of the adults, and there was a couple smaller ones that was around, and I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances or what, I don't know. Not a lot of it makes sense. I tried to, think about everything logically and why and what's up and why here and why they wanted to mess with me. And, there's a lot of unanswered questions still.
Right. Now, your area where you're at, do you have any Bigfoot sightings or anything like that? Is it a common place to hear these things around there?
No, it's not common, but there has been some stories on the news from around the area. of sightings, and that's not, very far from me at all. I'd say an hour, 30 minutes to an hour to 3 different sightings from my house.
Okay. Wow. I don't know what. So the last little bit was just a few days ago, right after, was it last Sunday night when this thing happened with the deer incident?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it'd been like a couple months since before then. But like I say, I basically just been ignoring them. I know it's not somebody walking because you can hear the footsteps. I got oak trees, or had oak trees all the way around me, so thick leaves, you can hear footsteps and make them out pretty good, even at a distance. And, you can tell the stride of, somebody walking, and these are more of a chop, 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 chop kind of walk than more of a where somebody would be walking, person.
Yeah, well, didn't you tell me that your property around your home and stuff was pretty grew up with a lot of weeds and briar patches and stuff?
Yeah, I work construction, and I was gone a whole lot. Sometimes I'd be gone a year on a job, or I've had this place close to about 20 some years, and but a lot of times, like I moved in with this chick for a couple of years, and I'd go hit a job and be gone for a year on it, and 6 months here and back home for a little bit. So the property is really set a lot, dormant with nobody around.
All right.
And and I'm here kind of sporadically, is the way it's been in the past. And I've had, I got a couple bulging discs and a pinched nerve, so I've been off for a while. So I've been pretty much here for the last, I'd say, close to 2 years. I've been pretty much around the house.
Mm-hmm.
And, so, I don't know if they had come around before and I just hadn't been around, or what, but the ridge I'm on, at the very end of it, is an old Indian burial ground. The ridge probably runs about 5 miles maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And it's big fields on one side, and then the other side it's big company plants corn there, so it's a big industrial kind of cornfields kind of deal.
No, like for alcohol and stuff for that, and for the alcohol for ethanol. That's what I'm trying to.
Maybe, I'm not sure exactly what they use it for. But it runs all the way to the river,
mm-hmm.
and then kind of, if you come off of that ridge that's in behind my house, it points right into that old Indian burial ground and stuff.
Oh.
And like I said, in all the cornfields, there's piles of deer that cross, and there's a couple smaller, like wooded areas and all that, but the main cover was this big ridge. So I get a lot of bears come down through here because they'll come up that ridge,
right,
to get cover from feeding, and they'll come down the old logging roads. And one of the old logging roads comes right into my back door. And there's another one there's several more that's close, that come down onto my property, but there's one that comes right into my back door. So if anything's traveling, they usually kind of hit them old logging roads, and it's probably a mining road from way back in. Exactly, that's probably what that is. And things just kind of naturally travel down through it and end up right pretty much in my backyard, because I've had 4 bear killed right at the end of my big bear killed right at the end of my driveway and a couple cubs.
Oh,
They were coming out of my driveway.
okay. So where your yard is all growed up, and you're telling me about these fox, dogmen, whatever you want to call them, running through your yard and slapping the side of your van and stuff. Yeah, is that easy to do through the?
No, it wouldn't be easy to do in the daylight. Because, I got stuff sitting around, and like I say, where I was gone, I'd get some construction materials or whatever they give you on the job, and, I'd be working on this truck and have another set of rims laying next to it, and, the phone would ring, and I'd go to this job, and it'd just sit, and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
So, and I've been pretty much single, I had one chick live with me for a while. She used to get after me about the yard, but she didn't last long. But, the other ones, like, I moved in with this chick for like 5 years and, lived in her house. And her yard was nice and clean and all, and I kept all my junk over here.
Yeah, so it's not easy. It's not easy to run through your yard during the daylight because it's all growed up and you got a lot of construction and vehicle parts and pieces and vehicles itself, right?
Yeah, I got all kinds of stuff. Like I say, I still got 6 trucks right now. And I got 5 Harleys. I got dune buggies, jet skis, 4-wheelers. I mean, it's stuff sitting everywhere.
It sounds like you got a little used car parking lot going on there.
Yeah, like I say, I'm making a lot of money working construction. If I come back and I wanted to buy it, I had the money to buy it. And being single, I had nobody tell me I couldn't buy it. So
there you go.
The dog don't care. He just gets some extra ET on.
Oh, jeez, man. So how are you still doing the that Clorox and mix that you were telling us about? Are you still spraying that around your property?
Well, I kind of slacked off on that. Other than getting expensive and being a pain, in the activity, pretty much just gradually just went away until, like I say, every now and then I'll have something happen, but it was mainly at night. I didn't really have any. Every now and then during the day, I could hear something run on the ridge, but, with all that other stuff, I wasn't sure if it was just something running or if I'm hearing stuff. Well, I knew I heard it, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's hard to tell what it is at a distance up further on the ridge. But, the dog calmed down, and I kind of used him as a gauge. Because, just the way he acted, I knew something was definitely wrong. He hadn't gone off like that, and he just wouldn't quit barking. And,
Daggum. Yeah, man, I could. Well, when I had my dog, he knew, according to my girlfriend at the time, he knew when I was coming home 15, 20 minutes before I got in through the door. So, anybody knows, anybody knows about a dog, they can definitely sense things around the house and around the property.
He knows my truck, and like I say, the power guys come up here not long ago to change out the meter box, and I don't ever lock my back door because I got the big dog in the house, and he knows how to open the door. He just grab a doorknob and open it up and go outside. And,
that's crazy.
Yeah, and when he wants to come back in, he'll shut the door behind him.
Well, okay, there. I didn't know he was that smart.
Oh, yeah, he's real smart. But the power guys was up here going to change a meter out, and the meter's like right behind my house.
Mm-hmm.
And they got out the truck and all, and he opened up the door and run them back up in the truck, and they called me, and it was like, is this a dog bite? well, they told me who they was. It was from a power company. And I was like, he's in the house. They're like, no, he ain't. You know, he come after us and run something to the truck, and he's sitting here right now growling at us. And I was on the way back from the store. I went to get me a sandwich, and so I'll be there in a couple minutes. And they said when I started up the driveway, his ears went up, and he looked down, and he couldn't see me at that point. And he went back up in, and he shut the door behind me. And they was sitting in the truck laughing because they was pulling around far enough that they could actually see him go in the house and grab a door and shut it behind him.
Right.
And so I was like, so I opened up the door, and he's sitting there like, nah, I ain't doing nothing. I've been in the house. And I chewed him out a little bit. And, took him outside and let him meet the fire people, and I had them make extra anytime they were in the area. I had them call me and drive up, and so they got he knows their truck now, and he won't bother them now.
Right. Well,
but
well, Connor, I appreciate you, buddy, calling in and telling that story. That, folks, if you ever heard anything that has to do with a Dogman or cryptid story, this story that Connor shared with us tonight, folks, you ain't going to hear any better. You just definitely haven't. He's told me a little bit more, but he's pretty much nailed it with the stories that he's told. And he's never varied from what he's told me. I don't think you've even added anything new other than a couple nights ago when that deer story happened. But wow.
Yeah, that just happened.
Yeah, that just happened.
Yeah.
Well,
like I say, it is what it is. I can't really explain it, and like I say, these people want to see these things. There's some people in the chat. I'd love to see one and all that. Well, it's not like going out and seeing anything you're looking for. You know, like a bear or whatever. You know, because it's something that you know, and even if you have a good encounter and see one, your mind just don't process it right because you don't know what it is and don't know, how to really take it. And yeah, I normally don't have no nightmares or anything like that, but I did over this because, and it wasn't the fact that I know people's had a lot worse interactions and stuff going on, but just the stuff I've had with them, it's just really unnerving. And, it's just, I don't know what to tell somebody. And if you was to run across something like a Van Helsing one, I don't know how you would. I just know seeing something that's 5 foot tall and fairly cute will mess you up when you don't know what it is.
So you think? So you definitely think there is bigger versions of that thing out there in your woods at the time?
I don't know. Like I say, all I can tell you is what I saw.
Yeah.
And as far as, like I say, I don't know if they were young ones. I don't know if it was full size. I really couldn't answer that.
Well, I don't know how much time you got left to talk or anything, but I do remember you telling me that you heard some crazy like chatter or something that wasn't anything that you heard.
That one time I heard lightly it was some mumbling and the clicking noises, like it sounded like it was making it with their mouth.
Right.
And that was about the time that these things quit coming around, and I felt like something else might have been moved in, just from the way the dog was acting, and the feeling I had. I guess basically it just felt different, but I was coming out the bathroom near my back door, and I heard a limb snap, like somebody had stepped on a good-sized limb and broke it. And so I didn't turn on the light or anything. I just kind of was trying to listen to the door. And I heard, and it was really hard to hear, but I could hear like a drunk samurai or a drunk Chinese talking, mumbling fast. It was about of a few, a little bit. And then it was like, and the other noise was over from it, and it was a clicking type noise, like you was making a clicking noise with your mouth or something.
Yeah.
And then the other one made a grunt, and then I didn't hear nothing else. So I don't know really what the
hell did it sound like? Did it sound human at all? What little bit that you did hear, other than the grunts and the clicking?
It was faster, like when people talk, they talk at a pace. This was like like a faster, kind of like jumbling.
Oh, okay.
Together and stuff. And they were trying to be quiet too. They wasn't really like being loud, communicating. It was like you was hunkered down, trying to whisper to your buddy over a few feet from you.
Oh,
You're not making very much noise, but like I say, I'm up here in the woods, it's dead quiet. There ain't no noises.
So what did Jackson, your dog, say? Did the dog do anything with it, or did he act like he heard these noises or anything?
Well, he come up there and he was standing at the door and he was turning his head sideways and had his ears up and he's looking at me and I'm looking at him and and I done motion for him to be quiet. And so he's looking and ain't sure what's going on, and I'm looking, and you can see him kind of leaning his head forward, trying to listen better, and then didn't hear nothing else after that. So,
dang, man, wow. I don't know if I want to encounter something like that. That will probably get me all messed up and having nightmares myself. Jeez.
And like I say, I've never seen nothing else with them at other one twice. And, so I'm not sure. And like I say, I've looked for footprints and all, but it's hard orange clay with slate, mixed with slate.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically like concrete most of the time.
Yeah.
You can't dig in it with a shovel.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Up until you have almost like a flood, and then it'll turn into something you lose your shoe in.
Yep. And so, I'm not quite sure
what the heck's going on. Wow. Anybody around your house, your neighbors or anybody at all, say they've seen anything like that? Those foxes?
The only, the guy that owns all the property behind me, I went and asked him about it, and I was like, have you seen anything you ain't sure what it was, or because I know he's got a few game cameras set up there, and he's like, nah, I ain't really never caught anything on the game cameras. He said, I've had some people knock them down and mess with them, so I know somebody's in there trespassing. So he's had the game cameras messed with.
All right.
And, that could be anything. And, but he had one guy come in there to hunt his property one time. It was a friend of his, wanted to come up for the hunting season. And he said he seen some large wolves, is how he described them. And it scared him bad enough that he's supposed to stay all week. It's there's a trailer that sits up on the mountain, an old they still have power and stuff to it, but nobody lives in there or anything. But they kind of use it for a camp or when he comes in to check on the property kind of thing.
Right.
And he was supposed to stay all week, and it shook him up bad enough that he took all his stuff and left after seeing them. And evidently he's several hours drive, away from here. And he said he won't come back. So I don't really know exactly what he saw. Just he told the landowner that there was large wolves. That's what he said.
That was hell. So he cut a week-long stay to a day or two after seeing
He
that?
left the first day.
Oh, he left. Oh,
that,
when
that happened the first morning about daylight. It wasn't even quite daylight
right.
on the first morning.
So more or less, he was out just scouting and stuff. More or less.
Well, they had looked.
Looking back, I suppose I should have known better than to buy that foreclosed house out in the middle of nowhere. But as a newly divorced man, I just wanted to get away. My parents offered for me to move back in with them. You see, my wife had gotten everything in the divorce settlement, and I was trying to make it on my own. The price was right, and the place had potential. Sure, it needed a lot of TLC. The wooden siding was weathered and paint chipped. The porch sagged a bit in the middle, and the inside was straight out of the 1960s with its faded floral wallpaper and ancient appliances. But it had good bones and several acres of land where I envisioned starting a little vegetable garden and maybe getting some chickens. A fixer-upper with room to grow was exactly what I needed after my chaotic life in the city. Move-in day rolled around, and let me ask you a question. Have you ever been overwhelmed with emotions? I mean like a roller coaster of emotions? That day I was excited, scared, worried, and optimistic all in one. It was emotionally draining. Thinking about starting over, feeling like a failure. My mind played tricks on me. Voices echoed in my head. It was utterly nerve-wracking. With every box I picked up came another thought, each more annoying than the other. The day I moved in was sunny and crisp, perfect for a fresh start. I just finished unpacking the last box in the cozy little kitchen when I heard a truck rumbling up the long gravel driveway. I peered out the window to see a battered blue pickup pulling up near the porch. An elderly man in jeans and a John Deere cap got out and waved in my direction. I opened the front door and stepped onto the creaky porch boards. "Howdy, neighbor," he called out cheerfully. "Name's Bert. I live just over yonder," he said, pointing west across a field. "Wanted to stop by and welcome you to the area." I introduced myself, and we chatted for a few minutes about the town and surrounding countryside. Bert seemed like a kindly old man, though with a tough look in his eyes, like he had been through some things in life, but you could tell he was happy to have a new neighbor. "You let me know if you need anything or have any trouble around here," he said with a tip of his cap as he headed back to his truck. "Thanks, Bert. Real nice to meet you," I replied with a smile. Maybe this place wouldn't be so lonely after all. The first couple weeks went by smoothly as I settled into a routine fixing up the old place, but one night, as I was reading in the living room, I heard an eerie sound drift in through the open window. At first it was barely audible, just a high-pitched keening carried on the wind. But it grew steadily louder and more unnerving, a sort of wailing cry that made my skin crawl. It seemed to circle the house, the fluctuating volume making it hard to pinpoint the source. My nerves on edge, I crept to the window and peered out into the inky darkness. The nearly full moon illuminated the yard and fields with a dim bluish light, but nothing appeared amiss. The only movement was the wind rustling through the trees bordering the property. After a few minutes, the cries faded back into the distance, and the night was silent once again. I shook off the uneasy feeling and chided myself for letting my imagination run wild out here in the countryside. Probably just a stray dog or some weird nocturnal bird, right? The next night, however, I was jolted from sleep by the eerie wailing, now sounding clearer and closer than before. Something about these cries seemed almost unnatural, like no earthly animal I'd ever heard. This time I gathered my courage and stepped out onto the sagging porch, gripping my phone and ready to sprint back inside. The lights revealed nothing but empty yard and moonlit fields, yet the keening screeches drew nearer, making my pulse race as I wildly looked around for the source. They built to a crescendo, then faded away, leaving me baffled and seriously spooked. At breakfast, I debated whether to ask Bert if he knew what might make that bizarre sound. But I didn't want to seem like a paranoid city slicker frightened by wildlife noises, so the next time we talked, I just made a joke about coyotes keeping me up at night. "Ah, now, ain't no coy dogs around these parts," Bert said with a chuckle. "You let me know if you hear anything strange again, though." The look on his weathered face turned uncharacteristically grim for a moment before he turned and walked back to his truck. For several nights, the cry didn't return, and I managed to convince myself it was all in my head. Until late one hot summer evening about a week later, I woke to the shrill keening cutting through the still night air. This time, it was paired with heavy footsteps crunching through the tall grass that bordered the back of the property. Adrenaline coursing, I scrambled to flick on the porch lights. I caught a glimpse of two glowing orbs flashing in the darkness near the tree line before they disappeared into the woods. The screams eventually tapered off as my heart pounded in my ears. I didn't sleep a wink that night. At first light, I inspected the area but found no footprints or trails, only my own tracks across the dew-covered grass. I wanted to tell Bert what I'd seen and heard, but feared he'd think the isolation had caused me to lose my marbles already. The incidents became more frequent after that. Shadowy figures darting behind trees, heavy thuds on the roof that would abruptly stop when I rushed outside, guttural groans and garbled chatter in the fields at dusk, that same eerie wailing piercing the night air whenever the moon swelled full and bright. This thing lurking out there was getting closer and closer to the house, and what made me even more afraid was that it seemed comfortable doing so. Now pause right here in the story and let me say this. I'm not a liberal-minded gun-hating person, but at the same time, I grew up in a household that didn't have guns. However, this activity was quickly making me rethink the need to have a weapon in the house. So I drive into the city and buy myself a shotgun, semi-automatic. Having a weapon made me feel safe, like if push came to shove, I would be able to do more than just become a victim to whatever the hell this thing was. Days later, strange smells, putrid, almost sulfuric odors, wafted through the windows at night. Terrified, I stopped going outside after dark. But even indoors, I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. Some nights, I'd catch a glimpse of glowing eyes peering through the curtains, or a branch-like arm dragging across the glass while that chilling cry rang out all around. So I decided to have a conversation with Bert, and that is when he told me about the things that lived in the woods around here. Bert was the one who said it was a dogman. Listen, I had never heard of the term, nor had I any clue what they were. Yes, I was experiencing strange and weird stuff, but for it to be a walking wolf? That just didn't make any sense whatsoever. So we go over to his property, and let me tell you, this man has bars on his windows all along the backside of the house. You know how you can get the floodlights from Home Depot? He has commercial-grade lights on the backside of his house and a generator. The place looked like Fort Knox. He goes on to explain to me that these things have been here since he was a kid, and that the reason the house I was in was empty was because the last owner would not listen to his advice. He said there are rules to living with the Dogman. Rule number 1, light is your friend. They are not afraid of the light, but they don't care to walk in the light. Rule number 2, they are animals but smart like a human, been here a long time. They know how we think and they know what makes us scared. So no matter what you hear, you have to decide not to be afraid. The more fear you show, the worse they behave. Rule number 3, if they get out of line, and by out of line I mean they try and come into your house, shoot them in the belly, Not in the head, not in the arm, in the belly. That is the weakest point. Most people try and shoot them in the chest. A shotgun blast to the belly. It won't kill them, but it will sure make them think about coming back. Finally, rule number 4. If you see their little ones, leave them alone. They are cute, but they are not a toy. Their parents will kill you if you touch them. Also, don't sleep when it's storming. Never sleep through a storm, stay awake, and be on the lookout. Things got quiet after that. Not sure if they had just left the area or they were tired of messing with me. Then one night, it starts to storm. You know that kind of storm where the rain whips and lashes against the windows? The wind howls, lightning strikes, and thunder rumbles the house. That is the kind of storm we are talking about here. It was 9 p.m., I remember, because I was searching for TV shows to watch on the guide menu when the power went out. Then this rancid smell invaded the living room from the windows. I knew they were outside. Was it 1, 2, 3? I had no clue, but I knew one thing for sure. I had enough. The shotgun was always loaded and never out of arm's reach, so I grabbed it and went out the front door. Lightning filled up the night sky, and not normal lighting. It was more like a strobe light behind the clouds, blinking, flashing every 4 seconds. Right there at the end of the driveway was one of them. Now mind you, I had heard them, smelled them, seen their eyes shine, but until now, I had never laid eyes on one. Let me tell you, there is nothing that can prepare you for seeing that. I have read people online saying, I want to see a Dogman. Where can I find one? Listen, only a fool wants to find this. It's looking at me, and lighting flashes, and I see movement from my left side, and it's another one, 10 feet away down on all fours. It's looking at me, ear pinned back, ready to pounce. So I fire that shotgun into the ground and wait to see the reaction. And nothing. They didn't react, didn't flinch. So now I point at the one closest to me, and this thing stands up, and it's taller, more slender than the other one. So now I'm thinking, okay, this was a bad idea. However, it's too late, and I could feel it. If I backed down, these things would be all over me. Never a moment of peace, so I pulled the trigger aimed right at the one to my left, and you know how it sounds when someone gets hit in the chest. That thud? Well, it sounded sort of like that, but you could tell its belly was full. Not sure if that makes sense. Now let me say this. I have heard people say they are bulletproof. Well, I can tell you for sure they are not, because the way that thing reacted, it hurt, and it hurt bad. It drops back down on all fours and takes off, and as it's moving away, I turn my attention to the other one, and it is now backing off and moving away. I rush back inside, lock the door, and sit with my back against the door. I just knew it was going to charge and break the door down, but nothing happened. The next day, I go and talk to Bert, tell him what happened, and Bert says they were at his house last night too. They stayed in the wood line, and in his words, those bastards know I will shoot the minute they get in range, so they leave me alone. He explained to me that as long as I stood my ground on my land, I would be fine. Guess what? Bert has been right. They have been back, but they are not bullying me like they were. According to Bert, they are an alpha predator, but they also have been here a long time and they know how dangerous humans are. So they pick their battles wisely. I have decided I'm not moving and I'm not running. I have lights now on all sides of the house. The renovations are mostly done. Reinforced steel doors on the front and backside of the house. I decided not to do the bars because what I saw was so big, if it wanted to come through a window, there would be nothing that would stop it. I decided to spend my extra money on guns and ammo. For the most part, as long as I don't have a bunch of people over, they mind their business. The one time I had company over, they came in that night to look and see what was going on. Now, do I think they will kill me if given an opportunity? Yes, I do. No doubt about it. Will I make it easy on them? No, never.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy, Dog Waters, and I'm back with another shorty. It's a short story, and I'm letting it all out here on YouTube for free. But I need to do a little bit of housekeeping and house cleaning. So really, really quickly, for those of you listening, click all the buttons, the like, the share, the subscribe, and comment. Do all the stuff you know you're supposed to do. Don't lay up here and play me like that, man. Don't just be like, oh, I'm going to listen to Dog Water stuff, but I don't like them, so I'm not going to comment, I'm not going to share, and I'm not going to subscribe, and I'm going to listen to it. Don't be that way. Don't be no selfish fool like that. Now, I struggled with this, and I'm getting over it. You know what I'm saying? I prayed on this because, you see, those of you who've been listening for a long time, you've heard, about State Line, Mississippi. And those of you who are members of the website, you've got a couple of State Line, Mississippi stories. But I struggled with this because I didn't want to put State Line on the map like I kind of put Taylor on the map. Well, there's no kind of to it. I put Taylor on the map with the Siege of Lock and Ranch story, and then all of a sudden you had all these people running around saying they returned to Taylor, went to Taylor, like it's retardation, right? But I didn't want to put State Line on the map like I did that because I know how people are. They're going to run out there and try and go there, but that's not my responsibility, man. And I learned the lesson, and it actually hurt my brand by not just putting out the content because I'm being concerned about people who going to do what the fuck they're going to do anyway, baby. So let me be clear with you. Right now, throughout Mississippi, there are dogman attacks that are being covered up as boating accidents. There are dogman attacks that are being covered up as people being eaten by packs of wild dogs. There are home invasions that were by dogman that are being covered up as a regular human being went in there and did what it did. So if your silly ass wants to run over to any of these places and go looking for dogman, I just want to pack with you, man. Just call me or email me and tell me what happened to you. You understand what I'm saying? Just holler at your boy. Just holler at me and let me know. You understand? All right, now let's get into the story.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only. Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Waters strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the site of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on the show. In other words, we will not be held responsible if you are attacked by a dogman, molested by a bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the men in black, investigated or arrested by the local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or another alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in and enjoy the show.
I used to have a job, but I got laid off. I used to have a wife, but she said she had enough. I used to have a car, but it got repossessed. It seemed the Lord had found someone he likes to test.
You know what I love most about storytelling? It's the knowledge that's passed down from generation to generation. I remember my pop telling me stories late at night when I was a kid. He taught me so much. He taught me that I was a soul experiencing the world inside of a physical vessel, and that there were other souls stranded on this planet. And then there were things and creatures that feasted on those souls. And I think to this day, the most important thing that Pop taught me was that every experience is not a lesson for me, but a lesson for my soul itself. Now, out of all the stories that Pop shared with me, the one that stuck out to me the most and scared me the most was about the soulless ones. And I need to give you a little bit of history. My grandparents grew up in State Line, Mississippi. If you know anything about this area, it's literally like the Taj Mahal of paranormal activity. I remember staying with him during the summers, and he would tell me the wildest stories. Things that his father told him about walking trees and creatures in the woods. Old world things. Imagine this. I'm 12 years old. Grandma had just finished cleaning our plates from dinner, and every night after dinner, Pop would head out to the porch with some coffee, sit down, and read his Bible. Their house was in the woods, so outside it's dark. And the only light out there, this single 100-watt light bulb right above the front door. For me, being outside at night was just spooky. But it didn't seem to bother him, because every night without fail, he sat on that porch, cup of coffee in hand, Bible on his lap, rocking back and forth, reading his Bible. When I talk to you about him reading the Bible, he read it with passion and conviction. And he always started with his favorite Bible verse, Psalms 23. And I tell you, when he read that Bible, you could feel it. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, do I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. For thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, and my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Now that's how that man read his Bible. He would be out there for hours reading it aloud, almost as if he was preaching to the darkness. Now this particular night, I wanted to hang out outside with him. So I'm out there sitting in the rocking chair, and he's reading. When you start to see these dim lights in the woods, they get brighter and brighter as they dance around in the distance. Then the two lights combine, converge, moving in our direction, and it literally looks like someone is walking through the woods with a lamp. Afraid, I said, Pop, do you see those lights over there? What's those lights in the woods? And he replies, yeah, son, I see those lights. And no matter what happens, I want you to sit right there in that chair. Don't you move. Don't you get up. Don't you run. Don't do nothing. I want you to sit right there and be still. Those lights come hovering out of the woods and into the yard. Now he's standing, reading his Bible. And have you ever heard someone use the phrase fear jumped into them? Well, that's what happened to me. But all of a sudden, it was like something jumped inside of my body, and I am afraid. I'm talking about hands shivering, teeth chattering like it's cold outside, afraid. So I closed my eyes, hands now covering my face the entire time. He's still reading the Bible. And you know how when you're a kid and you got your eyes closed behind your fingers, but you open your eyes and all you can see is your hands? Eyes now open, only seeing my fingers. I begin to spread them open and look around. And I tell you no lie, I see standing on two legs at the base of the porch steps, a giant wolf. This wolf is looking past him and looking at me, peering between my two fingers directly into my eyes. Then it drops down on all fours, lowering its head, and slowly proceeds to move up the steps. Now, as a child, I believed that old people were frail and slow, but Pop proved me 100% wrong. As this thing is coming up the steps, he slams his Bible shut, turns it on an angle, and jabs it dead smack in the nose. Now, it's done turned its attention from me, and again, he hits it in the nose, saying, you have no authority here on my property. You're not wanted here. Leave in the name of Jesus Christ. This time, he lifts his Bible over his head, swings it down, slamming this thing dead smack between the eyes. Understand, this wolf had a head the size of his chest. Now, I'm sitting there thinking to myself that this thing is about to eat the both of us. But no, it puts its head down, turns, and trots off back into the darkness. As for Pop, he sits back down and finishes reading his Bible. Both afraid and completely confused, I'm sitting there waiting for him to finish reading. And once he does, he looks at me and says, Boy, I want you to always remember something. Evil exists, but it can only do to you what you will allow it to do. That spirit that just came to this house wasn't welcome here, and it'll never be welcome here. You understand? About 10 years later, my Pop died. Right there on that porch, Bible in his hand. Heart just stopped beating. And as for my family, we still own that piece of property. I even go there with my kids. And at night, when it's dark, you can still see them lights dancing around in the woods. But for as long as I've been going there, those lights have never come back on our property again.
Now, I'm not one of these crazy people who go out looking for anything. When I first started researching what I saw on the side of the road and realized that there was a marketplace for this, I was shocked. Now I'm in the insurance business, and so when I talk, I can't help but sound like a salesman, but listen, I was truly shocked that there was a market for werewolves, and then I was completely caught off guard by the behavior of the people. I joined a few Facebook groups just looking for answers and to share my encounters, only to ask questions, and I'm talking about immediately I was attacked, people saying that my description didn't fit the description of Dogman, and I'm like, whoa, what kind of crazy shit is this? So if I go back and forth with them saying, listen, you are not gonna tell me what I encountered. I know what the fuck I saw. Now, if you don't believe me, or if it does not check all your boxes, tough, but this is what happened. It was like I was swarmed by a freaking beehive, so I go silent and just watch. Another person comes in and they jump all over her about her encounter, tearing it to shreds, looking for inconsistencies, saying she is lying. It's the most insane thing I've ever heard. So I back off and I'm like, fuck it. I didn't want to see this shit, don't care to talk about it. One day I have a client come into the office. Guy owns an Amazon distribution hub. You know, the vans that deliver packages. And he is talking about a driver that had a wreck and how the driver claims this werewolf thing ran across the road, scared him, and he wrecked. Nothing major, just hit a guardrail. And he is joking like, does the insurance cover werewolves? And I'm like, hey, I would like to talk to that guy. I saw something similar one night when I went out to help a client with a flat tire. So he puts us in contact, and this guy is like Dogman crazy. He listens to Dark Waters, Vic Cundiff, all these people, and I tell him my story, and he says, man, you should do an interview with Vic Cundiff. And I'm like, nah, I'm not going to be the insurance man talking about werewolves, screw that. Then he suggests, well, if you want your story told but don't want the backlash, give it to Dark Waters. He has the best stories, and he tends to be real bullish about people messing with his witnesses. So he sends the link to an interview we listened to on the computer while I'm putting in the claim for the accident. And I explained to him that I have this client, right? Sweet 65-year-old lady, she's been with me for 10 years. Her husband died, and he was the one who took care of all the insurances and stuff. Well, after her husband's death, she decided she wasn't going to cut back, try and skimp on the expenses, came into the office when I was not here and got rid of her roadside assistance, trying to cut corners, save money. But she is 65, and she needed it. Listen, I'm at home. It's 8:30, and my cell phone rings, and it's Jean, and she says she is on the side of the road. It's dark, and she has a flat tire, and they are telling her she does not have roadside assistance. So I log in, check, and she does not have it. I explain to her that she canceled it, and she has a meltdown, crying, asking what will she do. She needs help. So I tell her, listen, hold tight. It's a 15-minute ride. I will come and change the flat, and then in the morning I will just add the roadside and pay for it myself. So I head out of the house and drive over to where she is, and it's pretty dark and spooky. I can see why she was having a meltdown. She has her hazard lights on, and where she stopped was right in the bend of a turn, so someone speeding would not be able to see her until the last minute. So I'm like, listen, Jean, we are gonna drive on this flat a little ways and get out of this turn so we don't die out here. I leave my car, drive her out of the turn and up to the front side of this house that sits just off the road, and start to change the tire. She is thanking me and saying how much she loved that I would do this, talking about her husband, and she just slips in the conversation that she saw something with red eyes over in the woods in that turn, and how it scared her. Then just keeps talking. The homeowner comes outside with a flashlight, helps out, and we get her situated, and she is like, okay, let me turn around and bring you back to your car. And I'm like, no, it's fine. I will walk. It's not more than 100 yards. She insists, and I'm like, no, go home and call me when you get home. She pulls off, the homeowner goes inside, and I walk back to my car, and fuck me, it's spooky as shit out there. I remember laughing, trying to brush off the nervousness, and then hearing a limb snap to my left in them woods. I'm like, what the fuck, man? It didn't sound like no freaking twig. Dude, this was a tree limb. So now I'm looking, and as I look, a car passes by and lights up them woods, and I see them big eyes reflecting red, and those teeth for a split second. It looked like this thing was grinning at me like it was smiling over there in the dark. I run, full speed, angling into the road and haul ass to the car, cranking it up before I get there. And when I get in to pull off, another car is coming around the curve and I can't pull off. It lights up the woods again, and that thing is coming up this embankment towards the passenger side of my car, and bro, I floor it. Tear off down the road. He is listening to my story and he says, "Yeah, fuck that. People gotta hear that one. That is some scary shit, bro."
So I heard Dark Waters talking about the courts of heaven, so I started studying it, got books and read the Bible and realized it was real. I followed the steps to get there and found myself having an out-of-body experience. Understand, I had taken DMT trips, but this was nothing like that. I was in a giant courtroom and there was a judge so big I could only see his foot. I tried to look up at his face, but it was too bright. Then I looked to my left, and there were these dark presences there, pointing at me, accusing me of being a bad person. Then I saw my dead mother standing, looking up, talking to the judge, pleading with him on my behalf. This scared me so much I snapped out of it. I haven't had the nerve to go back since.
You're listening to Dark Waters Radio, the premier destination for paranormal and cryptid encounters. Get ready for storytelling perfected with your host, the godfather of Dogman stories himself. With over 300 interviews conducted around the world, 5 published books and founder of dogmancams.com under his belt, Dark Waters has cemented his status as the authority on all things strange and frightening. From dogmen to ghosts, witches, and government conspiracies, he's heard it all. After taking a short hiatus, Dark Waters has returned in full swing to once again evolve the landscape of true story narration. His gripping accounts of supernatural run-ins will have you on the edge of your seat. So turn down the lights, settle in, and prepare to believe the unknown. The Godfather is back, and he's ready to introduce you to creatures, specters, and phenomena you've never heard of. Storytelling perfected. This is Dark Waters Radio.
So most men have a problem with spoiling their wife. Me, I never had that problem. As far as I was concerned, I didn't have an issue with dropping you off to work, picking you up from work. I don't have an issue with opening doors and closing doors. In my mind, I'm always at competition with another man. So guess what? I'm going to do everything that other man would never do. So when you run into an opportunity, or you have a chance to meet some random guy, and you decide you're going to talk to him, you'll quickly come to realize that he doesn't know how to treat you. It was that same mindset that led to my Dogman account. And to this day, I still haven't changed what I do. You see, my wife started working for a pharmacy, Walgreens, in Monroe, Louisiana. This particular pharmacy happens to be located right next to a patch of woods. And because she was a new pharmacist, she got the bad hours, the hours that nobody wanted to work. It's a 24-hour store. The pharmacy closed at 10:30, so she was working from 2 to 10 p.m. No problem for me whatsoever. I work from home, so I take her to work, come back out at 10 and pick her up. That's where Dogman comes in. This particular Saturday night, I'm sitting out there at 10 p.m. and it's taken her a hell of a lot longer than normal to close out the pharmacy. I got my car backed into a parking spot. Behind me is nothing but woods. In front of me is the side of the store, and I'm fiddling and playing around on my cell phone, as I always do. While I'm sitting there, my car shakes ever so slightly. You know how it is when you sit in your car and a garbage truck or 18-wheeler rolls by, it shakes the ground slightly? I feel the ground shake slightly just like that. So now I'm looking around for the garbage truck or the 18-wheeler riding up the road, and I don't see anything. put my head back down, go back to looking at my phone. 5 minutes later, it shakes again. So now I'm sitting here thinking to myself, you know, this is Louisiana. We don't have earthquakes, but I know my car is shaking. 5 more minutes pass, and my wife decides that she's going to FaceTime to talk to me and let me know that she's okay. So now I'm sitting in the seat. I have my arm rested on the armrest, have the cell phone up in the air, and I'm looking at it, talking to her. When I say, babe, it's getting late. You need to come up out of that store. True to fit, form, and fashion, my wife is taking her time, running them out, when she says, babe, who's that in the back seat with me? Scares me a little bit. I look over my shoulder and nobody's back in the back seat. That's when she says, well, I could have swore I saw some eyes behind me. So now I'm paranoid, kicks in, I hang up the phone with her, and I look over my shoulder, right? But I don't see anything. 5 more minutes pass, I put down my cell phone, and now I'm more conscious of what's going on in my surroundings. I'm looking through my mirrors, looking through my rearview mirror. And that's when I see what looks like these eyes in the woods behind me. But you know how it is when you're looking through the mirror at night in the dark, your mind can play tricks on you. So I quickly open the driver's side door, step out, and look behind me. And sure enough, there's these giant golden yellow eyes in the trees. And they're just staring directly at me. Scared me so much, I drive around to the front side of the store and park in the handicap spot. Now get this. A few weeks later, I'm on Facebook trying to figure out what these eyes are. And I see this picture that someone has of Dogman. And it's the exact same eyes that I saw in those woods.
Listen, the concept of a wolf that walks on its hind legs was and is still foreign to me. Even though I have spent countless hours of my life in the woods, I would have never imagined that such a thing existed or was possible. However, since seeing this creature, my perspective has changed. Not so much on hunting and going into the woods. That is too much a part of my way of life, but on what is and isn't possible, if you catch what I mean. My mind no longer just accepts what people say as truth. In a way, my encounter has been a great eye-opener for me. Picture this. It was a warm, sunny day, 84 degrees. I had just parked the truck and was preparing to walk into the woods when I see another hunter, Evan, coming out of the woods. He has this crazy look on his face and he says, Jimmy, it's not a good day to be in the woods. I've been here since 5 a.m., went to take a deer, hit it and tracked the damn thing. And when I found it, let's just say something else had got there before me and it wasn't normal. I say, something else? What are you talking about, Evan? He replies, listen, just trust me. Stay out of the woods today. Besides, you done got out here late anyway. He was right. I should have been here hours ago. As he put his rifle in the back seat of his truck, hopped in and pulled off, I stood there thinking. My mind wandered off, started to replay the events of 2 days ago. An issue at work. I'm a distribution manager for a subsidiary of a major beer company, and things have been extremely stressful around the office. Sales have been down, and my boss doesn't seem to understand it's not my job to concern myself with marketing or branding or inner office politics. It's my job to make sure our logistics are in order and that clients are happy with the service they get from this organization. I'm not a cog in the machine. I'm the GPS system that makes sure that money makes it back to the organization. So when she had this staff meeting and went into all this crazy nonsense, I excused myself because it had zero to do with logistics. And frankly, it was an emotional tirade about the state of the beer industry, and I just didn't agree with shit coming out of her mouth. So I left, went back to my office, and got on the phone making sure things were taken care of. 30 minutes later, she comes in talking about how she felt disrespected by me leaving the meeting, and how if she was a man, I would not have done that to her. Just crazy shit, and she sees me on the phone with the client. So I asked the client to call back, and then I go off on her. Listen, Amanda, first of all, there were women who held your position for 10 years prior to you getting here. Her name was Elizabeth. I walked out of every meeting she had, and you know what? She never once stepped foot in my office talking about her fucking feelings. Want to know why? Because Liz knew that if product does not get to its destination on time, then she looks bad, very bad. You know what else? Elizabeth grew up with 3 brothers, could shoot a gun, drink me and you under the table. And she didn't give a flying fuck about feelings. She only wanted results. So please don't come in here with that feminist bullshit about you being disrespected on the job. I get paid to move stuff around. I'm the best in this state at it. And frankly, I don't have time to sit and listen to a bunch of bitching and moaning about the marketplace and the consumers that keep the lights on. She stood there with her mouth dropped wide open. You could tell that over the span of her entire life, no one had just told her like it was. Speechless is the word that came out of her mouth. And she doubled down on her woe is me routine. So I picked up the phone and called the client back and got back to work as she stood there rambling about a bunch of feelings for 3 mins, then stomped out. 10 mins later, her boss, Jules, calls me. Jules makes $1.8 million a year. He says, "Hey buddy, now you know things are changing. The old school balls of steel, iron tongue days are over. These kids can't handle that harsh truth. You got this woman calling me in tears." He laughs and says the craziest part is she knows you're right. But she feels like I cut him off and say, "Jules, we got 3 drivers that are out sick. Also, we got $600K profit on the road. I've been busting my ass. I just can't do it with her." Well, guess what? I didn't have a choice hiring her, and so you don't have a choice working with her. Smooth it over and get back to work. But I want you to know I understand. Believe me, I do. Have you ever found yourself reliving an event and your body is just on autopilot? Well, that is what happened to me. I was on autopilot, completely checked out of reality. I had gotten my rifle and started walking into the woods. That is how consumed I was in my thoughts. And when I finally came to checked out of the Mind Hotel, dude, I'm 70 yards in the woods and I'm like, shit. So I figure you are already out here. Let's just take a walk in the woods. So I walk and my mind starts to go into the scenarios of how I need to handle this woman. Again, I check completely out. I'm not in the woods. I'm in my office seeing myself have a conversation with her and smoothing it all over. I'm playing out the right words to say to sound apologetic, but not like I rolled over because she called Julian. Well, I can't tell you how long I had been walking before I noticed the blood on the leaves. I wasn't paying attention, but I noticed it. Dark maroon colored, thick tacky. Now I'm back to reality. And I'm like, let's just see if what he said was true. So I start to follow this blood trail. And sure enough, I find the spot where the deer bled out. Blood all over the place. I find his boot prints 20 yards away. But there is no deer, but there is another blood trail. So I follow it for 50 more yards over to this patch of trees, and there is blood all over the ground under this tree. I'm looking around, like what the hell? So the dead deer didn't just walk off. But then it dawns on me, look up, fool. And when I do, well, I see this smaller wolf-looking creature looking down at me, blood on its snout, and it bares its teeth at me. I remember verbally saying, "What the hell are you?" and backing away from the tree. Now here is where it really gets scary. The further I back away, my eyes seem to start to see what I couldn't see when I was close up. There is a larger one like I described. Black, slender, long snout, head like a German shepherd. That is right there, no more than 20 feet from where I was standing. Scared the shit out of me. And this thing is looking at me. No expression. You know how a dog stares at you, person, watching their every move, like it's waiting on you to make a move, then it will take care of business. So I did nothing but back away and keep my eyes on it until I was far enough away to turn and fast walk back to the truck.
Jackson, Mississippi is where I live, and digging graves is what I've been doing my entire life. In fact, after I dropped out of high school as a teenager, it was the only job I could find. Now, doing this job out here in the cemetery, I've seen my fair share of scary things. Ghosts, shadow men, hellhounds, and for a long time, I thought I had seen it all. That was until early one summer morning. I'm prepping for a funeral. The grave had already been dug, and I was just setting up chairs and decorating. Understand, dealing in the business of death is tough enough. Watching families cry and suffer over and over, day in and day out, takes a toll on you mentally. Listen, me sharing with you the mental stress of my job is no way an indictment on my mental health. I am sane, I'm not crazy, I don't take any meds, my life is good. Anyway, so I'm there, and the cemetery is nestled into the woods. And by that, I mean you have to drive through the woods to get to the cemetery. It's one of the older black cemeteries in Mississippi. And so you can understand what I mean by old. There are literally dead slaves buried in a section of this cemetery. No headstones, no nothing. Picture this, the sun is rising, but there's this mist still hovering above the ground. And looking to my left, I see something moving so fast that it smears this mist, just like an artist painting with a paintbrush. At first, I'm thinking to myself, look, it must be one of the spirits out here moving around. Nothing to be afraid of, nothing to worry about. No smell of sulfur or nothing like that. So I'm thinking it's a ghost, not a demon, and I get back to work. Then again, out the corner of my eye, I see this thing dart through the mist. So fast that the only sign it was there was the movement of the mist itself. The next thing I hear is this growling, and then the sound of this impact on flesh. Let me explain it to you. Have you ever tenderized a steak and you're sitting there and you're punching it and beating it? You know that kind of wet, plopping sound that your fist makes when it meets that meat? That it was that exact same sound, but so loud that it had an echo. And let me tell you, after that, all hell broke loose. There was this low-pitched humming sound, followed by these growls so strong like nothing I ever heard, combined with the sound of metal twisting and bending. Keep in mind, all of this commotion is going on in the mist about 50 to 60 yards away from me. Then I see this thing that looks like a freaking monster from a sci-fi movie. Triangle head, this blackish gray metallic skin, long claws. This thing comes flying out of the mist about 6 feet above the ground like Hercules had just slung it, and slams into a tree. And I lie to you not, the only way to describe this is it was like something out of a movie. It hits the tree so hard it takes a chunk out. Hits the ground, bounces back up. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy Dark Waters. I'm hoping that you enjoyed this story so far. It really is a good one. I'm getting back in my bag, in my production bag like I used to be. So you guys got some really good stuff coming. Head on over to the website IamDarkWaters.com to check it out and listen to the entire story. And for those of you who are new to my channel and hearing this for the first time, head on over to IamDarkWaters.com to become a member.
More than half of the country will feel the effects of a heat wave over the next 24 hours.
By the weekend, at least 14 states are expected to break temperature records. CBS News weather producer David Parkinson joins us now to talk about this heat wave. So just how bad is it expected to be there?
It's bad, and it is expanding in scope. So here's the situation. It was primarily contained to sort of the plains states on Wednesday. It expands today further east into the Ohio River Valley. By the time we get to tomorrow, it's throughout the East Coast. So by and large, when we take a look at the number of people that we're being impacted here with, we're looking at 150 million people under heat alerts. By the time we get to Saturday, 250 million people will actually be seeing high temperatures above 90 degrees. So it's a really, really uncomfortable situation.
And it's not just the heat, it's the humidity?
That's right. The old adage is absolutely correct. So let me explain what's going on here. Basically, you've got transport of Gulf moisture. You also have Barry's moisture. All of that together is making things exceptionally humid. You're getting all of this moisture on the ground. So you're getting these insanely high dew points. When we take a look at what the dew points are in some of the central sections of the country, we're looking at a dew point of 84 degrees in Mankato, 80 in Waterloo, Iowa, and 78 in Oshkosh. What that translates to in terms of when we look at the numbers, the high temperatures aren't that bad. It's 90 in Waterloo, 91 Mankato, 93 in Oshkosh. But look at those feels-like temperatures. 104 in Waterloo, 110 in Mankato. That's what an 84-degree dew point does to you. So the reason why I bring that up is it is a rinse and repeat situation throughout the country.
Let me start here. I've had a hell of a lot of Dogman encounters, but at the time I was having those encounters, I wasn't sure what was going on. It all started on one of those blazing summer days. I remember it clear as day because all over the news they were talking about this heat wave. Dutch, my German Shepherd, had just bolted out of the back door. Now pause, let me tell you a little bit about Dutch. Dutch is my best friend. Hell, he's my only friend. And around my property, which is 22 acres, Dutch roams freely. That particular day, we were on the backside of the property fixing some fence posts when Dutch takes off running into the wood lines, quickly backs out, and then starts jumping up and down playfully. Then he takes off into the woods. Now, listen to me. Him taking off into the woods, again, it's nothing new to me. It didn't even cross my mind as being a threat. Time passes, and by time passing, I mean just enough time for me to realize that he's been gone too long. So I start calling him, Dutch, come here, boy. Dutch, come here. Now, looking back on all the events that have happened, I believe right now at this moment is when I had my first encounter. Because I hear this running through the woods, quick, heavy, bipedal footsteps. These footsteps are loud, louder than any human footsteps in the woods that I've ever heard. But get this, the next thing you know, the footsteps stop and Dutch comes running out of the wood line. He pauses, takes a look back into the woods, then walks over to me. Now, over the next few days, Dutch's behavior started to change. It was almost like he was working on shifts or something. He would be going into the woods for 30 minutes, then he'd come back. Then he'll leave me going for like 40 minutes, and he'll come back. Listen to this. That Saturday night, we're sitting on a sofa watching TV. When Dutch walks over to the window, stands there, and just starts looking out. Then he heads to the back door and starts whining and whimpering. Now, I'm thinking, okay, maybe the dog has used the bathroom, so I open the door. He takes off running full speed into the darkness. Again, in retrospect, I should have known something was off, because that night he came back with blood all over his body. I check, and it's not his blood. He wasn't hurt, he wasn't injured, just his whole body was bloody. The following day I head back to the backside of my property to finish working on the fence and find a dead deer carcass, head ripped from the body and partially eaten. Now listen to this. That very same night, Dutch starts crying and whining at the back door, trying to leave to go outside, but I refuse to open the door. Head into the bathroom, and when I come back, my back door is open and he's gone. Now, look, I'm freaking out because I live in a small town, the kind of place where you don't have to lock your doors. My closest neighbor is 3 miles away. Dutch ain't opening no doors for himself. So I grab my rifle, head outside, and start circling the house looking around. Now, this is when I believe I first laid my eyes on Dogman, but I did not know what I was seeing. I have this small garage/workshop that I have about 25 yards away from my house, right? Mounted on that structure is this small motion sensor light. The light comes on, and for a brief second I see this thing running. It's on 2 legs, tall as the garage, and fast. By fast, I mean it's very fast. It runs past, and the next thing you know, there's Dutch chasing behind it. But not like he was trying to attack it or try and kill it. It was this playful jumping and leaping,
chasing behind this creature. So now I'm standing there in the darkness calling him, Dutch, come here, boy, Dutch, come here. It takes a few minutes, but soon I see him running in my direction. He runs past me up to the back porch and starts drinking water. Now, I'm sure you're thinking to yourself right now, this guy's full of shit. There's no way he saw that and didn't freak out. Listen to me. I'm not telling you that I wasn't afraid. I'm not telling you that I wasn't in shock. I was completely confused by what I saw. But again, Dutch is my best friend. And if there was a real threat, I figured Dutch would have been behaving as such. But he wasn't. Get this, Dutch and I go back inside, and the next morning, there's a hog. I mean a 250-pound hog right on my back porch. Its neck is broken, but other than that, it's a perfectly good hog. So I take the hog, skin it, take the guts, throw it over in the woods, slap it on the grill, and start cooking me a meal. Now, that particular day, Dutch didn't go into the woods. He just stuck around the house, munching on this hog with me. Now, the next thing that happened was freaking creepy and very, very scary. Nighttime comes. I'm in the kitchen. I hear the back doorknob turning, then something pulling on the door, but it's locked. Now, Dutch is at the door, whimpering and whining, trying to go outside, but that night, I forced him to stay inside. The activity goes on for about a month. Deer, hogs left at my back door. Dutch running off into the woods. The doorknob shaking in the middle of the night. And I figured whatever this thing is, had to be harmless. Because based on what I saw and everything that it did, if it wanted to hurt me, it could have just ran through the walls of the house and got me. If it wanted to free Dutch from inside of the house based on the size of what I saw, it could have ripped the door frame off. Now listen to this. Just as I'm getting comfortable with the new dynamics of what's going on around my property, suddenly, one day, it just stopped. No more hogs, no more deers. Dutch wasn't whining or crying to go outside at night, and he seemed sad and depressed. That depression lasted for about a week, then he went back to normal. Now, listen to me. I know what people say about these dogmen. They're horrifying, mean, terrible killers. But that wasn't my experience. And that wasn't Dutch's experience either. I believe he made a friend. And in turn, I made a friend. Never once was this thing aggressive. It seemed to me like it just wanted to play. Okay, so this Randonautica app is crazy. Let me start by saying this. If I was you, I wouldn't try it. Because I did, and it led me directly to a freaking Dogman encounter outside of Taylor, Mississippi. Now, like many of you, I saw this app online and decided to give it a try. The way it works is you download the app, answer a few questions, tell it how many locations you want, and then you turn around and focus your intent on what you want. So I start off Hattiesburg, Mississippi, pick 4 locations. It tells me to focus my intention on what I want, so I start thinking about all the Dogman stories I heard. And I think about the video I saw out of Fort Pierce, the photos. And after a few seconds, these random coordinates pop up. Now I watch a lot of these videos, and the majority of the people who use this app encounter something creepy, but on a scale of 1 to 10, it's more of a 3 or a 4. In extreme cases, I've seen people with 9s and 10s. Now, there was absolutely no reason at all for me to believe that I was going to find Dogman. I just figured, hey, it's Saturday, I ain't got nothing to do, let's go on an adventure. So now I'm driving, following the directions, and it leads me to this parking lot. Just a parking lot, a few cars parked there, nothing more. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is some bullshit, nothing to worry about. That's until I noticed one of the trucks in the parking lot, decal on the back window. A simple silhouette of a wolf head with the words, Bad Wolf. I say to myself, okay, that's strange, but it's not Dogman, so I head to the next spot. The next location, 18, 20 miles away, small road right off Highway 49 in Sanford, Mississippi. I get there, get out of the car, and nothing's going on. Everything seems normal. Get back in the car, going to the next point, and it tells me to drive to Carrollton, Mississippi. Now, this drive to Carrollton ain't no short drive, but like I said, it's Saturday. I have absolutely nothing to do, so I'm driving, listening to the radio. When I get to Carrollton, directions take me down Grenada Road to Highway 100, and it tells me to stop in front of these people's house. A random house on the side of the road, and the point of interest is on the back side of these people's property. Now, this is Mississippi, and in Mississippi, you don't just be wandering on the people's property. And there was absolutely no way I was about to knock on these people's door, tell them that I want to go onto the back side of their property because I'm following an app that's leading me to a freaking werewolf. That wasn't happening, not doing it, so I get back in the car and proceed to the next spot. And right here is when my Dogman encounter really starts to get interesting, because the next point on this map is literally right outside of Taylor, Mississippi. Remember, I started in Hattiesburg. This is a lot of freaking driving. Now I'm headed down these back roads to Taylor, Highway 35 to Chadstone, then Highway 32 to 315, and I get to number 4 Club Road. And it stops me right along this right-of-way directly underneath the power line next to this body of water. Understand, I get out of the car, it's still broad daylight, but it is creepy as hell in this location. Listen, I'm less than a mile from that Highway 315, but you can't hear any cars. I'm alone on this right-of-way. And if you don't believe me, pull up Google Maps and look it up yourself. The app led me directly to that spot. As I get out of my car, I'm saying to myself, okay, this is definitely Dogman territory. And it was creepy, like I said, but nothing was happening. So I started walking around. I get about 40 to 50 yards away from my car. Driver's side door left open, car still running. Then shit starts to move in the trees. And when I say move in the trees, I mean something up in the trees starts to move. I ain't talking about like a squirrel running around in the trees. No birds fluttering around in the trees either. The top of the freaking trees starts swaying back and forth and moving. Standing there looking at the trees moving back and forth like something is jumping from tree to tree, saying to myself, holy shit, what did I get into? Now turning, moving back in the direction of my car, the freaking driver's side door is closed. I know I left it open. I did it on purpose in case I needed to run and get in my car. The son of a bitch is closed. Now seeing this, I start to panic and I'm running full speed to my vehicle. Behind me, I can hear the trees rustling and shaking as if whatever it was in the trees was jumping from tree to tree to tree, paralleling me as I ran back to my car. When I get to my car door, the fucking door is locked. Again, I left this car door open, the car running. There was no reason for my car door to be closed or locked. Now I'm there, yanking on the door handle, panicking, when I realize, holy crap, I have the electronic key to my car in my pocket. Listen to me when I tell you, I damn near broke my thumb hitting that button trying to get the car door open. Once I got into the car, foot on the gas, spinning around, damn near slammed into the transmission pole, trying to get the hell out of there. When I finally got away from the area, pulled over on the side of the highway just to get my wits about myself. Now, looking back on what happened, the one thing I can tell you is I am freaking glad that I did not make the mistake of going to that very same spot after dark. Because I'm not sure that I've been able to get my ass back up out of there alive. Listen, I've been in Louisiana my whole life. You know the show Swamp People with Troy Landry? To hell with that. We've been doing the same thing for the past 6 generations. So when Hurricane Ida was on the way, we knew we had to evacuate. No doubt about it. Why? Because I've been on this property my whole life. And when that water starts coming in, it's best just to get the hell on out of the way. So my neighbor and I caravan north to Monroe, Louisiana to sit it out. Now the issue after a storm is always getting back home. They have the emergency evacuation orders. The National Guard, they are trying to keep you away from your house. But like I said before, I've been in Louisiana my whole life, and I know how to work my way around these type of things. So when we come back from Monroe, we tell them, listen, we're here to help you guys on search and rescue. We got our boats. Anything you need, just let us know. And it always goes the same damn way. When you show up at first, they tell you, no, we don't need your help. We don't need your support. We got it under control. And eventually they realize they don't have enough manpower. They don't have enough boats. They don't have enough gasoline. They are in need of assistance. And that is where my game plan always kicks in. You see, I'm from Louisiana. We help each other. I don't mind helping my neighbor if they're in trouble. But in the process of helping out, I always go home and check on my property to make sure it's not being looted. Listen to me, now that you understand my plan of action, let me go ahead and tell you exactly what happened. After the storm passes, Timothy, my neighbor, and I leave our wives up at his camp in Monroe and head back down. Now, when we get to the interstate that leads down into the area where our property is, the National Guard is there, is completely flooded out. We make our offer for assistance, and of course, they tell us no. So we leave, wait 24 hours, long enough for them to realize that they actually need help. And when we go back, the local government is begging for assistance, and that's how it is. The minute the federal government gets involved, everything gets completely out of control, and it's hard to do anything. So now, our local government has asked for all civilian assistance. Tim and I are in the boat. Now, the objective for us is to go check on our properties, but you can't just do that because there are people waiting in the water, families stranded on their roofs. It's really freaking bad. So we spend the majority of the day ferrying people back and forth to dry land. Listen, by 3:45 p.m., we helped over 30 people, and so we head on over to our property to check it out. And just so you can properly understand the situation, our houses are raised 13 feet above ground and the water is at 12 feet. We arrive at my house first and it's totally fucked up. A 3-square section of the roof is completely and totally missing. The boards that I had put on my windows have blown off and the house is slightly leaning. And looking around at the devastation, 2 of my other neighbors' properties have completely collapsed and the only thing that you can see protruding out of the water is the roof line. So the 2 of us quickly hop out of the boat, go into the front door, climb up to the roof from the inside of the house, and put a tarp over the wide open section. Now listen, I know there's some folks out there who believe that us people down in Louisiana who live in these swamps get what we deserve, that we should pick up and move. We know where we live, and when we get hit by a hurricane, you feel like your tax dollars are being wasted. Well, let me say it to you like this. When a snowstorm passes, power goes out, winds are ripping and roaring, knocking over trees. You don't ever hear us saying no bullshit like that. We wish you well, and if there's anything we can do to help you, we're willing to do it. So naturally, you're trying to figure out why in the hell am I putting a tarp on the roof of a house that's about to collapse. The reason why is because if you don't close that house up, the insurance company is not going to pay you any money. They're going to say that you didn't do anything to mitigate the damage on the inside of the property. Therefore, they won't be paying for it. How do I know? Because I live in Louisiana and I've been through this hundreds of times. So, like I said, the 2 of us are on top of the roof, placing a tarp, understanding and knowing that there's no way in hell that this tarp is going to hold if we get a strong wind gust, but at least we tried. Therefore, the insurance company can't deny any damn thing. From there, we get in the boat, head about a half a mile down to Tim's place, and that's when shit starts to get really crazy. You see, his house is still standing, but because of the floating debris that was congregated around the stilts of his property, we had to come in around the back side of the house. So now we're riding along the left side of the house, moving branches and tree debris, and that's when I noticed what looked like something or someone moving on the inside of his house. Let me paint the picture for you. I'm steering the boat, Tim is at the front end, we're coming around the back side of his house, turning the boat while he grabs his back porch and pulls us along. And when we get to the back side of his house and take a look at his back door, oh, you can tell some shit done went drastically wrong. Everyone knows exactly what a door frame is supposed to look like. You've probably walked through 10 door frames today alone. Well, we're there on the boat looking at his door frame, and the right-hand side of his door frame is broken. And what I mean by that, it's almost as if something just took the right side of that door frame and pressed and folded it in. Now, remember, I just saw something move inside of the house through one of Tim's windows. Now we're on the back side of the house, and it looks like the Hulk has tried to push his way into the back door. And the first thing that comes to both of our minds is, okay, either somebody done broke into Tim's house and they're taking refuge from the storm, or somebody done broke into Tim's house and they're trying to loot the house. Boat tied up, climbing out, shotguns in hand at the ready. We're just about to go in that door and we get this whiff. The smell of dog. And it's not a normal smell of a dog. It smells like 14 or 15 damn wild dogs are in Tim's house. Now understand, Tim did have 2 Labrador retrievers, but those Labrador retrievers are up in Monroe with his wife. So us going through that back door smelling dog wasn't exactly a tip-off as to what the hell we were about to find next, because it seemed somewhat normal considering the circumstances. I go in first. His back door is connected to his laundry room. From there, you go to the right and make a left into the kitchen. Well, my pants legs get caught on the edge of his dryer because shit in that laundry room is jostled and moved all over the place. And that's when we hear movement in the house. And I'm not sure if Tim noticed this, but that's when it hit me that that door frame is bent and fucked up as well. Now picture the scene. Tim has already turned the corner, going into that kitchen. I'm pulling my pants leg, which is caught on the edge of his dryer, and I hear him say, "What the fuck is that?" Now, loose from the dryer, I'm coming up right behind him, and that's when I see a black wolf. This animal is literally the size of his sofa. It's on all fours in this man's living room, lips rolled up, teeth showing. It's backing away from us. Tim raises his gun. I'm staring into this wolf's eyes as Tim raises his gun to shoot. And I try and talk sense to Tim, saying, listen, these guns that we got not going to do anything for that right there. We need something way bigger for that right there. Listen, so now I'm pulling Tim by his shoulder back into the washroom, putting a wall between us and it. He is absolutely furious, wanting to shoot this thing. And that's when the entire house starts to shake. I'm telling you, I thought it was going to collapse. It literally sounded like a freaking wrecking ball was hitting the front of his house. Listen, I know this sounds crazy, but this is exactly what happened. Peeking around into that doorway, the animal is going through the front wall of the house. I mean, it's literally knocked down the front wall of the house and it's gone. We're talking about a 10-foot section of Tim's front wall is missing. Now, a section of the roof is starting to collapse. Walking over to the front of the house where that section of wall is missing, we can see this thing swimming in the water, and it doesn't swim like a dog. It swims like a man, arms reaching forward, stroking through the water. Pay attention to what I'm about to say to you. Everybody down here knows about the roof. People call it a legend, a myth. But if you've been in these swamps at night, and if you've heard and seen the things that I've heard and seen, you know that it's not a myth, it's not a legend. It's absolutely and totally real. And when I say to you, the two of us were stunned at what we were seeing, standing there, looking out of this gigantic gaping hole in the front of the house. I mean, we were stunned. And quite frankly, looking around at the house after this happened, there wasn't a damn thing we could do to secure his property. Nothing. So Tim goes into his bedroom, grabs some extra clothes, grabs some things out of his safe, and we leave. Now fast forward 30, 45 days. And get this. So you know how insurance companies are, right? The adjuster comes out to Tim's place, takes a look around, and accuses him of tearing out the front wall of his house for insurance money. This adjuster is a slick-talking motherfucker from California. And he didn't realize that he was down in the middle of the swamps. And understand, the waters have long receded. I'm standing there with Tim as he's talking to the adjuster when he says, "Sir, don't you think that if I wanted to commit insurance fraud, I would have just taken all of my stuff out of the house and not actually done any physical damage to the house? Look at all my shit. It's molded. It's disgusted. No, I don't think so. So you're trying to tell me that I committed insurance fraud, intentionally destroyed my entire life for the possibility of you giving me a check. Now let me pause right here in the story for a minute and say something. Us finding a rougarou in the house is absolutely terrifying, but it made sense. I believe that it was just seeking shelter. When we came into the house, it was cornered, we surprised it, and it escaped. That makes sense to me down here in these swamps. But the way the insurance company treated Tim, oh, that shit didn't make any sense at all. Because that insurance adjuster didn't want to pay for the damage to the front wall. And by denying the damage to the front wall, he denied the damage to the collapsed roof, which in turn denied all of the moisture and mold damage throughout the entire freaking house. Listen to me when I say this to you. This storm is past. It's over with. It's done. And Tim is still suing the insurance company, trying to get paid. It just don't make no damn sense to me. And I'm going to be the first one to say it. I feel sorry for my buddy Tim. You got a hurricane. You got evacuation expenses. You got a damn rougarou in your house. And on top of all that shit, the insurance company won't pay you for none of the damages. Listen to me when I say this to you. Everybody around here done started repairing their properties. But Tim is still up in Monroe. That's just not right at all.
You've entered the dark waters, where chilling tales spread like ripples through the night. I'm your guide, Andrew, drifting into the shadows to bring you true stories of the paranormal and unexplained. We shine a light on the things that lurk in the darkness, from hauntings to psychic phenomena and UFO sightings. No scary story is too strange or terrifying for Dark Waters Radio. If you have a bizarre, creepy, or downright bone-chilling true tale you want vetted and featured on the show, leave a message at 504-326-4268, along with your contact information. I'll delve deep into the facts behind your experience before producing your story for the show. But for now, sit back and let the terrifying tales begin. Open your mind to new realms of mystery as we explore the dark waters of the paranormal. Just be warned, you may never look at the shadows the same way again after this journey into the unknown. The dark tide rises tonight.
Looking back on my life, I realized it was a series of decisions that I made that led to me being homeless and living in the woods in Oklahoma. You know, so many people refuse to take responsibility for their actions. And it wasn't until I decided to take responsibility that help came along. Call it the way of the universe or divine intervention. But what happened to me I wish on no one. However, I wouldn't trade that experience for anything in the world. Let me start here. I was always comfortable outdoors. As a kid, I spent days alone in the woods when my dad would get drunk and have one of his spells. I'm talking about violent spells of beating me senseless and thrashing things around the house. Now, I don't blame him. Father was a good man until one evening him and my mother went out for dinner. He had too many drinks, drove home. They had an accident. He survived and she died, right there in his arms, impaled by a piece of glass from the windshield. My father found himself in a position where he was helpless to save her. After that, the man was never the same. The guilt of the decision that he made changed him. You see, guilt works that way, It clings to you like a backpack full of bricks that you can never take off. It was after the funeral that all the drinking started, and it just got worse. And I think that it was looking at me reminded me of her so much that he couldn't take it, and he would lash out, drink until he could barely walk, and then beat me. And we're talking about a beating for any reason. So when I was 13 years old and he started drinking, I started to seek safety in the woods. And you can always tell when he was about to go on one of his drinking binges. Dad would just get quiet. He would just come home from work and sit there silently, staring at the TV, wouldn't say a word, didn't care about making dinner, didn't care about anything. The next thing you know, he was out of the door and he came back home drunk. And the worst times was always around the anniversary of my mom's death. He wouldn't work, he wouldn't eat, all he would do was just drink. Those days, around that time of year, I would spend days in the woods alone, in a tent, had my fire, used to steal money from his wallet to buy food and cook. Now listen, every time I've ever shared my life story with people, it brings them to tears. But I need you to understand something. As a young kid, in many ways, you're helpless, and so you're forced to adapt and adjust to these things. But after that, stuff just got worse. I come home one day and find my father's lifeless body laying on the sofa, a bottle of pills on the floor. Dad had killed himself, and I was forced to move in with my auntie and her kids. And that in itself was a huge problem. However, at their house, there was no drinking, which was great, but there were these super strict rules. And the addition of another kid into the household meant their finances were stretched. So when I was 17, I ran away, started living in the woods, doing odd jobs. Eventually, I became a male prostitute. That lasted for about a year until one of those crazy bastards tried to kill me. Understand, it was him or me, and I wasn't dying, so I left him there bleeding out on the motel floor and moved back into the woods. I remember my 19th birthday like it was yesterday. I was hungry, scared, and living in a homeless encampment full of drug addicts. Me, I never did drugs, never drunk, couldn't bring myself to do it after seeing what it had done to my family. But that day, code enforcement came out and broke up the camp saying it was too close to the city, and people were complaining. It was all kind of weird because they didn't come out and say, hey, we have a place for you to live. We have a homeless shelter to move you into. They just wanted us away from the public's view. They came out there with food, water, toothbrushes, all kind of things. Got my hopes up high saying maybe, just maybe, there's somebody who can really help us. But no, they just wanted to find another place to hide us. I still remember standing there thinking to myself, you know what? You could just go work at a gas station, try and get a job, do something other than be depressed and live in these woods all freaking day long. The sight of them taking shopping carts and forcing people to pack up. And I remember making a decision to just go deeper into the woods and be on my own. My only concern was there was safety in numbers. Yeah, of course. A lot of them were drug addicts, but once you got to know them, they were pretty good people and they would look out for you. Now, they might steal from you, but they wouldn't let anybody just come in and hurt and harm someone in their community. Now, as people were packing up and preparing to be scattered all over the place, the local drug dealer comes out there. Yeah, the drug dealer was out there with the police and the code enforcement crew. And when I tell you this guy was a slime ball, I mean he was a pure slime ball, the kind of guy that preferred sexual favors more than money. Now, as I'm packing up and starting to move off, he says, hey, now you know people don't go much further off into these woods. There are things out there in these woods, and you should just come work for me, you know? I'll take good care of you. And when he said good care, what he meant was I would be his boy toy. And I wasn't having it. So I left, moved 2 miles deep into the woods, found a nice spot, and made camp. That night, I slept well, thinking I need to try something, anything, get a job, do something. That following morning, I had a dream that my dad was alive. And he was no longer a drunk, and he was talking to me, apologizing to me for what he had did. But I knew it was a dream. There was no way that man would ever apologize. He never did. By the time I woke up, the sun was just rising. And when I stepped out of my tent, I saw it right there, less than 30 feet away, down on all fours, this giant wolf. And listen, I've heard people describe Dogman, and I can tell you this. Some of these people are lying. This thing was the size of a horse. I mean, it was big enough where you could jump on its back and take a ride and its feet would not touch the ground. It was there, on all fours, just looking at me, like it was waiting for me to wake up. Or it was thinking, deciding what it was going to do with me. Talk about fear. What I felt in that moment was worse than what I felt when my father would get drunk and I was 9 years old. It just looked at me, sniffing, smelling me. And the two of us were there for what felt like 60 seconds. And I just knew I was going to die. It was going to attack me and kill me. So I screamed at it, go ahead, kill me, eat me, do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. You think I'm scared to die? I'm ready to die, you son of a bitch. That's when this thing rises up on its hind legs and looks down at me, rolling its shoulders back, exposing its chest, massive arm muscles. And it just looks at me like it was scanning me up and down looking for something. That's when it shakes his head, snorts mucus out of his nose, and turns and walks away using its arms to move tree branches out of the way. Listen to me when I say this to you. I fall to the ground, seated Indian style, and cry. And I remember that cry. It was more than just being afraid of Dogman. It was everything. Everything I'd ever experienced welled up inside of me. The disappointment, the fear, the death, the sex, the whole 9 yards. All those emotions at once, all coming out of me. Then I blacked out. And when I woke up, I was awakened by the pain of ants biting me all over my legs. And it was right then and there in that moment that I decided I wasn't coming back out here. I would take my chances on the streets before I ran into that thing again. So I packed up and went into town. I'm setting up on the sidewalk when this guy walks up to me and gives me $25. Says, God bless you and make sure you get something to eat. Over the next few days, I watched as people walked by going about their lives and wondered what they did during the day. Did they have families, children? Looking at women and wondering if their husband was cheating on them. Watching kids go to school thinking, do their parents worry about them when they leave the house? Then I decided to just give it a try, ask for a job, and to be honest about my situation. I went to the local temp agency, told them that I was homeless and I needed work, any work. That woman got me a job at a warehouse the same day. She also gave me $100 cash out of her purse and a number to a friend of hers who ran a shelter where I could spend 2 weeks until I got paid. So I looked at it as a blessing. I did it, called the number, and for the first time in years, I slept in the bed and had a private room. Then I started working. Understand, it was back-breaking work. Heavy boxes, hot inside the warehouse. But 3 months later, I was in a studio apartment and off the streets. My life had completely changed. Now, I don't give credit to Dogman for the changes at all. However, I always find myself wondering, why did this thing walk off? Was it having mercy on me? Did it actually understand the words that were coming out of my mouth? Or did it realize that there was no hope for me? I'll tell you what I do believe. I do believe that it had scented me, and that when it blew its nose, it was removing my scent. Maybe it was coming over to see who it was that moved into its territory and try and figure out if I was a threat or not. I'm not sure what was going on, but what I can say to you is this. My life is better, and I've seen a psychiatrist and talked about the past, and I hope to have a family of my own someday. I'm now 24 years old, and after doing a whole bunch of talking to my psychiatrist, I realize and understand that I don't have to be like my father, and I refuse to be like him.
Don't go anywhere. Up next, we have another tantalizing tale of horror. What would you do if you encountered a dogman in broad daylight? Would you run or stand your ground? Let's find out what Timothy from North Alabama did when he encountered sheer terror in the woods. Though werewolves are thought to only transform at night, sometimes horror doesn't keep to the rules. Timothy, a schoolteacher, was convinced he was being stalked by something sinister during his hike. The feeling of being watched from the shadows wouldn't leave him alone. Little did he know, the legend of the Dogman was very true and very much flesh and blood. While hiking one afternoon, Timothy came face to face with the beast in broad daylight. Stay tuned to find out what Timothy did when terror struck on that fateful hike into the northern Alabama woods. Sometimes legends have claws, and they don't just come out at night. Timothy's harrowing Dogman encounter story is coming up next.
Quite frankly, I never had any intentions of being a teacher. Well, all the time, when I grew up, I wanted to be a doctor, but my grades weren't good enough. Now, sidebar note, if you're a kid in high school and listen to the story, understand, those 4 years of your life are very, very important. So take them seriously. Don't do like I did and wait until you're a senior in high school and then get serious about your grades. And understand that there are kids all over the world that you're in competition with. Some of them freshmen in high school who are taking their lives and their future seriously. They're not playing video games. They're not hanging out. They're getting A's and B's and getting scholarships to go to Ivy League school. Anyway, so when I became a teacher, I decided that my students would not make the same mistake that I did. I was going to be that teacher who was all about hands-on learning, you know? So one day, I got the brilliant idea to take my students out on a nature walk. But first, I figured I'd scout out the area and pick out some wildflowers for the class. Talk about a huge freaking mistake. I head to the park. This place is popular with hikers and nature lovers, and it's a beautiful day, sunny outside. Birds are chirping and singing, the whole shebang. Imagine the scene. I got a little small basket, and I'm happily picking wildflowers, thinking about how much the kids are going to love this field trip. But right then and there, the atmosphere changes. The air gets heavy, and the forest goes silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just pure and utter silence. It was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. And I knew there was some type of trouble when this tingling sensation ran up the back of my neck. And I felt like I was being watched. Now, I'm talking to myself, trying to shake it off, saying, okay, it's broad daylight outside. Looking around, I don't see nothing. Stop freaking out and being paranoid. So I go back to picking flowers, right? And that's what I hear, what I wouldn't really describe as a guttural growl, but it was more of a grumbling. Turning and looking behind me, standing there about 30 yards away next to a tree, is what I can only describe as a dog man. I mean, it's got legs like a human being, not like a dog, but that head, man, it looks like a giant dog head. It's black, skinny, slender with these long arms. And so now I'm looking at it up and down, and I look at its eyes, and this is where it really gets freaky, because its eyes are all white. When my little sister was a kid, she would have these seizures, right? She would fall down on the ground, eyes would roll to the back of her head, and her eyeballs are just pure white. That's what this reminded me of. So now I'm standing there looking at this thing, and it's sniffing the air and turning its ear in my direction, listening. Now, my first instinct was to take off running, but I'm looking at it, and I come to the realization, I think this thing is blind, because it continues to sniff the air, smelling, sniffing, turning its ear in my direction. It would sniff again, turn its ear in my direction like it's looking for sound to locate where I'm at. Understand, I'm standing completely still and I move my arm from left to right and it doesn't react. And I'm like, holy crap, this is a monster, but it's blind. So now I'm trying to figure out exactly what the hell I'm supposed to do. And that's when this thing bluff charges. But it charges to my right, bumping into trees, all kind of crazy stuff, which poses a gigantic problem for me because the trail that leads back to my vehicle is in that direction. So now I'm standing there trying to figure out what the hell to do. And it's sniffing and turning its ear again, sniffing, angling its ear, and it's sniffing and turning its ears in my direction again, like it's trying to use its sense of smell to locate me. As I'm standing there, panicking, standing motionless, I hear someone talking off in the distance, like a couple is arguing. Man, when I tell you that that thing drops down on all fours and starts moving in that direction, you know how people say Dogman takes off running and it's like a flash of lightning? Not this one. This one dropped down on all fours and started quickly moving its way in that direction, rubbing its body up against trees, making its way in the direction of that sound. And I stood there and watched as it periodically would stop, turn its ear in the direction of the sound, and then follow what it was hearing. Listen to me when I tell you, I probably had the closest Dogman encounter that anyone has ever had. This thing was less than 20 feet away from me, but I was so freaking terrified. I don't even remember the smell of it. Now, as it moves away into the trees, I see an opportunity for me to run. So I haul ass back onto the trail, up the trail and back to my car, crank it up and pull out of there. Thinking to myself, hold on, man, hold up. I know what I saw was real. And I know what I saw could tear me into shreds. And I couldn't help but think, what would have happened to me if that thing could actually see me?
Wait, we're not done yet. There's more. This next encounter comes from a sheriff who works in a small town north of Mammoth Cave in Kentucky. What would you do if you stumbled upon a knockdown, drag-out fight between a dogman and Bigfoot? Would you run for your life or stay frozen in shock? Well, that's exactly what Sheriff Donnie witnessed late one night while responding to a call on a remote farm. Right there in a moonlit field, a massive Bigfoot battled a vicious dogman, locked in a fight to the death. The story of Donnie's chilling run-in is coming up next. A startling close encounter between two legendary beasts that turns everything he thought he knew upside down. Stay tuned.
Not sure why my wife wants me to share this encounter so badly. Frankly, on duty, I have encountered so many weird things, I'm just numb to it all. I'm a sheriff of a small town north of Mammoth Cave in Kentucky. For those who will say, "Why don't you tell us where you are?" My reply is, why don't you go straight to hell in a handbasket? I've been in law enforcement for over 2 decades, seen all kinds of things. Drunk brawls, domestic disputes, you name it. But nothing, and I mean nothing, as crazy as what happened one night. It was a quiet evening, the kind where the air's crisp and the sky's so clear you can see every star. I was about to call it a night when the radio crackled to life. "Sheriff, we got a call from the farm. They're reporting some kind of large animal disturbance, possibly a bear." I sighed. The farm had a history of calling us for every little thing. "All right, I'm on it," I said, starting up the cruiser and heading out. As I drove down the winding roads, I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. Like this time I was riding into something dangerous, more foreboding. I shook it off, chalking it up to my imagination. Pulling up to the farm and stepping out, flashlight in hand, the air was thick with tension. You could feel fear hanging in the air, and the animals were restless, making all kinds of noise. "Evening, Sheriff," Mr. Thompson greeted me, looking rattled. "Something's out there in the woods, heard growls and the cattle are spooked." I nodded, reassuring him that I'd take a look. I ventured into the woods, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. "Stop right here before I go on. Let me say this to you. If you have ever read the Bible, it's clear that portals exist, gates and doorways to other realms. I believe what I encountered was one of these portals, and I want to say this up front and be clear about it. I hadn't gone far when I heard it, a low growl, followed by a roar that echoed through the trees. And then I saw them, 2 massive figures, locked in what seemed like a battle. One was a Bigfoot for sure. I've seen them around here my entire life. I know that greenish eyeshine anywhere. The other was equally large but more canine-like, with a giant canine head. I wouldn't call it a wolf's head because it was freaky, looking like it was a mixed breed of multiple canine animals. Its eyes reflected a piercing yellow, and those claws were dug into Bigfoot's shoulders. I can confidently say it takes a lot for me to freeze. I mean, to just not take action. But my mind was struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. It was at that moment that it really got freaky, because as I'm shining the light on them, they pause for a few seconds, look over at me, and then this flash of light. I can only describe it as a portal opens up behind them. They start fighting again, and they are gone. I stood there, my heart racing, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and fear. By the time I got back to the front side of the farm, my legs were shaky, my mouth dry. "Did you find anything, Sheriff?" Mr. Thompson asked, his eyes filled with concern. I looked at him, my mind still reeling from what I'd witnessed. "No," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Must have been a bear or something. I'll have animal control set up some traps. I drove back to the station, my thoughts a jumbled mess. I didn't file a report, didn't tell other deputies. How could I? Who would believe me? Later that night, I told my wife, and she just looked at me utterly confused. Understand? My wife has heard all kinds of stories, things that have happened to me on the job. The reason you are hearing this today is because she asked me to share it. She is into the entire cryptid and monster thing. I could care less. I personally think it's an incubator for mentally ill people to argue and fight.
And that brings us to the end of another evening of chilling tales here on Dark Waters Radio. I hope tonight's stories sent a shiver down your spine and made you think twice about what lurks in the darkness. Be sure to tune in tomorrow night at 8 p.m. as we shine our flashlight on more strange sightings and terrifying encounters. New nightmares await around every corner here. If you can't wait for more, you can hear Dark Waters Radio 24/7 on the Paranormal Radio app. Download it now to access our entire Disturbed archive whenever you crave a dose of the macabre. Until next time, sweet dreams out there, if you dare. And remember, sometimes the stories that sound too strange to believe are the most disturbing ones of all. We'll explore more of them tomorrow, so join me if you have the courage. For now, I'm your host, signing off. Go cautiously into the night, friends. These tales are never far from the truth. Good night, and stay wary of the shadows.
They say that Satan whispers in your ear, but who are they? Hell, I don't know. I heard that when I was a child. I can tell you one thing for sure. It was not Satan whispering in my ear that day I saw what looked like a walking wolf. You see, that entire day was weird. From the moment I woke up in the morning, things just felt off. You know how it is when you wake up late, iron your clothes, fix breakfast, and you're almost ready to walk out of the door. Then stupid stuff happens. In this case, you spill your coffee. It splashes off the counter, all over your clothes. And now you have to start all over, ironing everything again. And then you finally head out of the door. And if that wasn't enough, I realized that my son used my car the night before, and the tank is empty, only 35 miles of gas left with a 45-mile ride to the job site. So now I'm headed to the gas station. And when I get there, it's like everyone else needs to get gas at the exact same time. I remember sitting there, feeling this frustration come over me and looking over at the pump. I watched this mother smiling at her kids, waving into the back seat as she was pumping gas. This warm smile, pure joy on her face. And for a split second, all that aggravation and frustration was gone. It brought me back to my childhood days, remembering my mother doing the same thing. Then all of a sudden, this a-hole lays on the horn. I'm talking about bang! Snaps me completely out that perfect moment of peace and drives me right into anger. Why in the hell are you blowing the horn at this woman and her kids like this? We all have to get gas. You are not the only person who needs to get gas for his vehicle. Now fast forward a few minutes later, I have gas. I'm on my way to the construction site. I had a meeting with our surveyors to walk the land. And this is where things started to get weird. I'm driving down this 2-lane highway, and the company that I was part owner in had just acquired everything along this roadway, all the frontage property. Our plan was to slowly develop it, but we needed an anchor, a place that would bring people to the area. So we decided to build a shopping mall. I'm driving along the road, coming around this sharp turn, and something tells me to slow down. Not like a loud voice screaming in the car, slow down. Just this small, still voice says, "Hey, slow down." And I listen, tap on the brakes. Well, I come around that turn, and there is a pickup truck turned over on its side in the middle of the road.
You can see the driver squirming around in the front seat. Now I stop, get out, and this guy is screaming for dear life. Get me out of here! Get me out of here! Help! Help! He's kicking the windshield, going crazy. Now I'm panicking, trying to figure out what I can do to help him. So I race back to my car, get my emergency glass breaker, and that's when I hear him shooting. Imagine a scene. I have my whole upper body inside of the driver's side of the car, reaching over to the glove compartment to get the glass breaker, and I hear these gunshots, thinking to myself, what in the hell did I just happen upon? Now he climbs through the front window, stands up, and I know this is going to sound crazy, but this guy is massive, 6'8", 6'9", 320 pounds, and I'm not talking about a fat 320 pounds. We talking about WWF wrestling 320 pounds. And he's looking at me, then looking around at the woods, looking at me again, then looking around at the woods. And it was right there in that moment that I hear that voice again saying, he's fine, leave him. And as I'm hearing that voice, he's saying, mister, we gotta go. We gotta get out of here. Now I offer to call him an ambulance. And as I'm talking to him, he reaches into his pocket, takes out his phone, and again he says, listen, I have got to get out of here. With this panicked, paranoid look on his face. Now my mind is racing. Maybe this guy's got drugs in the car. Maybe he just killed somebody. I don't know what the hell he has going on, but I don't want nothing to do with it. That's when he starts to walk around to the passenger side of my car, trying to pull on a door handle, insisting aggressively that I give him a ride away from the scene of this accident. First of all, I'm looking at Hulk Hogan thinking to myself, dude, there's no way you're about to fit in my car. Second of all, you're hurt, you're in shock, and you need help. We're not going anywhere. So I tell him, listen, you're in shock, you're panicking, you just had an accident, I need you to calm down. We're going to get the ambulance here and get the police here. Now he is off on the side of the road, pacing back and forth, saying, you're not understanding. You're not understanding what I'm saying. It's dangerous here. We need to go. We need to go right now. And again, that small voice speaks to me saying, leave. Leave him now. This time, that voice comes along with this feeling, a heaviness so thick that even in broad daylight, it made my skin crawl. I looked down for a quick second, and you know how it is when you want to say something to a person, but you're thinking what to say, you look away from him for a second to gather your thoughts. But in the process of looking away from that person, you know without a doubt that you're about to tell a lie, so you really can't look at him as you're about to talk to him. That's what was going on. And when I looked back up, my intention was to ask him his name and try to calm him down and tell him, listen, sir, help is going to be on the way. I'm late for a meeting. As all this is going through my mind, my eyes lock onto this massive frame of a man. When I look, there's something else, something standing behind him. I mean, a giant black wolf is there, standing out in the open. And this thing made him look small. It made him look puny. And looking back on it all now, I think it was the look on my face that let him know that something was going on. Because he sees the panic in my eyes, and without hesitation, he turns and tries to shoot. Now stop right here and let me ask you a question. Do you remember those cartoons when we were a kid, where a person would get snatched from behind, and the middle of their body would go first, and their legs and their arms flung forward as their middle torso was pulled away? Well, that's what happened to this guy. Except for he was turned slightly sideways. At the moment, he was snatched by this thing. You could hear bones cracking as his head whipped in my direction. And he looked like one of those crash dummies, the way his head and shoulders swung under the force of this thing grabbing him. I remember his screams, the sounds of the tree limbs and twigs breaking, and the sight of his body being dragged off into the brush. And that voice again saying, leave, leave right now. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't quite remember if I saw it again or not, or if I just felt like whatever that was coming back. But I got into my car, made a U-turn, and sped away. Had I called 911 and alerted them to what was going on? Yes, I did that while I was on the scene. But get this, 20 minutes later, they called me back and asked me if I had seen the driver of the vehicle when I passed by this accident. Now, I didn't want to lie to them, but I also didn't want anything to do with this. So I told them he had a gun and he went into the woods. The next 4 days, I had anxiety, panic attacks, and nightmares. My wife and kids thought I had gone crazy, lost my mind. Get this, after that day, I never heard that voice again. But that day, it was clear, crystal clear. I don't like the majority of the people in my Facebook group. And I've been in that cryptid group for about 5 years. Let me tell you something. 80% of the people in those groups are crackheads. And I don't mean crackheads in a negative way. Well, I kind of do. They're not addicted to drugs, but they're addicted to cryptids and monsters. Every day it's a new picture, a new video, and a new freaking argument. Now, when I first came into the group, I told people that I saw other things in the woods with Dogman, and I was shunned. I mean, completely ostracized. Everyone said that Dogman was this natural flesh and blood creature. But from my experiences, that was only partially true. Yes, I saw the flesh and blood version of a Dogman, but also I saw things that looked like little aliens poking their heads out of the trees. I saw other weird, crazy anomalies as well every time that I saw Dogman on my property. Well, the apprehension and the craziness in the group kind of drove me away for a while. But when I decided to come back, I befriended this one guy, and he was pretty cool, or so I thought. We talked on the phone, he seemed normal, everything was good. Over time, we got to know each other. I told him I was in Tennessee, he said that he was in Alabama, and he was a part of a research group. Eventually, they invited me to go out on an expedition with them into the woods on his private property in Alabama. Understand, I'm kind of stoked about the whole situation. I'm thinking that, all right, we'll go out into the woods, we'll go to a Dogman area. It's 6 people total. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Well, fast forward. I drive 2 hours from Tennessee down to Alabama. We get to the location. Everybody's parked. We do this tailgate meeting where we're talking about the direction we're going to go in, and we head off into the woods. We get 350 yards into these woods, and I start to see those little things in the trees. The first one I saw had a head shaped like a light bulb. It had 2 black eyes, and his face was protruding out of the tree. Now, mind you, I shared with everyone in this group during the tailgate meeting that I had seen these things. I shared with everybody in the Facebook group that these things do exist. And from my personal experience, when you start to see these other entities in the woods, it means that Dogman is nearby. But furthermore, what it means is that that particular Dogman, that's close. But furthermore, what it meant to me was that if you saw these things, that meant that the particular Dogman that you were about to encounter wasn't nice whatsoever. Now, I know you're saying to yourself, well, how did you come to this conclusion? Let me pause right here, rewind, and take you back to my own Dogman encounter. My property, 4 years ago, I'm walking in the woods, and I see the exact same thing. It's got a head shaped like a light bulb, it's got black eyes, and it's protruding out of the leaves. I see it, I know it's there, it watches me and turns its head as I'm walking by. About 50 yards later, I encounter a Dogman. This thing is all black, it's down on all fours, it is gigantic, and in the daytime, its eyes are giving off this red, glistening eye shine. Now, if you've heard any Dogman encounters, then you know they're supposed to have big yellow eyes with a big black pupil. Nope, no sir, no ma'am. This thing had red shining eyes in the daytime. Stop right there, fast forward a little bit more. I go back out onto my property again. This time I'm moving along collecting firewood, and I see another Dogman. This one is hidden in the brush. You can see its eyes. They're regular yellow and black eyes, and it seemed as if it was hiding from me. Fast forward again. I'm back on my property, out collecting wood again, and I see another one of those bobblehead creatures. This time I see that same Dogman, down on all fours, red glistening eyes. It's extremely aggressive. So much so that I dropped all the wood that I collected and ran back to the house. That night, I start to hear it circling around outside of my house, growling, making all kinds of noises. So when I sit here and I tell you that there is some significance to seeing these things in the trees and then seeing a Dogman, I know without a doubt there is a connection. All right, now back to the story. So we're all 350 yards into the woods. I'm looking around and I see one of those bulb head things. And I'm saying, listen guys, we need to turn around and go back because we're about to have an encounter with something that's not good. They shoo it off like, okay, whatever, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. We go another 50 yards into the woods, and now I see 4 of these things. One is in a tree, one is in another tree. There's 2 more inside the leaves. And the one that really caught my attention was bigger than anything I've ever seen. It is part of his face is blended into the tree. The other part of his face is blended into the tree bark. and it's looking directly at me like you know better than to be here right now. And that's what I make an executive decision. I say, listen, guys, I'm not going any further. Can't do it. I don't feel safe. I'm not going any further. So I turn around and start heading back to my vehicle. Now get this. I get back to the car. I'm waiting around. 5 minutes pass, 10 minutes pass, 15 minutes pass, 20 minutes pass, 35 minutes pass, and I got to take a leak. So I crank the car up, head up the road to the gas station. So I crank the car up, head down this little service road up to the gas station, go take a leak, grab a bag of chips, grab a soda, and I'm on my way back to where they were. Now I'm driving down that little service road, and one of these guys comes running out of the bushes. Now forgive me, I'm not going to say this guy's name because he's still in a Facebook group. Now if he or anybody else in this group wants to disclose their name, that is fine with me, but I'm not doing that to you guys. Nonetheless, he comes barreling out of the woods onto the road. Understand, now he's running along the little service road that runs parallel to the highway. And when I tell you it was kind of funny, imagine the scene. I'm driving the vehicle along. I'm steering with my knees. I got my bag of chips in my left hand. I got my soda in my right hand. And I look over, and he is running like a little girl, arms flailing in the air. He's breathing all hard. He's got scratches all over his face. He's breathing all hard. He's got scratches all over his face where blood is pouring down. And he looks over at me. I put my chips down and roll down the window and say, hey, buddy, are you okay? What's going on? And he just keeps running. Hey, do you need a ride? Are you okay? And he keeps running. This running goes on for about 5 minutes. It's almost as if he does not realize that I'm riding in the vehicle right next to him. Finally, he breaks out of the trance and I said, hey, are you okay? What's going on? He stops running and looks at me with this look on his face unlike anything that I've ever seen. And he says, it's you, and leaves this long, awkward pause. I say, buddy, are you okay? What's going on? Where's everyone else? Now, I'm not sure if he was going through post-traumatic stress or shock or whatever the hell was happening in his mind, but he literally runs around in front of my car, hops into the passenger seat, and starts screaming at me, telling me to drive. I'm telling him, where am I driving to? What is going on? He says, I don't care where you go, just drive. Now, in my mind, I'm going right back to where we all parked our vehicles because clearly something had gone wrong. So I hit the gas and head right back over to where everything started. But when I get there, there's not a car parked anywhere in sight. So now I'm asking him, okay, man, hold on. What happened in those woods? But he won't answer me. He steps out of the car, looks around, and he starts to say, they left me. I can't believe they left me. They left me. He says this over and over again for like 3 minutes. And then I say, listen, man, what happened? And that's when he starts to tell me. He says that they went past, and that's when he starts to break it down for me. He tells me they kept going through those woods, and they got to the point to where they started to feel like something was there. They couldn't see it, they couldn't hear anything, but it was just this intense feeling of fear, like something was watching them. And then according to him, a dogman came down the tree, not jumped down the tree, not slid down the tree like a fireman coming down a fire pole. It literally climbed down the tree like those demons and ghosts do on the horror movies where they climb down the wall head first. He says this thing came down a gigantic tree and started to growl at them, jumped off the tree, lunging at one of them, and they all scattered and took off running. Now pause right here and let me say this. I was not there. I did not experience this. I did not see this myself. I can't 120,000% vouch for what this man was saying. But what I can vouch for is the emotions and the look. But what I can vouch for is what I saw in his face and in his eyes. This man experienced something that he was not prepared for. And then my sense of smell kicked in, and I realized not only had he urinated on himself, but he had defecated on himself. And then I got a whiff of this smell, and I realized in between the time he got out of my car and he started standing there, not only did he urinate on himself, but he defecated on himself. Now here's the craziest part about the situation. It took a solid 20 minutes for him to calm down. And that's when he came to the realization that not only the person from the Facebook group that he came here with had left him, but he had an hour ride all the way back to his house. And the two of us had a serious problem on our hands. because I wasn't about to have him sitting in my car smelling like pee and poo. So I told him, listen, you got two options. You can get on your phone, you can call your friend that you rode down here with and see if you can get him to come back, or you can give me some cash. I'll leave right here. I'll run to the store. Or you can give me some cash. I'll leave you right here. Run to the store, get you a change of clothes. I'll be absolutely happy to drive you back where you came from. Now get this. Now he's on the phone dialing the guy Glenn that he rode down here with, right? And he won't answer. He's sending him to voicemail. He gives me the guy's phone number and I call him and he starts to send me to voicemail. And you know when somebody's sending you to voicemail. The phone rings once or twice and then it goes straight to voicemail. It was clear that this man was sending us both to voicemail. Now he starts to call other people in the group. One other person sends him the voicemail and everyone else's phone just keeps ringing. That's when he really started to panic. So much so that the man just started to walk off, telling me that he was going to walk home. And I'm not going to lie to you, at that point in time, I really felt guilty about the situation. There was no way I was going to let this man walk home, smelling like pee and poo, after having an encounter with something like that in the woods. So I made another executive decision. I went to the trunk of my car, got an old t-shirt, laid it on the back seat, told him he could sit there and I would drive to the nearest Walmart, go in and get him some clothes he could change, and then I would take him home. Now get this, it was an hour ride to his house. And this man said absolutely nothing. For an entire hour, he didn't say a word. He just sat there, staring out into oblivion, with tears rolling down his eyes. Now, with that being said, this is what brought me to the full conclusion that people in these groups are crackheads for cryptids. Do you know that 45 days later, that same man, the same one who peed and pooped on himself and was left in the woods by his quote-unquote friends, called me back and said that they all were going on another expedition and wanted me to come. Now, listen, I don't know about you, but I've never been slow. I've never been a slow reader, a slow writer. Nothing about me has ever been slow in any way, shape, form, or fashion. There was no way in hell that I was going anywhere near the woods with those people. You know, there's something about hearing children laugh and play. To me, it's one of the most beautiful sounds on the planet. But you know what's the exact polar opposite of that? The sound of a terrified child. These events happened when I was working as a lifeguard at one of the local swimming pools. You see, in my county, there's two publicly owned swimming pools. The one that I worked at was the largest and had the most traffic. And during the daytime, you could have 50 to 60 kids all in the pool at the same time, thrashing around, fighting, trying to drown each other. At times, it gets completely and utterly ridiculous the number of times that I have to blow my whistle and tell them to stop horseplaying before someone dies. Nonetheless, kids will be kids. I'll never forget the day that this happened. And let me paint a clear picture of the layout of this pool for you. This particular pool is on the outskirts of the city, and it's a part of a larger playground development. There's baseball fields, football fields, soccer fields, but the pool itself is nestled right along this wood line. Now, it's enclosed and surrounded by an 8-foot tall metal fence, and that happened 2 years ago because some wild hogs came charging out of the woods and literally jumped into the swimming pool. Nonetheless, this particular evening when this happened, the pool was in the process of closing down. And one of the other lifeguards, Emily, had brought her little sister to the pool that day. Emily's little sister, Claire, had been hanging out with us and she stuck around as we started to close things down. As we're going through the process of closing down the pool, checking the restrooms, picking up trash, rearranging the chairs, doing all the little things that we got paid to do by the city, Claire is playing right along that fence line close to the woods. Now, I had my back turned to her on the opposite side of the pool, stacking chairs, when I hear this scream, this blood-curdling scream. And if you ever heard a child scream in fear, you know it's nothing like it. Looking over my shoulder in that direction, Claire is in the process of jumping the entire space from that fence into the pool. How that was possible, I do not know, but all I see is this little girl flying through the air. As the motion of her body is going through the air, my eyes hone in on something on the other side of the fence in the wood lines. And at first, I could not believe what I was seeing. Because I'm telling you, this looked like a giant wolf head about 9 feet up in the air. but it's blending in to the trees. A few seconds later, her body splashes down into the water, and I hear this growl. I'm talking about a loud, deep, guttural growl that felt like the vibrations hit me in my stomach, went through my intestines, hit my liver, and came out the other side. A growl so loud that Emily herself came running out of the women's bathroom, looking around. So now, imagine a scene. My body is now fully turned in that direction. Claire is swimming full speed across the pool, coming in my direction. Emily is on the far end of the pool by the bathrooms, looking around, trying to figure out what is going on. And now the treetop begins to shake like this thing is climbing up the tree. Now let me stop right here for a moment in the story and preference some things that I probably should have said before I started telling you this. Now let me stop right here and preference a few things, and I probably should have told you this at the beginning of the story. I did not know that Dogman existed, knew nothing about it, had no prior knowledge of it, no prior understanding of it, nothing whatsoever. At that point in time in my life, all I know is what my eyes showed me. A giant freaking wolf head there in the trees, and then I saw the top of the tree shaking back and forth like something was climbing up the tree. Claire is not climbing out of the pool on the side that I'm on, screaming, "It's a monster, it's a monster, it's the monster, it's a monster, it's a monster, it's a monster," grabbing me by my waist. Then she pulls me by the arm and starts trying to drag me away from the pool. Again, Emily is at the far end of the pool looking at the situation, and she takes off running. Now, if you're wondering how the entire situation ended, it ended with all of us running out of there, headed to the parking lot, getting in our cars, and leaving. Not closing the pool down, not locking the gate, not doing anything. When I got home, I called the director of the facility and told him exactly what happened, and told him that it would be a good idea if he was to go over there and close the pool up. Now, if you want to hear the crazy part, here it is. The following day, we come back to the pool. The director is there, and he pulls us into the office and starts to question us, not about leaving the pool unlocked where another kid could have went in there and drowned to death. None of that. But he starts to question us about what we saw and where we saw it. After that, the pool was closed for a week, and when we finally returned back to work, that wood line that was close to the fence was completely cut back 50 yards. They had removed every tree and grinded the stumps down.
Welcome to the depths
It was
of
nothing.
dark waters where the mysterious and the uncanny converge. So settle in, unwind, perhaps pour yourself a glass of wine, tackle those dishes, or let the soothing stories accompany your gardening. And for those navigating a long road trip, you've found the perfect companion. But a word of caution, each narrative is crafted to take you on a mental journey, immersing you in the terror and fright that our eyewitnesses have faced. Brace yourself as you step into the unknown, experiencing the spine-chilling tales that unfold in the dark corners of existence. However, fear not, for this is just a ride, a mental roller coaster through the unknown. When the journey concludes, you'll safely disembark and resume your normal life. So fasten your seatbelt or perhaps grab another sip of that wine as we dive into the enigmatic depths of dark waters. Enjoy the thrill, and remember, it's only a story. Or is it?
Reddit. What is the creepiest true story someone has ever told you? When I was about 11, some friends and I were having a slumber party, and we all snuck out of the house in the middle of the night and went to a park about half a block away. We had been there at least an hour or so when I thought I saw a large shadowy figure about 100 feet away, lurking in the shadows under some trees. We all turned to look and stared in the shadow's direction for about 5 minutes trying to make it out. Right about when we had decided we were seeing things, the figure started running at us at top speed. We jumped up and ran back to the house as fast as we could go and locked the door. We could hear someone moving around the outside of the house, and then it began tapping on the windows. We couldn't wake anyone up since we would have had to admit we had snuck out. We spent the night huddled together in the middle of the living room, waiting to be murdered. Luckily, we weren't.
As a kid, one of my favorite things to do was to take a road trip. I still remember my father behind the steering wheel, the sweeping turns of country back roads, the smell of fresh pine trees slithering in open windows. This particular day, we were heading to my grandparents' house. 45-minute ride on the back roads. Father hated using highways. Said the only people traveled those highways were fools in a rush and lazy people who wanted to stay in bed too long and didn't know how to manage their time. It's a sunny day, not a cloud in the sky. I remember the sun was that bright yellow, not like this scorching white-hot sun we have these days. We're riding along the road and see a man standing there waving us down. He's got hunting clothes on, olive green vest, brown pants, green cap on his head. As we approach, he steps into the road. Father slams on the brakes, and then I notice he's bleeding, blood running down his sleeve, his wrist, onto the hood of the car. Help me! Help me! This look of dread in his eyes. I never seen a man look like that before. Father jumps out of the car. He grabs him, pushing my father back towards the driver's side door, telling him we needed to go. As the two of them are tangled up in this tussle, him trying to force himself and my father back into the car, a rifle comes flying out of the wood lines. Remember the old school wooden boomerangs? That angle that they were created with? Well, that's how this rifle was bent. It comes flying out of the wood lines, spinning right over the hood of the car, and clocks this man on the side of the head. And right then and there is when I first saw Bigfoot. It's standing right outside in the open, huge chest, no neck, muscular shoulders, slim waist, looked like a giant human mixed with a freaking baboon. It's bleeding from its waist and has this huge wound. Then it decides to roar and scream so loud that it hurts my freaking ears. Understand, when this happened, I'm a 9-year-old child. I remember closing my eyes, the car door closing, us speeding off, my father's breathing. It was so heavy. Can't say how fast we drove because I had my eyes closed, but it was above the speed limit for sure. And secondly, we had to be going super duper fast because I remember the car sliding to a stop in my grandmother's driveway. Father getting out and pulling me out of the car, taking me into the house. Then my grandmother on the phone with the sheriff, him coming to the house about an hour later. They're all standing outside talking. I'm upstairs listening through an open window, and the sheriff saying, yeah, we went out there and found the rifle, but there's no body there. All we found were bloody drag marks across the road. You think it took him? My grandfather says. The sheriff replies, well, if he shot it or heard it, yes sir, it probably did take him. Not much we can do about that. But it's hunting season. Yes sir, but what can we do? We still don't even know who the hell he was. Now, when all of them come back inside, I questioned them, asking them about the sheriff, and they refused to talk to me. It wasn't until about a week later when I decided to draw what I saw through that window that my dad explained to me what it actually was. A Bigfoot, the woodsman, this giant race of people that lived in the woods of Kentucky. He told me, if I ever see one of those things, I need to carry my ass in the opposite direction, just like he did. Man, listen to me when I tell you I didn't believe that Dogman existed. In fact, there is nothing that you could have ever told me prior to seeing this that would have made me believe that werewolves were real. Why? Because I came up in a Southern Baptist household. Now, in my mind, demons existed, but werewolves? That was something out of Hollywood movies. That was until I was forced to stop in the middle of the night for gas in Silas, Alabama. The reason why I was on the road is because my long-distance relationship with my girlfriend in Montgomery had taken a turn for the worse. So I decided to hop on the road and surprise her so she and I can have a conversation, as opposed to us just breaking up over the phone. Understand, it's 12 midnight. I pull up to the gas station. The inside is closed. I hop out of the car, take my debit card, swipe it, pull the pump, and start pumping gas. Standing there, leaning on the car, cell phone in hand, scrolling, looking at our photos on Instagram, I'm thinking to myself, you know what? If you gonna break up with me, you gonna have to see me before we break up. I'm not gonna make it easy on you just to dump me and move on to the next guy. Imagine the scene. I'm standing there immersed in my thoughts when I hear what sounds like someone kick over a metal can around the side of the building. But looking in that direction, there's no one there, so my attention turns back to my cell phone. A few seconds later, my attention is diverted to the gas pump itself as I realize that it's costing me damn near $60 to fill up my tank. And that's when I see movement out the corner of my eye. Now, I don't know about you, but every time I found myself in a situation similar to this, I'm always thinking it's a carjacker or a robber. Never, ever, ever would I believe that it was a freaking werewolf. Now, opening my driver's side door, reaching into the side panel, drawing my 9mm, I say, hey, listen, I don't know who you is or what you want. I just need some gas. It don't need to be no shootout out here. Let me get my gas and go on about my business, or we gonna get to shooting. Just then, as the word shooting comes out of my mouth, I hear the pump clicking, signaling to me that the tank is full. So now, imagine the scene. I'm taking the nozzle out, putting it back where it belongs, closing my gas tank, and sliding my body back into the driver's seat. When my butt cheek hits that seat, I hear the noise again, except for this time, it's coming from behind me. And honestly, now I'm afraid because I know this is not happening by accident. So I quickly crank my vehicle up, pulling off onto the roadway. And that's when I see it. You know how at the gas stations, they have the little panels up above the pumps where they do the marketing where it says Shell or Exxon. Those huge metal bars with the signs attached to it. Well, I'm looking through the rearview mirror and I see what looks like a freaking hyena. But this ain't no little bitty hyena up on top of that metal. And listen to me when I tell you this. The level of fear and adrenaline that flushes through your body when you see something like that. Oh my God, I felt like I was having a heart attack. Now listen to me when I explain this to you. The most terrifying thing of it all is that this happened at the height of the coronavirus outbreak. Everybody was afraid. Nobody was outside. The roads were empty. And looking back on it now, had that thing decided it was going to take and eat me, the only thing they would have found was my car. My black ass would have been a goner.
I never would have imagined that this would happen to me in the twilight years of my life. My wife dies. My sons abandon me. My money is almost gone and my health is failing. How did I get to this point? Mistakes. Many mistakes. Now I find myself alone on my family land in Kentucky. Hard to believe that I used to be one of the most powerful men in the state. When I tell you I have nothing, I mean I have nothing but this house and the property that my grandfather left me, 65 acres. And at my age, it's hard to maintain that type of land. Now, the first time I realized I was not alone out here in these woods was the day I decided to smoke some chicken. I placed 4 whole chickens in a smoker, went inside, took a nap, came back, and 2 of those chickens are missing. Understand, my smoker is an iron box, and you literally have to use your hands to open it. Understand, as I'm standing there confused, all kind of thoughts run through my mind. I know for a fact I put 4 chickens in this smoker, but I could not come up with any kind of explanation for why 2 of them went missing. A week later, I'm sitting on the porch, drinking coffee, and reading my newspaper when this feeling overwhelms me. The feeling that someone is in the wood lines watching me. You know that feeling. You know when you're being watched. But looking around, I don't see anybody, so I let it go. That same night, at 3:45 in the morning, I hear someone walking around outside. Then I can hear the doorknob on the back door twisting and turning. Now, when I get up, get my shotgun, and venture to the back side of the house, I don't see anything. But then, things continue to get weird. A few days later, I have to go get a new battery for my truck. You know how you can tell when your truck is about to go dead, it's struggling to start? Now, coming back home, pulling into the driveway, I catch a glimpse of what I thought was a gray tail. And what I mean by tail, it looked like a dog had just turned the corner on the back side of my house. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, somebody's dog done got loose and is running around on my property. So I drive around the back side of the house and I see what looks like a large, gray, skinny wolf. And by skinny, I mean meat and bones, starving, skinny wolf, walking on 4 legs, limping back into the wood line. Now, honestly, seeing this wolf was kind of comforting to me, because at least I had a way of explaining what happened to my chickens. Never mind the fact that this wolf would have had to open the door. Listen, at that point in time, I just justified it all away. Never mind the fact that the wolf would have had to open the iron door and get in there and get the chickens. It just kind of all made sense to me. So I justified it away, saying, look, you left the door to the smoker open, went inside, took a nap, the wolf hopped up there, grabbed 2 chickens, and went on about his business. So now I'm aware that there's a wolf on my property. The following weekend, I fire up the smoker and get to cooking again. Except for this time, I take half of a raw chicken, toss it into the woodlines for what I thought was just an old wolf. I need you to understand my thought process here. I'm alone. This wolf looked old and sick. And I figured, look, we old guys need to stick together. A few hours later, I walk over, check that spot, and the chicken's gone. So over the next few weeks as I cook, I toss some food in the exact same spot. Every time I go over and check, it's gone. Now listen to this. One evening, I'm on the back side of my house, and I see someone walking on my property. I holler, trying to get his attention. The man looks over his shoulders and keeps walking. Now, if I was a younger man, I would have chased him down because he had no right to be on my property, but I'm 72 years old. The only thing I'm running to right now is the bathroom. Listen, that very same night, about 11:30, 11:40 p.m., I hear what sounds like someone kicking my back door. Again, I'm alone out here. By the time I get to my shotgun, the door frame is cracked. Door is wide open, and I can see this man wearing all black, mask on, 6'3", about 200 pounds, coming into my house fast, raising a shotgun, pull the trigger, and the damn gun is not loaded. Why? Because I cleaned it the other day and forgot to load the freaking gun. Him seeing me with the shotgun forces him to hesitate, but as soon as he realizes it's not loaded, he begins to walk in my direction. And I'm thinking to myself, this son of a bitch didn't break in my house in the middle of the night wearing all black and a mask to play a game of cards. I am fucked. There is no way I can fight this man. But you know what? I'm going to try it. If he gets close enough to me, I'm just going to kick him in the nuts. But things didn't go the way I planned. Within seconds, this man done knocked me down to the ground. He's climbing on top of me and has a hammer in his hand. But before he can raise his arm, we hear a growl. Now listen to me. When I tell you that this growl was loud, Jesus God, this was loud. Do you remember being a kid playing 1, 2, 3 red light? And as you played that game, everybody just froze in whatever pose you were in? Well, that's what happened. Me, frozen, my arms covering my face. Him, frozen, reaching his arm back. I peep around my hand. Nervously, these words come stumbling out of my mouth. That's my dog. If you don't get the fuck out of here, he's going to eat you alive. Listen, I don't have a dog, but that was the first thing that came to my mind. Then it growls again, but louder, and that growl morphs into a roar. I swear to you, it sounded like a freaking dinosaur. He jumps up, turns around, and runs out of the door. Now, pause for a moment right here and allow me to take my time and paint this picture clear for you, because that's when it happened. Have you ever seen the Discovery Channel when one of those great white sharks does a surprise attack on a seal? They just explode out of nowhere, hitting the seal, and it's gone. Well, that's what this animal did to him. As he's running out of the door, you see his body running out of the door. The next second, it's like he's got hit by a wrecking ball. I watch as his body is literally in one smooth motion picked up and shifted straight to the right, out of sight. And by the time I get up, move to the back door, peeping out, all you can hear is him screaming and hollering in the woods. Now, to make sure you understand exactly what I'm saying, this happened so fast that all I saw was a quick glimpse of gray fur. Listen to me, there are no words to articulate what I was feeling and thinking in that moment. Was I afraid? Yes. The adrenaline pumping through my body was giving me a headache. My heart was racing. My eyes literally felt like they were going to burst out of my head as my brain tried to process this shit that I saw. The only thing I could think to do was to close that back door, go get a 2x4 and nail it shut. Then I got in my truck, left, and ended up spending the night sleeping in my truck in the Walmart parking lot 18 miles away. Listen to this. The next morning when I get back home, all I find is his shoe. Understand, I'm still scared out of my mind, so I call my oldest son and I literally beg him just to come over and sit with me. I couldn't tell him what I saw over the phone because he would think I had lost my mind. But my child hangs up the phone in my face. At that point in time, I told myself the only thing you can do is try and get back to normal. But I just couldn't shake it. Something took this man. For the next 14 days, I did not leave my house at night, and when I moved around in the daytime, I was completely paranoid, checking doors, looking through windows, but absolutely nothing happened. So finally, I'm comfortable, and I'm trying to get back to normal, and I tell myself, listen, you gotta get back to your routine. Let's get out here, turn this smoke on, start cooking these chickens for the week. And I go right back to doing what I had been doing before. The only difference is instead of leaving a half of a chicken in the wood line, I left a full chicken in that wood line. Now, when I tell you what happened next, I will never, ever forget. I mean it. On my desk bed, this will probably be my last memory. I had just closed the smoker, turned around, and see this skinny wolf standing on two legs next to a tree watching me. I started to get the feeling that it wanted me to see it, like it was revealing itself to me, because it stood there for a solid 2.5 minutes just looking. Now talk about being shocked, surprised, and amazed. It was standing on two legs. But then somehow it takes 2 steps backwards into the shade of the trees and disappears. Now to be clear with you, this wolf was great. I still should have been able to see it, but it was there and then it was gone. But in that 2 minutes, I realized something. That wolf had made a conscious decision, not only to show itself to me, but to protect me. And instantly, all the fear and anxiety just drained away. The following weekend, I'm out there smoking chickens again. I'm expecting to see it, right? Head on over there, put the chicken in the wood line, head back to the smoker, get it started, smoke the rest of the chickens. Head inside. I turn around looking, but it's not there. Head inside, get a glass of water, come back out, walk back over to the area, and that chicken's gone. Now listen to me when I tell you this. I have not seen it since, but you could still feel them watching you, but not in like this creepy, paranoid, stalking kind of way. It's kind of like when you were a kid and you went to the park with your parents. You may have ran 20, 30, 40, 50 yards away from them. You're not even paying attention to your parents, but you just know, you can feel them watching you. Now, as I move around my property, it's a lot like that. I know it's watching over me. It all started with my mom fussing. Boy, didn't I tell you to take that damn trash out? Nah, my mom wasn't one of those new school moms. She was straight up old school. I'm talking about take off the belt and whoop your ass old school. So I put down the Nintendo, grabbed the trash, head outside, down the steps, into the parking lot, over to the dumpster, and in the direction of the dumpster on the far side of the lot. Now, as I'm walking along, I start to hear this breathing sound, but not a normal breathing like a man breathing. This sounded more like someone breathing and gargling water at the same time. And this fear jumps inside of me. I'm talking about the feeling that you need to run and get back inside of the house. So now I'm sprinting towards the dumpster, garbage bag held close to my chest, jumping, shooting that entire garbage bag like Kobe Bryant over the fence into the dumpster, landing on the ground, turning around, sprinting back in a direction towards my front door. And as I glance over to the wood line next to the apartment, that's when I see it. 8 feet tall, naked, pale skin, body like a man, no male genitals. And the most insane thing about what I saw was that this creature had a head that was enormous. Back then, we used to make fun of people and say that they had water heads. But no, this thing's head was the size of 3 normal man's heads. Listen to me when I tell you, I'm running full speed, head turned, looking in its direction. And you know those little concrete blocks that they put in the parking lots? They're normally sprayed yellow. The ones that they put in place to keep your vehicle from moving too far forward? Well, I trip over one of those, slam into the wall, hit the ground, roll around, and when I stand up and look in that direction again, it's now moved from the tree line and is halfway across the parking lot coming in my direction. Afraid, confused, and scared out of my mind. Now my hands are on the wall trying to climb back up, and as I turn that corner headed towards my front door, I see my next door neighbor Marshall. He's standing outside, leaning on a brick wall, smoking a cigarette, and I'm like, dude, get inside. There's something in the parking lot. Come on, hurry up. Get inside. Now listen to me. I felt like that was all the warning I needed to give him. I didn't need to explain to him what I saw. From that point in time, I dart into the apartment, close and lock the door, and head directly to my room. A few moments later, I hear glass shattering, and I hear Marshall outside screaming. Again, my mother is saying, boy, go outside and see what the hell is going on out there. But I already had some kind of idea of what was going on outside. And I wasn't opening that front door under any circumstances. Now, tiptoeing over to the front window, moving the blinds, looking out, I see Marshall standing there with a bat in his hand, eyes wide open, and he looks like he just saw a ghost. He sees me looking at him through the window, signals for me to come outside, and I begin to move my head right to left, saying, no, not coming out there. That's not going to happen. Again, he signals for me to come outside. And this time I mouth to him, no, I know what's out there. I'm not coming outside. Finally, now he's screaming at me saying, hey man, come outside. You need to see this. So timidly, I walk out of the front door. And as I approach, he starts to explain to me what happened. You see, when I went inside the house, that 8-foot tall thing turned the corner right behind me. Scared the hell out of him. So he goes to his car, grabs his bat off the back seat, and takes a swing at it. Now get this, he tells me, when that bat made connection with its flesh, it began to absorb the bat itself. So much so that he had to literally yank the bat from inside of this creature's body. He swung at it again, hitting it in its head, and that's when it turned around and went in the other direction. Now listen to me. Back in those days, we lived in a very small town, and I had never ever heard of anything paranormal happening. In fact, I have never heard of anything paranormal happening in that town. But it was just my luck. And that figures because I've had bad luck all my life. And it was just my luck. I run into a big, gigantic, pumpkin head monster.
Have you had an encounter with the elusive cryptid known as Dogman? At huntdogman.com, we document sightings and expeditions searching for proof that this beast exists. Share your story and listen to chilling Dogman accounts from others who have glimpsed the creature. Learn about upcoming outings you can join to hunt for evidence. Uncover the truth about Dogmen at huntdogman.com.
Do you crave adventure off the beaten path? At erieexpeditions.com, we take you on guided tours of the world's most haunted, cursed, and mysterious locations. Visit castles, asylums, murder sites, and more on our one-of-a-kind excursions into the dark unknown. Meet expert guides and use state-of-the-art equipment to hunt for paranormal activity. Voyage into the eerie and macabre at erieexpeditions.com. The journey begins now. I am darkwaters.com. Enter the realm of the paranormal and unknown if you dare. Here, the chilling true stories told in Dark Water's own gripping voice will keep you up at night. Tales of shadowy figures, strange creatures, and disturbing entities that lurk in darkness. Become a member for exclusive access to the full archive. Visit IamDarkwaters.com. And remember to leave the light on.
I'm home alone when the power suddenly goes out. I light some candles, but quickly blow them out when I hear a chilling laugh echo through the darkness. Heavy footsteps grow closer as I scramble to hide. A hulking figure looms in the doorway, eyes glowing red. This monster has me trapped.
Dark Waters is not your typical fast food joint for paranormal stories. It's a 5-star establishment. Each story is meticulously prepared, much like an award-winning chef crafting a meal for discerning guests. The decision to revisit past episodes isn't about recycling content. Rather, it's an opportunity to savor the richness and depth of these tales. Just as a chef might bring back a beloved dish, these reruns allow listeners to relish the intricacies and nuances of the stories. It's about delivering a premium experience, ensuring that every narrative is savored like a fine dining experience rather than consumed in haste. So when you encounter a rerun, consider it an encore presentation of a masterpiece, inviting you to rediscover the flavors and thrills that make Dark Waters a paranormal feast for the senses.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only. Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Waters strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the site of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on the show. In other words, we will not be held responsible if you are attacked by a dogman, molested by a bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the men in black, investigated or arrested by the local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or another alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in, and enjoy the show.
America is home to a centuries-old legend. A hominid creature, known by many names: Sasquatch, Yeti, the Woodsman, and the most popular name of all, Bigfoot. Tonight, on the Dark Waters channel, we travel into the world of Bigfoot, where Bigfoot truth seekers combine forces to share stories and encounters from around the world. Tonight, we proudly present the Bigfoot Bonanza.
My farm is located just south of Shreveport, Louisiana, and I inherited it from my grandfather 5 years ago. Since that day, I've grown the business to another level. One of the only commercial farms here that does more business than mine is Mahaffrey. And Mahaffrey is one of the powerhouses of Louisiana's farm-to-food industry. Here on my farm, I grow everything: pasture-raised chickens, pork, beef, vegetables. I employ 32 people and have over $4 million worth of equipment here. Needless to say, I was very nervous when all this activity began to happen. It started about 3 months ago when Jordan, my guy who manages everything to do with poultry, came into the house. He had this weird look on his face. Jordan is responsible for making sure everything goes well with my chickens, that the eggs are collected on time, that they get out and get exercise. He told me that as he let the chickens out for the day, he was walking around the fence line and noticed something strange. He said that he saw these tracks that looked canine, and that the tracks circled the perimeter of the fence and then led back into the woods. According to Jordan, these tracks were huge, and whatever it was must have been a big dog on all fours. Standing in front of me, Jordan was clearly disturbed by these prints and insisted that I come take a look. So we drove out to the spot near the chickens and walked the fence line. Initially, when he said big dog prints, I thought he was just talking about a big dog. But these prints were massive. This was like nothing I'd ever seen around my farm before. I now understood why he was so worried, but there was absolutely nothing I could do. And being crazy enough to try and track an animal that size into the woods, he's just looking for trouble. A few days passed and Jordan forgot about the prints, and I turned my attention to this upcoming inspection that I had with the Department of Agriculture. You see, 6 months ago when I was going through my divorce, I fell way behind on paperwork. And luckily, I was able to talk to the inspector into giving me a re-inspection, allowing me more time to submit the proper documents. It was 3 a.m. in the morning, the day of the inspection, and I had been working all night to get the reports finished and the paperwork filled out for the DOA when I heard a ruckus out at the cow pasture. See, my farm is wired for video and sound, so I went to my little video monitoring room to see what the deal was. What I saw on that camera I couldn't believe. My cattle were all herded up against the western fence line, 300 of them, huddled together in fear. And at the eastern side of the fence was some kind of creature. Its eyes glistened this green color on the camera, and it was huge. This thing was moving in and out of the view of the camera as it would back up to the wood line and then charge the fence. Based on this thing's size, it could have easily jumped over the fence or even ran through it. But it was like it wanted to scare the cattle. It was toying with them. Trying to figure out what to do, I decided to grab my cell phone and to open up the video app that allowed me to monitor the cameras mobily. Then I went to my closet and I grabbed my shotgun. This creature, whatever it was too big to confront. But I figured if I just went out back and fired a few rounds into the air, it would leave like any other animal would. Boy, was I wrong. I stepped out of the back door with my shotgun, pointed into the air, and fired while I was looking at the camera. This thing stopped, turned its head in the direction of the gunfire, then it starts heading in my direction. Only then did I get a full look at this thing as it jumped the fence and ran through the cow pasture coming straight towards me. I don't know if you ever seen that movie Underworld, when those creatures are running on all fours. That's exactly what I saw. It was unreal. I rushed back into the house, locking the door and headed into my office. It was now 3:35 a.m., and I would only be alone for another 10 minutes. The morning crew of workers, including Jordan, would be pulling up any minute. As I sat there with my shotgun, I watched this thing circle the house, sniffing, and somehow it pinpointed the very room that I was in. That's when I heard the scratching and banging on the walls. I can't express to you how terrified I was. For the next 9 minutes, all I thought about was that I was going to die. This creature was going to break down the wall and eat me. I looked at the camera as this thing on all fours kept banging against the wall with its shoulders over and over and over again. And the scratching. Oh my God, it was something out of a nightmare. Looking back on it all now, this thing had to be trying to intimidate or scare me. Because it didn't make sense. If it wanted into the house, it could have just ran through one of the glass doors or broken down the front door. It seemed like it was forever, but finally my watch beat 3:45, and I could hear the trucks begin to pull in the parking lot out front. Jordan and his crew were always the first there in the morning. I watched on camera as this thing looked directly at the light of the trucks. Then with speed and agility unlike anything I'd ever seen before, it ran off towards the back of the farm. Jordan and his men were walking around the side of the house when I came out the back door. My face must have given it all away, because Jordan's first question was, "Did you see it?" All I could do was nod my head yes. That's when he told me about the Dogman and how it had been seen all over the United States, especially in Louisiana. Jordan had me listen to several shows, and that's how I found you. We've been using the powder that your guys recommended and have gone as far as to maintain a perimeter around our farm with it. I haven't seen this creature since we made the changes. However, I'm starting to hear rumors that other farms in the area are having similar problems, except for they've lost chickens and cattle. I'm even hearing about more than one of these things appearing at the same time. I hope this is my one and only time ever seeing Dogman. I'll never forget my first time seeing a Dogman. To Black Southern Baptist, and I can never forget that day. It was at a revival service. Back in those days, Christian revivals were held outdoors, inside tents. And to paint a clear picture for you, if you can imagine being outside on a hot summer day with a huge white tent set up, rows and rows and rows of chairs, a makeshift stage, and people were heavy in the worship. This is my first time going to a revival. Although I've been dragged in and out of church every Sunday my entire life, I thought it was interesting. The way people worship out of the church was completely different than the way they worshiped in church. It was much more intense.
and I could never forget the sound of that day. The revival had started at about 3 o'clock and had gone on for hours. And right as the sun began to set and the pastor started doing the altar call to save souls, something weird started to happen. From my position on the right-hand side of the back row, I started to hear the strange sound coming from the woods, but I wasn't sure what it was. You could hear it faintly, just above the sound of the singing. Then as the singing and the clapping stopped, I could hear it clearer. Something was growling, and growling loudly. Initially, I thought I was hearing things until my grandmother started looking in the same direction as the sound. Then others in the congregation began to look that way too. And out from the wood line stepped something I had never seen before and hoped to never see again. This thing was massive, 9 feet tall, with the huge head of a wolf. Its fur was black, jet black, and his upper body had more muscles than anything I had ever seen. It just stood there, showing his teeth and growling. The people in the congregation finally caught on to it and began to run. The pastor grabbed his Bible and began to pray, repeatedly saying, "Get ye behind me, Satan. Get ye behind me, Satan." Until one of the deacons grabbed him by his collar and pulled him, yanking him off the stage. Everyone ran back to their cars and fled the area. I never knew exactly what that was that I saw until I heard you on Coast to Coast AM talking about the Dogman. I'm sure that not only did I see a Dogman, but 200 other people.
When I was told by my friend that you were not critical of him when he told you about his Dogman experience, at first I was skeptical. However, after speaking with you I realized that you are the real deal. This encounter I'm going to share with you can be verified by my 19-year-old son. Both my son and I are what you call Cajuns here in Louisiana. I spend the majority of my free time hunting and fishing in the bayous of southeast Louisiana. Per our agreement I am not disclosing exactly where this happened. I still have to live and work in this area, but I will do my best to paint a clear picture of the surrounding. It was early August and my son and I had spent the entire day fishing. I have an 18-foot Alumacraft boat with a Yamaha 40 motor. On the front I mounted a trolling motor. It is a Minnesota Cota 45-pound thrust battery-powered setup. The max speed on this motor with 2 people on my boat is 12 miles per hour through calm waters. It was just turning dark when our encounter began. The Yamaha 40 motor on my boat was noticed also. My son and I always tried to get out of the bayous before dark. As expected, the Yamaha 40 was stalling and slow to crank up. As I pressed the ignition she wouldn't turn over. We didn't want to flood the engine, so instead we began using the trolling motor to travel along the bayou to head home. It was no big deal, we had done this many of times. It did mean that a 20-minute drive through the bayou would now take an hour. We were rounding a bend near the levee when everything went quiet. My son brought it to my attention. "Papa, listen," he said. "Everything is so quiet." There was not a sound, no birds, crickets, no fish splashing. The only sound was the steady hum of the trolling motor. In order for you to understand what happens next, I have to explain the area we were in. The levee is for storm surge protection. It's 12 to 15 feet tall in spots along this waterway. The levee is on our left-hand side. On our right-hand side is primary forested wetland. The bayou.
say we, but at least I got her on the phone.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy Dog Waters with another episode of Out of Left Field. And for those of you who are new to the Dog Waters channel, to explain to you what Out of Left Field is, it is a storytelling format that I came up with that's real free flowing. It's very free flowing. It's not like the highly produced stories with the music and the sound. Well, it has music, but it doesn't have all the background sounds and everything else. It's essentially the same thing as when I do a radio interview. The same concept. It's just me telling you guys a story, not live, but as close to live as possible, right? So it's one of the fan favorites. Hadn't done one of them in a while. And just so you'll know, the reason why I end up doing these is because there's time periods where I go through, like call after call after call after call from people. And if you don't know the way the stories, there's two ways stories appear on the Dog Waters channel. One is these are stories that my friends tell me that are very close friends of mine. And then there's other stories that are kind of submitted verbally to me through members of the Dog Waters family, where they call my phone number and I talk to them over time. So there's three ways. And then the third way is that some of the stories from Phantoms and Monsters blog, which we have a monetization agreement with, are put on the channels as well. So some of them are super high format, like Bigfoot Expedition in Alaska, Killing Bigfoot, or Siege of Lock and Ranch, or then it kind of dumbs down to 3 scary stories, 4 scary stories, blah, 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 blah. And then you get Out of Left Field, which is this. So Out of Left Field, that's an explanation for you. Boom. So I've been talking to, you guys got to forgive me for the kind of heavy breathing, but it's kind of stuffy. I've been talking to a number of people, and I had a couple of encounters that I think are just insane, right? As you guys know, I do not like dealing with the demon possession, whole demonic thing, but I did have the occasion of running into a young lady who I grew up with. She was older than me. She's definitely older than me. I think she's 4 years older than me, maybe 5 years older than me, but her brother and I used to be childhood friends. So I ran into her at Mardi Gras. Most random thing on the planet, and I almost didn't recognize her because she had so many tattoos and 4 or 5 children with her. And she told me that her brother was in federal penitentiary. So she says, hey, give me your phone number. My brother would like to speak to you. And I'm like, all right, cool. And I'm not giving you the guy's name. I'll give you one of his aliases. His alias is Magnolia Red. Or one of his aliases is Magnolia Red. So I give her my number. Come home. A couple of days pass. My phone rings. I get a call from a correctional facility. If you've ever had a phone call from a correctional facility, you know that call is a collect call. And so I take the call. And it's this guy that, I literally grew up with. We played football in a lot across the street from my house. And so we're just talking, And he's like, man, what you've been up to, how you been. And I'm telling him that I'm sorry that, you're in this situation. I didn't even know that he had gone up. I didn't ask him what he went to prison for because I kind of got an idea already, because based on how he was as a kid, I can imagine some of the things he did. But anyway, moving forward. Phone call 1 is just kind of us just chopping it up. At the end of that call, he says, hey, man, do you mind if I call you because it gets a little lonely in here? Do you mind if I write? Would you write back, or would you send me a letter? Boom, boom, boom. Can you send me some magazines? He trying to get stuff. And I'm cool with it, because he's not the only friend I have in there. So he calls back 2 days later. And he's really interested in what I'm doing. So I tell him about, the Dog Waters channel. I tell him about my real estate investing. I tell him about, a couple other business ventures that I have going on. And he's like, man, I'm real proud of you. You always been real smart. The whole shebang. And he says, well, I got a story for you. And I'm like, well, what kind of story you got for me? Now, I didn't know that Red's grandmother was into voodoo. I didn't know that at all. I met Red's grandmother a number of times when we were kids, but I didn't know his grandmother was into voodoo. And so Red goes on to tell me that
He moved out of our old neighborhood a couple of years after I moved out. And he moved to another neighborhood uptown. Now, this was his choice because he could have stayed where he was, but he wanted to move out and go with his half-brother, where his half-brother lived. And his half-brother lived in a very, very rough neighborhood. He moves uptown by his half-brother. And his half-brother is a dope dealer. Not just a regular dope dealer. You know, like there's dope dealers. There's guys who sell, there's guys who sell weed. You know, they might sell you an ounce of weed. You know what I'm saying? And then there's guys who's got weed, but they got like garbage cans full of fucking weed at their house, right? You know, like garbage cans, like the kind that you pick up leaves with. You know, there's guys who sell heroin. Then there's those guys that have kilos of drugs. Well, these are the type drug dealers and over time he gets into these battles with people. His half-brother gets killed. And then 4 of the other people that he's working with get murdered. So basically, his enemies are closing in on him. And Red makes a deal with the demon. Which, now guys, let me pause right here. Because when he's telling me this on the phone, I'm like, why are you telling me this? Like, why would you even tell me this? He's like, well, man, you doing stories. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell you my story. He makes this deal with a demon. I will not repeat the name. Y'all know I don't play that foolishness. But he makes this deal with this demon. And his deal was that he would be able to run the drug trade in exchange for his soul. While I'm talking to this dude, I'm like, dog, like, because, I guess he didn't expect me to believe him, guys. I guess he didn't expect me to just be like, yeah. I guess he expected me to be like, nah, bro, you crazy, and hang up the phone. But my first reaction is, what's the purpose of that? Like, revenge and money. When somebody say, I run this, I'm the shot caller. So in his mind, he was going to be the shot caller. He the one calling shots, taking people out, and making sure that he ran the streets. Well, he got what he wanted. He got what he wanted for 5 years. He was on top. Then on the 5th year, the 5th month, the 5th day, it's exactly how he described it. He was sitting in a car outside one of the little corner stores, and he had just opened what we call a Hawaiian punch. I don't know if y'all ever had a Hawaiian punch. He had just opened a Hawaiian punch and started drinking. And a 13-year-old little boy that he knew walked up to him and shot him. He said the kid was scared, so the kid didn't hit him in the chest. The kid hit him in the stomach, like on the right side of his body, towards his stomach, towards his liver, and hit him in the leg. And he pulled off. He said he drove off. He was trying to drive himself to the hospital, passed out. Bam. He hits a telephone pole. Of course, emergency services come out, police, ambulances, because he's been shot and all the rest of this stuff. He got all kind of shit on him that he don't need. He got drugs in the car. He got unregistered firearms in the car. Goes into the hospital, recovers from being shot, ends up going to trial and going to prison. What he told me was this. He said, yeah, man, I made that deal and I got what I wanted for a limited time. But I never thought that I would spend the rest of my life in prison. And it was heartbreaking for me. It really was. It was heartbreaking for me because I've said so many times that, a lot of stuff that goes on in this world is spiritual warfare. And unfortunately, to have somebody that, I know this brother, crazy. But needless to say, Red, I did your story. I don't even know if you're going to be able a chance to hear this. There's no way for me to kind of reenact your story. But Red, I did your story, man, and hopefully you'll hear it. All right. The next person I talked to, and I'm only really doing 2 of these. The next person that I talked to, this lady, when we first started talking, it took a little while for me to start trusting her because she started off telling her story, and she was excited about telling her story. And when it comes to this particular topic, which is Dogman, I find that when people are excited to tell me the story, you're normally a little bit off, right? But it turns out that's just how she is. She's just an excitable person. And considering her circumstances, I think it's amazing the type of personality that this woman has because this woman's blind, right? And like I said, when I first started talking to her, when you first start talking to a person on the phone, you have no freaking clue they're blind. The fact that she's blind comes out when she's telling me the story. Now, a Dogman encounter happens to her when she's out with her son, and they're on a walking trail in Arkansas. Early in the morning, she's walking behind her son, and she's 20 yards behind him. He always keeps her in eye shot, so he can look over his shoulder and see her, and he'll get ahead of her and slow down, let her catch up with him. He wants to make her feel independent. I've spoken to her and her son.
7:30 in the morning, the sun is out, it's not foggy. To describe this trail that they're walking on, as you're walking around, you kind of circle around the park, and then on the outskirts of the park, there's just these woods. So, you know, while you're walking around the park area, pretty wide open, but when you get on the outskirts of the park, which when you're taking your larger loop around, you kind of go into the woods, and then you come back out, and you come back out on the other side of the park. So they walk around the park, and then they get to the part of the trail where they're going into like the little wooded area. But it's not like woods like some spooky, Sleepy Hollow type TV show woods. It's just walking through some freaking woods. But it's a trail that a lot of people use. As they're walking, he looks back and he notices that she stopped, like dead in her tracks. And so he's standing there looking at her, and he's saying to himself, well, you know, what is she doing? She normally just keeps walking and keeps up with him. From her perspective, at the same time this was happening, she told me that she was starting to hear this low rumbling growl from her left, which is pretty much the wood line that leads into the woods. They're on a trail to the wood. On the left side, it leads deeper into the woods. On the right side, there's like trees, but if you get on the other side of those trees, you're right back in the park. Well, from her left side, she's hearing this low growling sound. And she's thinking it's a dog, right? She's like, oh my God, I got a dog up on me right now. In her mind, the best thing to do was stop, try and get a sense of where it was from the sound. And she knew that if she stopped, her son would eventually turn around and see that she stopped. The growling was low, but it wasn't strong. It sounded like a regular dog. So she starts walking again. She's like, okay, well, at least if it moves, I'll know what I can do. So she starts walking. She hears whatever it is moving along the tree line paralleling her. And then she hears a growl again, but this time it's strong. I mean, it's loud. Simultaneously, her son, who's ahead of her, hears the growl. So he starts running towards her because he's like, I don't know what the hell this is. From the son's description, he sees this gigantic head, freaking dog head is what he said. He said it looked like a big German shepherd head, poke out from behind a tree to where you could see it on a trail, and the head was looking at his mother. Now, from her perspective, she heard the growl. She said, I got this sense. And she's like, I couldn't see what it was, but I felt it. She's like, I felt its intentions, and I felt like whatever this thing was, it was evil, and it was right there in front of me. So you got this head sticking out of the trees, and it's in between her and her son. Her son is jogging back towards her, and he's no more 20, 30 yards away. He sees this head, and he starts screaming at it. Hey, like screaming, trying to get its attention, because he's thinking whatever this big dog is about to freaking eat his mom. The thing turns and looks at him, and now you got to keep in mind, this is this man's mother. This is how afraid he was, and he stops running. He said, man, this thing looked at me like it was going to kill me. He was like, dude, I ain't gonna lie, I was scared. Of course, it's the mother who ended up running this thing off. She takes her walking stick and she just starts swinging it, and